for 90 seconds of ad time, and I'm probably already going over that. So for now, the point is that there is a way to get this information off of these nasty websites, and it's called, you guessed it, Delete Me. You sign up, fill out your info, and then they start manually getting in touch with all of these websites and sending requests to remove your information. After a few weeks, they send you a little report about all the websites they removed your information from, and also on their website, it sends you these little alerts about information they think might be related to you. So for example, I just went on it this morning and they literally had surfaced my beloved dead grandmother's name, and they were like, do you know this person? And I was like, I did know that person. Rest in peace. So then I had to be like, yeah, and then they'll go take care of it. I like Delete Me. I'm going to keep using it, and if you also want to use it, go to joindeleteme.com/AnyAustin and use promo code AnyAustin to get 20% off your consumer plan. That is joindeleteme.com/AnyAustin, promo code AnyAustin. There's a QR code on screen if you would rather not type anything, or like if you're watching on your TV. Shout out to those of you watching on TV. Shout out to those of you eating dinner. Anyway, what was I talking about? Our next location in Skyrim is basically just some rocks, but it's really so much more than that. These rocks are way up in the mountains behind the city of Markarth, and they can only be accessed by doing the Skyrim mountain climbing thing, where you frantically mash the jump button and turn back and forth to glitch your way up steep slopes. I love frantically mashing the jump button and turning back and forth in Skyrim. It's one of the few times that you're actually directly doing something with your body in a Bethesda game. Most Bethesda games feel kind of like your character is psychic. You know, there's no animation really for entering doors. You just kind of teleport inside buildings. You click A on an item and it just instantaneously disappears into your inventory. A lot of what your character does in Skyrim feels a little bit separated from what you're doing as the player holding a controller. And that's a huge part of the charm of Bethesda games. But this isn't the case with Skyrim mountain climbing. Skyrim mountain climbing is one of the few bits of what I would call actual gameplay in Skyrim, where you're actually pushing buttons in a specific fashion to try and make a specific physical thing happen within the game. And I think that's part of why it resonates so strongly with people, despite the fact that it's totally unrealistic and weird. Anyway, this location, which we should actually be looking at night, by the way, nighttime. This is a spot on the western edge of the world, and it's a perfect example of what you'll find if you do enough Skyrim mountain climbing. Nothing. Everything up here is purely decorative. There's nothing to interact with. No flowers to collect, no people to see, no enemies to kill. It's just a bunch of textures of rocks and grass and dirt, which is incredible, obviously. It really feels like you're out in the middle of nowhere, pushed up against the edge of the map, maybe for the first time on our journey so far. If you look down from the right place, you can actually see inside the city of Markarth, which technically you're not supposed to be able to do because it's only actually accessible by entering through the loading screen at the front gates. So that's kind of neat. Let's hop down there and head to our next place on the list. This next stop is called Deep Folk Crossing, and holy smokes, do I love it. At first glance, it just looks like a nice bridge over a little stream, and that's also what it looks like at all of the other glances, because that is what it is. But if you're walking across that bridge and you take a moment to stop and look towards the stream, what you probably didn't realize is that you're looking at the edge of the map. That's right, this nondescript little stream is the edge of the map. You can hop off the bridge and walk upstream to the source, which is just coming out of this little rock. And then if you try hard enough, you can actually get on top of this rock and walk about 10 more feet before you hit the invisible wall of the world, which is just a little snowy clearing. It's certainly not the most dramatic place we're going to look at today, but of all the places we've looked at so far, this might be my favorite. You know, it's one thing to have a big gate for the edge of the world, or an amazing waterfall, or a giant mountain, but to have something so unassuming that you don't even realize it's the edge of the world when you walk by it is awesome. It's like walking across, you know, like if you ever go to Europe and you walk across some bridge and then later some guy comes up to you and he goes, did you know that's the bridge where the King Arthur blew up the dragon, or whatever it is. That's not it, but this also might be the westernmost point on the map, at least based on where the fast travel marker is, so that's kind of cool. If you follow the path north from this bridge and continue to hug the boundary of the world, you'll reach this spot, the Winter Wonderland. I call it that because when you look out into this area, the snow is so still, the clearing is so untouched and quiet. It reminds me of going out in fresh snow when I was a kid, before the cars had come through or the people had ruined the vibe, and that's a very nostalgic feeling. We are just to the west of Mor Kazgur, looking out into one of the few clearings that gives you a good view of the area beyond the mountains, and if you didn't know that there was an invisible wall here, you might just assume you could walk out into this area, but you can't. And something about about that feeling of seeing a place that looks so approachable but being unable to physically go there just really gets me going. It feels like looking at like a text that you've typed out but you just never hit send on, you know? Like it's so there, but it's so not actually there. Now, technically, we can use a console command to fly the camera out here and see what it might be like, but looking at it from afar definitely preserves the sense of magic that we are trying to experience with this video. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look at it from afar, right here behind me. Isn't it nice? Trekking further, we end up pushing past Pinefrost Tower and over the mountains themselves until we see another new type of barrier for this world, water. And I wanna pause up top here before we actually go down to the place that we're gonna look at, because this is something really cool and really important. We're way up here in the mountains, having finally just crested them, and we're overlooking the ocean, right? There are these little islands and bays and trees all down below, and the level of detail of these objects is clearly much lower than when we're up close, which is something that I really miss from older video games like Skyrim, because it kind of messes with your sense of perception. It somehow makes these things feel closer than they are when the level of detail becomes more crude. And this doesn't happen in new games as much, so I just wanted to point that out because I think it's cool. But the real magic here happens when we start going down to it. The feeling of descending down a path from the high up, poetic, sky-conquered cliffside down into the plain old dirt paths and trees is very great. It's like when you fly over a place in an airplane, you know, and then you land in the airplane and you're like, oh, it wasn't actually a magical miniature land of ants and toys after all. It's just a bunch of dirt down here like everywhere else, which is in some way equally profound. Anyway, let's walk down in there and look at our next location. We're going to be calling this place the Untouched Shoreline because that's basically what it feels like. I think this is the first time I've ever been to this part of the map, which is just a great feeling. And similar to the forest that we looked at, this place kind of just feels untouched by the people of Skyrim. It really does feel like scrambling down a cliffside only to find a relatively normal beach area. But the fact that you were the one to take the time to come down here makes it kind of special, even though there's nothing notable to do. Now, we're surprisingly close to the invisible boundary here as well. It's just over there on the other side of the shore. Places like this kind of make me realize how much traditional game reviews tend to miss the mark for me. Am I wrong that stumbling across a place like this is kind of the greatest miracle of playing a video game? Going places just for the sake of doing it and really feeling like you're seeing something new that you weren't guided to? I mean, yes and no, obviously. There's a gajillion great things about video games, but this is one of them, and nobody ever really mentions moments like this, or things like the Skyrim mountain climbing we mentioned earlier, despite the fact that these things make up the most intimate and affecting parts of the experience of playing certain types of games. We spend more time talking about, you know, God knows what happened in the main story of the game, even though countless people ignore it or don't like it, and like the combat and the quests, which again is all part of it, but whatever. That's enough ranting. Let's go on to the next place. All along the northern edge of Skyrim is the vast Sea of Ghosts, and right on its edge is the next place that we're going to be looking, the Lonely Ice Field. This is an ice field on the northwest edge of the map, way out past Solitude, and while there are a couple of big obvious icebergs to get on top of out here, the real thing we want to see is a little bit less remarkable, this tiny piece of ice that we can stand on. This is the piece of ice furthest away from the shore that isn't outside the invisible barrier, which is about right here. Not even by much. There's another piece of ice just like a few feet back, but this one is the furthest. When you're standing out here, like so many great places in video games, it really does not feel like Skyrim as you might describe it to a friend or in a piece of marketing. Like if you saw a commercial for Skyrim, it would emphasize things like the quantity of the quests or the combat, the dragons, or the ability to play however you want. But in some ways, I've always felt like moments like this, standing on a distant piece of ice, doing nothing, looking up at the northern lights while you're deciding whether or not you should stop playing and go to bed. These are the moments that I remember nearly 15 years after the game came out. Most places on the northern shore of Skyrim offer the same type of experience as what we just discussed. Ice fields, lonely water, open skies, whatever. But there is one more place up here worth looking at, the Big Iceberg. When you're standing on the shore near the city of Dawnstar, you might see it. Way out in the distance, this massive shelf of ice floating out beyond where you would ever really think to go. But even from a distance, it looks significant, like the type of place you would expect to find a cave or a treasure or some sort of obscure quest line. If you swim out to it, it quickly becomes clear that it's actually the opposite, complete desolation. You're almost so far north as to be off the edge of the map, and this particular spot is largely covered by the clouds that shroud the map in mystery. At first, it looks like the sides of the iceberg are unclimbable, but with a little bit of patience and lots of Skyrim mountain climbing, you can finagle your way up here and have a look around. As you'd imagine, it's basically just a bunch of snow, but I did notice two great things while hanging out up here. Firstly, it's a great place to watch the day-night cycle and catch some sunsets. Skyrim has an excellent skybox, and it's worth appreciating it from an unobstructed place like this. But secondly, if you find yourself here on a clear night and look straight down at your feet, you'll see something super neat. The sparkling pattern in the icy snow almost perfectly mimics the twinkle of the stars above. Now, I know it may seem dumb and unintentional, because it is a little dumb and unintentional, but having moments where I notice things like this really creates a feeling of connection between me and this totally fictional world. Even talking about it right now, I can perfectly remember the feeling of being on that iceberg, even though I never really was. Like, physically I wasn't, but it feels like I was. God, I love video games. Coming around to the eastern edge of the map, we get away from the ocean and find a brand new style of creating an invisible barrier, an impassable path. It's just east of Refugees Rest, which is east of the city of Windhelm, and it's a simple stone path heading off into the distance that eventually gets so covered in snow as to become impassable. The barrier here is closer than you might expect, and it prevents you from walking even to the visible end of the road before the snow. In some ways, this is similar to those paths on the southern edge of the map in that it implies a connection to a wider world. If you look at a map of Tamriel, which is the world of the whole Elder Scrolls, this particular path would probably head east towards the city of Blacklight in Morrowind. But unfortunately, there's no game in which that area of the world has made an appearance, so we can't go exploring to try and find the connection. The thing I really like about this path is that it's not just an invisible wall. I mean, it is, but it's also covered in snow, which gives it this little sort of excuse to be impassable. And if you look at it for long enough, it starts to feel like any day now. If you can just be patient enough, that snow might melt and you might be able to head to a new city just around the bend, which of course you can't, but it feels like you can. South of this point, we head back up into some mountains, and with a little bit of effort and a lot of patience, we get to our next point, the tallest mountain in Skyrim. Now, this isn't literally true. You can see right here the Throat of the World, which is actually the tallest mountain in Skyrim, but getting up to this little point on the map makes it feel a lot taller than the Throat of the World. Getting up to the top of the Throat of the World is really just a matter of holding forward on a thumbstick, but getting up here requires climbing and falling. It really feels like going up and up and up and finding a place to rest and then going up and up and up some more. It's almost maybe like Mount Everest versus K2. If you're a mountain fan. I don't know, shout out to all my mountain fans. You know, one of these mountains, Mount Everest, is technically higher and more culturally notable, but the other one just takes a lot more effort to get up. And for those that do it, it probably sticks in their mind a lot more. The actual edge of the map is behind us a little ways here, right about here. And it's a shame because it means we can't technically get up to that super high mountain over there, but you know, sometimes not being able to go somewhere is really what makes it special. I'm a huge fan of this little clearing in the mountains up here as well, and you'll find that if you spend a lot of time hopping around in the peaks and valleys that surround Skyrim, there are lots of little empty places like this to explore. There's never anything up here, of course, as far as gameplay is concerned, but you know, making your way up to one of these picturesque, lonely peaks is really something that every Skyrim player should, and probably has, done at some point. But if you haven't, you should go give it a try. The furthest east that anyone can get in continental Skyrim is where we're stopping next, and it's going to be today's mystery box, Giant's Grove. Technically, this isn't a place that I really consider part of Skyrim. If you look on the map, you can clearly see that the icon is indeed the furthest east icon, but this location isn't really a part of the main area of Skyrim. You can only get here by a series of loading screens through a cave. It's not exactly a place that's connected physically to everywhere else that we've looked, which means it's also not up against the edge of the world in the same way. It's the same for a lot of the other separate locations in this game, especially including locations from the DLC like Fort Dawnguard or Castle Volkelhar. Those places are technically further from the map than anywhere else we've looked, but they're also not actually on the map. The focus of this video wasn't so much about what places in the Skyrim canon are the most remote. I'm mostly interested in what types of things we'd find if we ran up against that artificial invisible barrier that every open world game must inevitably include, and none of those other locations would have been interesting in that context. Still, I know if I didn't mention them that people would be wondering why, so this is just me explaining myself to you. Giant's Grove still does have a great vibe, just not quite why we're here for this video. So if you walk south from the cave leading to Giant's Grove for a while, eventually you'll hit this stone path, and if you follow it for long enough, you'll go past Blackbriar Lodge and eventually down into this secluded area in the southeast corner of the map. All the way at the end of that path is our next stop, which I call the Autumnal Gate. This is another one of those wonderful border gateways that we've seen before, but where the other ones we've seen were in lifeless, snowy wastelands or out in the middle of the woods, this one here sits out in a beautiful, temperate autumn forest, yet somehow it feels even more secluded than the other ones. To get here, like I said, you've got to follow this stone pathway, and the gate itself is at the end of a long sort of valley in what ends up feeling like a dead end. But unlike a lot of the places we've looked at today, this place both doesn't feel like you're getting close to the edge of the world, but it also invites you to come this way. The path is clear, it's paved, it's not way up in some desolate mountains or way out in the middle of the woods. It's pretty close to buildings and caves and civilization. Everything about it feels more like a game. But then you get here and it's not. It's just an open gate that you can't get through. Just a little reminder that you're in a simulation. It feels like being, you know, that moment in a dream where you kind of realize that you're in a dream and you can either keep sleeping or you could force yourself to wake up. That's what I feel like when I come to this gate. The boundary itself is a few feet before the gate, meaning you can't get close enough to see through to the other side without a free cam, and I don't know exactly why, but this might be my favorite gate of them all. Just something about it is really sort of unassuming. We finally made it back around to the south edge of the map, right near where we began, and it's around here that we're going to make our final stop, where it all began. You may not realize it, but this final gate here is a hugely important place in your experience of Skyrim, and to show you, all I have to do is turn around and walk for a second. The first section of the path when you turn around and walk is desolate and snowy, pretty much no matter when you come, and there's not much to do up here, much like all the other locations around the edges of the map, and unlike the last place we were, it actually does kind of feel like you're getting close to somewhere kind of like a boundary when you get here. When the music is hitting just right, super snowy places like this in Skyrim really do make this game feel like the holidays to me. I know everyone has like a holiday thing, some piece of media that you like to consume around that time, and for me, I'm always unsure of what it is until I sit back down and play Skyrim. And I don't even necessarily just mean like cozy or nostalgic. I actually kind of mean like spiritually meaningful, almost religious-ish. A big part of that is just the aesthetic, the music, the northern lights, the snow, the setting, the burning fires, the cozy inns, the lack of social media, the melancholy loneliness of it all. Skyrim is silly. Video games are silly. But man, it never stops surprising me how when I'm not looking, they somehow sneak into my brain and take a seat right next to all of my biggest feelings. And it always kind of happens without me knowing, which is a way that I think video games are super different from other forms of art, where you're always kind of aware of how they're affecting you right when they are. Anyway, sorry, I started yapping for a second. This was almost like a 2023 Any Austin video, am I right? Yikes. Anyway, where were we? Oh, we're here. Do you recognize this place? No? Okay, what if I say this? Oh, hey, you're finally awake. That's right. If you follow the path from that gate that we were looking at the edge of the world, that path leads directly to here, which is where the journey of Skyrim begins with that iconic cutscene in the prisoner cart at the very beginning of the game. So when they say that they caught your character trying to cross the border at the start of the game, maybe they meant Skyrim's border back at that gate at the edge of the map, which is a fun little detail. But maybe in some way, what they actually meant was a different border. Maybe the border they caught you on was the border between reality and the video game. I'm Any Austin, thanks for watching.
Raise your hand if you've been scrolling around on Pinterest and accidentally stumbled upon an AI image. I was looking around on Pinterest at beautiful gowns, and I just kept noticing this AI hued some of the dresses. They just looked unrealistic, like no fabric could ever look like that in real life. No design could ever happen like that. No waist could be 10 inches. Even Violet Chachki cannot do that. And so brought on the question, could these AI designed dresses exist in real life? That is what we're gonna figure out today. Hey everyone, so today we are doing a very exciting video. In this video, I paid real life seamstresses to make dresses based off of AI generated dresses. So if you're wondering how this video concept came to be, I was scrolling around on Pinterest looking at gowns, and I kept noticing every couple dresses had that AI tinge to it. You know, that glow, or when the fabric just looks too soft to be real, the design's so intricate. Like AI can be really tricky, and sometimes you can't tell when something's AI, but sometimes you can tell. And I felt like while I was on Pinterest, I was noticing a lot of AI looking dresses. They're just so grand and crazy and unrealistic. They're almost giving Hunger Games capital, but times 1,000. And I was like, why is my entire feed AI dresses right now? Like, I don't understand. And then when I thought that, I was thinking, I wonder what these dresses designed by AI, super unrealistic, would look like in real life. And now we're here. If you do not know what AI is, maybe your name is Patrick, maybe you live under a rock, and maybe you live in Bikini Bottom, but I'll explain it to you anyways. AI is artificial intelligence. When I Google what is AI, I get the AI overview, and it says, artificial intelligence is creating computer systems and machines that can perform tasks requiring human intelligence, such as learning, solving problems, recognizing patterns, making decisions. So in the instance of this video, these AI designed dresses were on Pinterest even when I wasn't seeking out AI designed dresses. They were just showing up on my main feed. And I mean, these AI designed dresses, they are gorgeous. There's no denying that. They often defy the odds of gravity, and the colors and glow is just like so not real life. I am so excited to see what these dress designers made based on these AI photos, because again, they're super unrealistic. They aren't real life. So what are they gonna look like in real life? Let's do it. There are literally so many AI dresses on Pinterest, so I just went through and basically favorited some of them, and I'm gonna pick out 3. The first dress, we're gonna call this one the whimsical mermaid dress, because I feel like it's giving mermaid and it feels whimsical. We could also call it the holy crap Violet Chachki can you even breathe, because like that waist is literally 15 inches. Obviously this one's gonna have a very fitted corset with off the shoulder kind of like sweetheart top. It gets very complicated from the waist down with this almost like wet looking fabric. Even just the color combination, like this looks impossible to make. To me, this is impossible. Okay, before we can talk more about these outrageous AI design dresses, let's talk about these beautiful, amazing, affordable pieces that I got from ThredUp, which just so happened to be the sponsor of today's video, so thank you to them. ThredUp is an online consignment and thrift store, and I am not joking when I say it makes up 90% of my closet at this point. You guys always ask where this shirt is from when I wear it in videos, and it's from ThredUp. And another ThredUp piece I wear all the time is this one. It's even the top in my profile picture on YouTube. But I also love closet staples from ThredUp, and that's where I'm talking about this black turtleneck. I love that it's comfortable enough that I can wear it lounging around the house, but I can also dress it up to be casually worn going out, and even it can be dressed up enough to be a holiday party look. These are some of my favorite like dress up boots. The estimated retail was $75 and I got it for $7, and I can wear it so many different ways. I went so long without having a pair of black jeans, but when I found this pair on ThredUp, they fit great, they're long enough, they're comfortable, the waist is perfectly fitted, the length is perfectly fitted. Look how good those fit. Are you kidding me? And these again, I can wear very casually, and I can also dress them up. And as we're moving into holiday season, I'm thinking a lot about holiday party looks. Since we're talking about holiday parties, I want to take a second to show you my favorite holiday party dress that I've ever gotten on ThredUp. I can literally search red sparkly dress with a turtleneck, and there will be so many options, and they'll all be in my size because I've inputted my sizes. And if you still feel like you don't want to check out ThredUp, I literally did the shopping for you with these collections that I made. Grandma Energy. Cute grandma pieces in there. All my holiday sparkly dresses and Christmas sweaters. Ballin' on a budget. Everything in here is under $20 and super cute. If I have finally enticed you to check out ThredUp, make sure to click my link and use my code MIA50 for 50% off your first order and free shipping. Now that we have the closet staples and the holiday party stuff covered, we can check out the AI design dresses. Second AI generated dress that I chose is this one. We'll call it the Princess Ruffle dress, because it's a big ball gown with ruffles. It's that princess style. It's one of the more casual ones, and when I was picking dresses, I wanted to have one that I felt like could be easily made. And by easily, I don't mean this is an easy dress to make. I just mean like these fabrics could be found, this ruffle could be made, like this is doable. The third and final AI dress that I chose for this video, this one is going to be so difficult. We're gonna call this light green medieval fairy. It feels like if there was like a folklore tale of a Tinkerbell equivalent flying into medieval times, they would be wearing this dress. The beading, the detail, the florals, the ruffles, the sleeves, the neckline, I wouldn't even know where to begin with making this. This is an outrageous dress. I have no idea what this is gonna charge. This is gonna be a pretty penny. Okay, so now that we have our 3 projects, let's zero in on ordering the first one. So I was sending out a lot of emails to different dressmakers to see who could do a project like this, and a brand came to mind that we've reviewed on the channel quite a few years ago, I think almost like 5 or 6 years ago. I don't know, but it was called Lunds.com, and they specialize in making custom dresses. So on their site you can start a new customization for a dress. So I submitted the photo, and then I just basically wrote the details of it. I disclosed that the photo was made with AI, and then I gave a timeline and also a budget. For this dress, I said $2,500. I had no idea how much this dress would be, but just considering it's a custom dress, I didn't want to do too low of a budget where they couldn't make it. So I just did like a big budget. And then I got a message back that said, thanks for submitting the new customization. And then a few questions like, is the dress floor length? Does it have a zipper? And also they were wondering if I could send more photos, which I don't have any more photos because it's just the one photo that flew onto my Pinterest feed. And it was really cool because immediately we got working on the color story. So they basically sent some of the flowers that they have as options that looked similar, and then they were giving the fabric options that they were thinking about. So this like light purple on the side and then the cream in the middle. And they even were sending some like iridescent options and which ones they thought was a good idea. It really gives you a good idea of what they're going to be doing and how much they're honing in on the design. This isn't sponsored by Lunds, and neither was my other video I did, but I am impressed with what they're doing here. So we did quite a bit of back and forth about the dress, and it turned out the quote was $850 US, which is about 1,200 Canadian, so that's well in the budget. So I ordered this dress on April 23rd, and on August 28th, it was shipped out. They actually do send photos of the dress for you to approve, but I was like, approve, because I didn't want to see it before unboxing in the video because I want to be surprised along with you. So I do have the dress here. Let us see how they did designing this dress based off of this AI image. Ah! Oh my goodness. Okay, let's open this. Sometimes with nice dresses, they'll ship them inside out. So is my hands... What the heck is under my nail? Okay, I gotta flip it. Oh my goodness. This literally is the most perfect fabric. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, they killed this. I feel like AI photos always have that like glowy hue to them. And I feel like this in real life dress really shows that huey glow look with the fabric they chose, like this iridescent base fabric. Even down to the fact that there is 1 orange flower, 2, 1 purple, and then the blue down the side. They even mimicked the placement of the flowers. And the way they finished this dress on the bottom is so pretty. Look at that. If I was like hyper analyzing this, the only thing I would say is that these blue flowers are a couple shades deeper than the product photo. I mean, you're splitting hairs at that point. Like, they did an amazing job with this. This is like a very intricate, difficult to make dress. Like, I can't believe how good this turned out. I'm gonna put my back into this and I'm gonna steam this before I try it on. That's how serious I am about this video. I'm gonna bring out the steamer. Also, I guess the cat's out of the bag. I'm wearing sweatpants shorts. I wanted to try putting it on the mannequin first just so I could really like look it up and down without it being on me. Other than the blue flowers, the only other thing is this gold is a little bit darker than the bodice, whereas I think in the photo it's the exact same tone. For old time's sake, let's jump into it. Ready? Okay. Whew. Oh, this is a new installation. We've swapped clothes. That's so funny. It was a lot of work to dress this mannequin. It feels like kind of costumey, but like in the best way possible. Like, this is very much giving fresh out of water. I have it clipped slightly on the back, but honestly, I don't even really think I need it. Like, it's fitting really well. It might be like a teeny bit big in the waist, but nothing serious. Now, I will say on Lunds, you can get the dress like custom made to your exact measurements, but I just went with a generic size 2 because I know that's close to my sizing, and I didn't want it to be custom because I felt like I was probably going to be giving these dresses to you. We'll talk about that later in this video. You guys, I am gonna be brave and I am gonna be strong, and I'm gonna give away 2 of the 3 dresses from this video, so make sure to stay till the end. It's of course free to enter, you just have to subscribe and enter on the Google form. And on the back is just a zipper, so it's like super easy to get into. And I like the way that this just rolls over. I actually, when I put it on, I was trying to unroll this. I was like, what the heck, it's like permanently tangled. But it's just to create that rolling design. It's actually really pretty. And I feel like any sort of movement with this iridescent fabric makes the light like bounce off of it. It feels like, oh my gosh, wait a second. I just, what is happening back here? A piece is coming off, look. I just like pulled that and a hem is coming loose. See, it's like supposed to be attached. My favorite details of this dress is definitely this boned corset with the off the shoulder, and then these like loaves of fabric on the side, and of course the iridescence of it. It really encompasses the glow of the picture and also like the underwater mermaid part. Like, doesn't that look like a jellyfish? I think they did an amazing job turning this AI generated dress into a real life creation. All right, come here. That's nice. That's really pretty. It's so different. It's based off the AI photo. Okay. So this is all they had to work off of. They killed it, hey? Holy. Ready? Like, you know when people do those photo shoots where they have to like move the fabric? Yeah. Like, if this is the dress we're starting at, I am so excited to see the other 2. For this first AI design dress, I'm gonna put this in 2nd place. I think there will be something to dethrone it, so I'm not even gonna give it the satisfaction of being first for even a second. I'm sorry. I also want to mention to you guys that one of the dresses that I attempted to purchase, they couldn't make because it was like way too outlandish. It was this like mermaid siren look. It's clearly AI, it almost looks animated. There was a lot of going back and forth about this dress, and they said, thank you for your trust. We are unable to customize this dress for you and we apologize. So they like put their foot down on this one. It was like too crazy. So basically all that to say, they won't just say yes to any dress, they have to actually feel like they're able to make it. Okay, then the ordering process of the number 2 dress. This is the one I wasn't really worried about. I kind of was like, if they're making like wedding dresses, I feel like this dress is doable. Same process, starting a new customization, putting the photo in. Hi there, I would like a long sleeve puffy dress like the picture above with different tiered layers to the skirt. This dress photo was created using AI, so I know it won't be exact, but whatever you could make as close as possible to this dress would be amazing. And it was really cool because they came back immediately with some color swatches for me to look at and lining it up with the fabric and the tulle. So this one here, that one there. And the quote was $885 US, so about $1,200, which is again in budget. I ordered this dress on April 14th. They were done at July 4th, but I didn't get the package in my hands until August 24th because the postal service went wild. I am no stranger to ordering things online, and I have never had something like this happen with the package, and I don't blame Lunds because they've never had this happen either. It was something really weird, and honestly, not to put blame, but I blame the postal service. Which I get it, you got a lot going on, that's fine, but you still lost my package. So basically, instead of charging me customs, it just like sat in the warehouse and I think it got lost. Like, that's my theory. We called probably like 12 times and talked to 12 different people over the course of like 2 weeks. Hang up, wait 2 days, no email. This happened back to back to back to back to back. And one time I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna get in my car, I'm gonna drive 8 hours, and I'm gonna come there and pick it up. And the person on the phone was like, no, don't do that because it's not actually here. And I was like, where is it then? Because like a $1,200 dress is sitting lost. And I'm not kidding, this went on for like 3 weeks until finally I accepted that I wasn't gonna get the dress. I was like, you know what? It's in a dumpster somewhere, like I'm never gonna see this dress. And then one freaking Tuesday afternoon, I get a box on the door. It's like wrapped in tape like 100 times, and it's the dress. So yeah, let me grab it. Oh my God. I don't know why I insist on throwing these into the air so it looks like I'm getting tossed them from high heaven. I just do. All right, it's very packed up. I feel like as soon as I cut into this, it's gonna like explode. This is like a ton of fabric pushed down into this little bag. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Oh my gosh, look at this. Again, it's inside out. Let me flip it. Oh my gosh. Look at that skirt. The way that moves, I literally don't even know how to utilize this upper angle because this dress is so huge. We have the burgundy red ruffle into the mauve, into the white tulle, which this is really cool because underneath the white tulle, there's like a purpley tulle, which I never even really noticed, but that is true in the photo. This is stunning. A little bit more subdued of the AI dresses that I saw, but this one is just like, it has wow factor. You know what this is reminding me of? Do you guys remember when we tried the Ariana Grande dress, like gray one? It's reminding me of that. Reveal. I didn't actually put on the mannequin. I was too lazy. But okay, let's hop into it. This time I'm thinking High School Musical jump. Oh my gosh. Whew. Let me move this. But spoiler, I think the seamstress might have ate this one. Look at this. Look at the way this dress moves. I just like love how the top is just like a simple turtleneck with the puffy sleeve. And then it cuts into this crazy, big, bodacious ball gown. When I look at this next to the AI generated photo, I don't see much difference. Like they really picked the perfect colors. It is totally giving that Ariana Grande dress where it's like, I have nowhere to wear this dress, but I want to keep it. I do have my hoop skirt on standby. Let's put it on just to see. Oh my gosh, I think I've got it. Oh my gosh. Look at all this dress. Like, are you kidding me? This is like a Met Gala dress. Okay, when I'm looking at the AI generated photo, I would say everything in the photo is slightly more muted. The burgundy on the bottom, the mauve, it's just slightly more muted, but I dare to say the colors in this, I like more. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. I don't think it needs the circle skirt though. Let me try to get it off, hold on. It's not every day where my background is too small for a dress. Usually a big dress can fit here. Ooh. Wow. You came in right when I was saying. Oh my, that's nice. Oh wow. Oh yeah, you look like a birthday cake. Like you're like the Barbie that you stick the legs into the cake. Yes, the dress. Totally. This dress has puffy sleeves, long sleeves, and a turtleneck and ruffles. So yeah, this is going first place. I don't think this will be dethroned, but we'll see. Okay, so the third and final dress, the dress that I think is going to be the most difficult, even though it's short, so by rights it's not as much fabric, it's so detailed, I think it's gonna be the most difficult one. This dress inspiration is created using AI. I love the mesh with pearls on it and the light pink florals, a short style dress with some ruffles in light green like the colors in the photo, as well as the puffy long sleeves. So then with this one, they said, we apologize, the AI images are very beautiful, but due to our factory's production schedule, they couldn't accept it. And I kind of just put in a date to put in a date. I wasn't like super picky. I knew I wanted this video to go out in November, but like I didn't need it June. So I told them that and they were like, it'll take 1 to 2 months to produce and it would be $1,050 US. That's the most expensive dress, $1,450. So my theory on this one being the most difficult based on the price is true. And shockingly enough with this dress, they didn't send any like color swatches or types of material for me to choose between like in the other dresses. I kind of didn't see anything until the very end when they sent the picture to approve, which I covered to the best of my ability. I will say on this one, it kind of jump scared me. Like I clicked on it, I didn't realize it would be in the millisecond that I saw it, it looked gorgeous. So I can't wait to see it. Pulls pulls my back when I catch it. Oh, I think there might be some hand beading on here. Are you seeing that? Is that hand beaded? Oh my god. Oh my god. Also, for anybody, because I know there's gonna be a few of you who are like,
well, they probably put a little extra into it because they thought maybe it'd be in a video.
I ordered these dresses from a not Mia Maples email and with an alias name, so there's no way they would have known it was me or that it could end up in a video. Oh my gosh, it's heavy. So much beading. Wow. Just wow. This neck piece with these pearls, with this lace piece and these flowers up here. You've got these bows stitched on the arms, down the bodice with the flowers, and then this like beads. I think this is hand stitched on, and this sleeve is gorgeous. It's like a bell sleeve with this pearl tulle. This skirt is so full with the flowers dripping down and then into this really thick ruffle. This ruffle is literally 3 pieces of fabric, not to mention then another piece, another piece, another one, another one, another one. This in real life is prettier than the AI photo. Reveal. I love the combination of green and pink. Maybe because they're my 2 favorite colors. I don't know, but I'm excited to get into this one. I'm gonna try and jump in this. I don't remember how I jumped, so hopefully that lined up. There is so much to take in with this dress. Like, the amount of ruffle layers to this skirt is ridiculous. Like, you literally don't need an underskirt with these dresses. They've like accounted for it in the amount and mass of layers. This is what's blowing me away. These hand-sewn beads and all this detail. I actually can see where this is supposed to be sewn on. It still has like a little needle in it. Oh, see, that one didn't get, oh no. Okay, I'm gonna leave that in there. Taking a really close look at the AI generated photo, I honestly feel like there is nothing they missed. Like, it is so detailed. There is no confusion as to why this was the most expensive dress, because although it's shorter, it has so much going on. The one thing I will say is it is longer than I expected it to be. I think I thought it was gonna be like up here, but it's almost between short and T-length, which I think is really cutesy. And I mean, come on, turtleneck, long sleeve green, check, check, check. Here's what it looked like. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. It's so, like, it's spot on. And the fact that they were able to make it in real life, I mean, like, this is some talent, people. Yes. This is so difficult because I feel like this might have to dethrone #1. This might be first. I mean, the detail work, the bead work, and also just how much it looks like the photo, these dressmakers went off. Whenever I see AI dresses on Pinterest or casually when I'm scrolling around online, I always am just like, that could never be in real life. But these dressmakers proved me wrong. They brought these visions to life above and beyond the AI picture. Especially this one, where I thought this would be impossible, they were like, bet. So although I was curious to see these Pinterest AI dresses that just kept showing up on my feed, I do think it is best to hire a real human being dress designer and dressmaker. I mean, obviously in this video, the dressmaker was a real person. I don't think AI can sew yet. But yeah, these designs were all AI, but they were made by real dressmakers. So not sponsored by Lunds, but I had a really great experience with them designing my custom pieces. I am gonna part with 1 or 2 of them. I know. It is literally taking every ounce of self-control to not keep all 3 of these dresses, but I have decided that sharing is caring. And so I am going to keep 1 of the dresses. I am torn though, if I should keep the roughly tiered one or if I should keep the green one. So I'm gonna make a Google entry form for all 3 of them, and then I'm gonna keep 1 of them. So let me know in the comments down below which one I should keep. I'm really, really torn. Also, this is what I look like while I'm filming this audio snippet. this is the person who's trying to keep all 3 dresses. And before you leave, don't forget to check out ThredUp and use my code MIA50 for 50% off your first order and free shipping. They've got holiday dresses and closet staples, all for an amazing price. I will link the Google form in the description. Make sure to subscribe and enter for that dress if you're interested in it. As always, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. It's been an honor and a privilege spending this time together, and I will see you in the next one. Bye!
This video is brought to you by one of my day jobs, which is that I work at a company called Complexly. Complexly is a company that I co-founded with my brother. We make a bunch of different shows like SciShow and Crash Course and Eons and Bizarre Beasts. It's all over YouTube, and the goal is to have like a team of people who work really hard to make sure that there's good information that people want to get. So they're not stuck with the bad information that happens to be on the platforms where people are. Complexly is a bunch of people, and our budget is quite a diverse pie. But the biggest piece of that pie is audience support. People who buy the Crash Course coin or their Patreon patrons, or they get the SciShow postcard. This is a really big part of how Complexly is able to do its work. And right now is the Learn-A-Thon, the Complexly-wide fundraiser, so that we have money that isn't confined to a show. We can spend it on new projects. We can put it where it's most needed. We can use it to try and do interesting and exciting things that I can't tell you about. I'm sorry. But if you want to check it out, complexlylearnathon.com, there's a link in the description, because that stuff just does not work without audience support. Okay, now, to the video. I saw some folks on the internet saying that the people who robbed the Louvre were idiots. And I also saw people saying that the people in charge of the museum security were idiots. And I was like, what a surprise. People on the internet have opinions. But I did kind of want to figure out what I actually thought about it, because ultimately, you know, I hope everybody has a good time. That's the take I really believe in. I just hope everybody has a good time with the heists. Nobody got hurt. You know, a little bit of French history may have been lost, but we lose history. That happens. But as I looked more and more into it, I started to think maybe the criminals were kind of geniuses here. Like, they did all kinds of things that I would not have expected. I imagine a heist as like a black clothes, under the cover of night, rappelling from skylights, blow-darting security guards, Splinter Cell type situation. And this was the exact opposite. It was timed for there to be people in the building so that security would have a first priority beyond the jewels. They pulled up in a ladder truck wearing high visibility outfits, because sometimes visible is more invisible. And they also, I hadn't thought about this, they went after items that had intrinsic value. Like the Mona Lisa, obviously priceless, but if you cut it into a bunch of little pieces until it's unrecognizable, that's trash. Jewels and metals can be cut down and melted, resulting in objects that are obviously far less valuable than they would be in their original form, but still might be worth tens of millions of dollars. And then I started thinking, like, maybe these high-value targets were kept in a very distant part of the museum, far away from the entrance, so that they wouldn't be easy to, like, grab and run away with. Maybe that resulted in security being a little lax about it. Maybe they hadn't even considered somebody coming in through the wall. Maybe the doofs and the Paris police didn't understand the security vulnerability they had, and the criminals found, like, a kind of unpatched exploit. Turns out I was wrong about all of that, because you know what I did? I thought, I have no idea how any of this works, but I do know somebody who does. Sherry Davidoff is a friend of mine. Weirdly, we live in the same Montana town, but she is also a security expert, the head of LMG Security, and the subject of the book Breaking and Entering: The Extraordinary Story of a Hacker Called Alien. And like, being the subject of a book is so much more cool than like writing a book. Until that book came out, Alien was well known in some circles, but no one knew that Sherry and Alien were the same person, which I find very cool. So I texted her and I asked if she had Louvre thoughts, and she said yes, she certainly did. And so I had a conversation with her, and during that conversation, I discovered that there was an unpatched exploit, but it was not at all the one I thought it would be. More than that, though, there was a network of trade-offs, completely out of my view, that both criminals and security experts are well aware of. And the biggest mistake security made might have been something I heard no one talk about at all: the leak of a security audit.
So hacking back at MIT started off as something you like physically went and did. There was a midnight coffee house club. We all met at the coffee house, and we would go essentially find places to break into. And this card is actually really useful for carding a door open, but I had to dig it up because I remembered the very first method of entry is knock first.
Absolutely.
And in a lot of ways, I feel like that relates to what's happening at the Louvre, because literally these guys are out there with like high visibility vests and hard hats. And they're like, la, 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 we're going to drive up to the building. They're not like dressed in black with ski masks going in the dark of night, because that looks really suspicious.
I started to think to myself, like, what was genius about what happened here? Like, what was a failure on the part of security? And what was genius on the part of the thieves? And I kept having ideas, and then I kept thinking to myself, I know nothing about this, but I know someone who does. So one of the things that you do or have done in your job is actually testing the physical safety of a space by breaking into it, not with permission, like no one knows you're about to do it, but you have been given the task of test our security, don't tell us how you're going to do it, just get us. So you've done this a lot. And wildly enough, you live in my town. I know you. We're friends. We're not in the same. We could have recorded this in the same room, but it's actually easier just to do it online.
That's harder.
I could walk to your office right now. So I wanted to test out some of my thinking on you, so you could tell me how I'm thinking about things wrong. And also I wanted to sort of ask you this first question, which is, why do I love this so much?
Oh, because it's
I like,
exciting.
yeah, I want to.
It's so fun to steal things, Hank. You should try it sometime. Yeah, like the first time. And by the way, these days I do only steal things with permission.
Yeah.
And these days, when I break into things, they're mostly digital.
Yeah.
Or we also do on-site social engineering. We have actually broken into some really famous buildings here at LMG. I mean, not here at LMG, but our team has around the country.
Yeah.
But primarily through social engineering, because, for exactly that reason, it's easier to break in when things are open and when people are walking around and it looks less suspicious.
Mm-hmm.
I did start off as a physical penetration tester, though, and that sounds dirty, but it isn't. It is where you physically break into buildings and write reports about it, which is half really interesting and half, a boring report writing job.
Is it not terrifying?
No, it's not.
I would be so scared.
I mean, I guess it could be for some people, but I find it fun.
Okay.
First of all, you always have a limited amount of time. So it's really different than being a real robber. I think that's the part that's nerve-wracking, because I'm like, all right, I have like 8 hours in this city where I can stake this place out and make my plan. And the more I did it, the more I realized I could spend more and more time on reconnaissance, because if I do a good job, breaking in and getting out has to be fast.
Yeah.
And there were times where I'd break in and get out and I'd be like, wow, it's 9:05. I have the whole rest of the day. And they picked my favorite time. Like when people go in is like the best time, in my opinion, to rob a place that people go into and out of.
I once tried to get to tailgate at Google headquarters just because I didn't have a way to get into a place where there was a phone charger, entirely without any interest in industrial espionage. But I was just like, I look like a Google employee, right? And I tried to tailgate this person, and they immediately got me.
Ooh.
I just needed to charge my phone. I needed to get an Uber, and I didn't know how to get home otherwise.
See, you could have been getting paid for that if you were in my industry.
Yeah, I'm sure that they do lots of that, which is why they're so good at stopping. Tailgating is when you like don't have a badge and you just sort of walk in after someone. I saw a TikTok that was like, whatever's going on at the Louvre right now, I wish everyone the best. I hope that the criminals have a good time. I hope that the police have a good time.
Oh, how nice.
This is kind of how I feel about it. The French government and police are not feeling that way about this. So let's start with what went right here for the criminals. Like what were they smart about?
Okay, well, they were smart about the speed.
Gotcha.
I'd say that's number one. And that is the number one lesson I've learned in my life as a penetration tester is you got to be in and out. So I think that was really smart. And they also capitalized on inherent weaknesses that I'm sure the Louvre team themselves had wrestled with.
Mm-hmm.
They knew that the Louvre was not impenetrable.
Sure.
They knew that it had security weaknesses, and they were balancing that with the need for traffic to go down that road in front and the need for the Louvre to be beautiful and accessible to people as well.
And safe, like, too. I always think about security door or like fire doors where you're like, oh my God, I got to put a door legally every certain number of feet. And like, what does that do to security?
Yeah, but I keep hearing over and over that the Louvre wasn't built for security. And that actually has made me laugh because the Louvre was built for security.
Sure, it was a palace.
Yeah, it was a defensive fortress. It was just built for security in 1190. So it's a little bitty bit dated.
Yeah.
And there's actually a whole exhibit about the Louvre's original structure. And that actually gives you, I mean, I would be shocked if the criminals didn't go through that exhibit taking notes about, just the whole structure of the Louvre.
How do you know whether or not you can buzzsaw through the side of a building? That seems a little tricky to me. It's probably it's a old defensive fortress. They went in by cutting through the building, right?
But they did it very quickly. I mean, my guess is we do know 2 of the criminals were apprehended. My expectation is we will learn more about their backgrounds.
Yeah.
But the fact that their DNA was on file somewhere suggests to me that they may be experienced criminals. Perhaps they have a track record. Perhaps they've tried these things before. Certainly, if I were the criminals, I would test it out on something first.
You just build a wall and start cutting through it. I mean, this movie's going to be so good, Sherry. I'm going to love this movie.
I feel like jewel heists maybe have been done. I don't know.
Oh, but like there's always another way to do it. Another question I have, what I hadn't considered is the target. So you think about stealing the Mona Lisa. This is a terrible idea.
How are you going to make money?
What good is the Mona Lisa? How do you sell that to someone? It's only like good as like collateral for some international crime boss,
Yeah.
It's only bragging rights. I recognize that the crown jewels of Napoleon's wife or whatever it is that got stolen are more valuable in situ. Like they're more valuable with the provenance, with like the story of what they are. But like you can melt down that stuff and it's worth money. You can cut gems into other sizes and they're worth money. Do you think that the people who do this, they think about the difference between the kinds of things they have to protect? Like if there is something that on its own could be worth tens of millions of dollars, even for parts, regardless of its historical background, do they think about that differently? And do they like keep it in parts of the museum that are less accessible?
That's exactly the question I think that a lot of experts have been asking, or is that really the gallery you want to keep the crown jewels in? Yes, it's valuable, but we know it's less protected. In fact, in 1976, there was already a theft from the same gallery in a very similar way because it's right out there on the street. And it's not like in some interior part of the building. So I think that's a really good point. And yeah, I mean, if you were the criminal, what would you steal? You probably wouldn't go for the awesome, but not as valuable on the black market pottery. The Mona Lisa might be, maybe you could sell that to like Vladimir Putin or somebody. I don't know.
I'm not selling anything to Vladimir Putin because I value my life.
Good. Yeah. Okay. That's good. I'm glad we have this on record. But yeah, they're going to cut down those jewels. They may already have started the process of melting things down. And I was talking to my colleague, Divya Olav, who, by the way, has written 3 books on lockpicking. He's amazing. And he was wondering if, this will start a trend of like microscopic etching into jewels so that they're easier to identify.
Yeah.
He was like, I wonder if they've already been etched. Probably not. So I think we're going to see some security trends coming out of this, as we have seen in past events as well.
This also happened, I think, to some people's surprise, while the museum was open. But now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, what a great exploit, because now you have a bunch of stuff that matters a lot that isn't the jewels, which are the people, the tourists, the people walking around. And so security has a first priority that is not the thing that you want.
Yeah, and the first thing they did was they closed that gallery. And the idea was the thieves can't escape that way, and it keeps the people safe, but it also makes it harder for security to come in that way, So there's that tug of war.
Yeah, but they also could escape because there was a hole in the building.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly the problem. Yes, they made a hole.
I just think about like the time it takes to get down the truck, because those things don't move fast.
That was amazing.
Those lifts.
Did you see the video?
Oh no, there's a video of it like going down.
Oh yeah, and they're like, dude, it's like that scene in the Blues Brothers where they run and then they get in the elevator and it's like dun dun dun. dun.
Just listening to the girl from Ipanema. All of this to me is adding up to some smart things going on here. Number one, get stuff that like the value isn't contingent upon it being in the current shape or form that it is in.
Yes, 100%.
2, do it during daylight hours so that there's like a screen. You've got security worrying more about the people, which I think is, the correct thing. Very 2025, probably maybe in 1950 or 1920, screw the tourists, start shooting immediately. But nowadays we value the lives of the people maybe more than we once did. So when I was talking to you about this, I was like, man, they must have thought these jewels are so far from any entrance or exit, there's no way for you to get them. And you were like, no. They knew about this vulnerability.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've had multiple security audits, in fact, since the new director came on board in 2021. So not only have they known their issues, they actually made an announcement that the Louvre would be going through security overhauls.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, I wonder if that triggered the criminals to act now. Like, oh, okay, we know there's security issues. We know they're not implemented yet, or that the solutions aren't implemented.
Yeah.
Let's act now and strike before there's new security, right? I mean, wouldn't you do that if you were the criminal with our bad guy hats on here?
Yes, I got to put my bad guy hat on. Absolutely. I would do the jewel thief. I think that I'd be the kind of criminal who would do things very quietly and make sure I felt safe the whole time until getting caught and then suddenly being in trouble.
I've seen you get up on stage, and I bet that was very scary for you to talk about cancer for the first time.
Yeah, I think that's totally the same.
You like to push yourself, push yourself.
All right. I'll imagine myself holding a concrete saw and threatening a security guard
Yes.
with it.
Yes.
Am I missing anything else in terms of what was smart here? And what has changed in the last 20 or 30 years that the security audits didn't pick up on or anything like that?
Oh, I mean, there's so much. One thing to note also, though, is that the criminals were not equal in their skills. And in fact, eyewitness reports say one of the criminals cut very easily into one of the boxes with the jewels in it, and the other one kind of like hacked away at it. And then one of the criminals, leaped into the getaway box thing that went down the ladder, and the other one just kind of dove really fast. There's push and pull that the Louvre staff, they had to make some important decisions because on the one hand, they could have made it even harder for criminals to break into those boxes, but they also wanted to make sure that firefighters could smash them in the event of a fire and take out the jewels. And we have that challenge with security all the time. You mentioned fire doors and safety.
Wow.
And there's always a push and pull between safety measures and security, keeping people out and letting them out.
Because one thing that somebody who runs a library or a museum or anywhere where important stuff is, you're much more likely to lose stuff to a fire or some other sort of destructive thing than you are to lose it to theft.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have to plan for all of those disasters, not just one kind.
I assume that the Louvre security folk know about a lot of different potential vulnerabilities they have, and they have to weigh those vulnerabilities. How are they going to deal with those individual things? Do you think that this ranked fairly high on their list of worries?
I mean, that's an interesting question. They have invested a lot in security staff who are mostly focused on the central entrance. And I had the opportunity to be there in May of this year and saw that, they did a pretty good job.
Wow, I immediately suspect you're involved.
No, not involved. Yeah, I mean, watching how they corralled large masses of people is actually really helpful for understanding where they were investing their resources, because I'm sure their security staff are probably trained to deal with the homeless, to deal with people who are drunk, to deal with people who are trying to touch the statues or graffiti something. There's the pop and crackle and all the everyday lower security issues. But something of this magnitude doesn't happen nearly as often. And so they're not investing as much in dealing with the trained crew that comes up in a bucket truck from outside. We're always evaluating risk, and risk is a factor that involves likelihood of something happening and the potential impact if it happens. So this was higher impact, low likelihood, and they see a lot of low impact, high likelihood things all the time, if that makes sense.
Yeah. You mostly think about penetration, but less about sort of like what you do once the heist is done, I imagine. Like how much planning goes into what happens after?
I have a surprise for you. I'm also a certified forensic investigator.
Okay.
And have spent a lot of time, at least on the network side, analyzing how you respond and what happens next. That certainly applies here. Number one, I thought a lot about the fact that things have changed so much in the past decade. The fact that they got a helmet and a vest and they extracted strands of hair and they got the DNA and they were able to look in a database and find two of the criminals.
Yeah.
They didn't have to trace the path. They didn't have to find, a license plate or whatever. They were literally able to say, we're going to identify this person.
Yeah.
And then find where the person with that identity is before they leave the country. So I think that's going to have some ripple effects as to how criminals behave in the aftermath. I think we're going to see criminals focusing more on getting away even more quickly because they did have time. They could have left the country in the time that they had.
Yeah.
And I'm guessing they just didn't feel like they needed to.
But do you think that the first step is to start disassembling the gems and stuff?
Again, let's put our bad guy hats on. You probably want to make those those stolen items as untraceable as possible as quickly as you can. So my guess is they're already thinking, and they probably planned ahead, how are they going to cut those gems? How are they going to melt down, whatever metals they can so that they're not recognizable? Because the last thing you want is to be flying to a non-extradition country with like a crown in your suitcase.
Yeah, no, I think probably security would catch the crown.
Yeah, no, I just wear that for fun.
It's pure gold, though.
I'm going to mail it FedEx to my friend, Vladimir Putin.
I mean, another interesting exploit is like scooters in Paris.
Yes.
Everything's got cameras all over it now, but you can go a lot faster on a scooter than you can go on anything else. Very hard to chase someone, and then also very easy to switch from one vehicle to another or, go to some blind spot.
I was shocked when the CEO of that health insurance company was murdered in New York City, that it took as long as it did to track down the attacker because of the network of cameras that we have.
Yeah.
I am sure there have been a lot of postmortem meetings about that. But you're right, the scooter can go really fast. And certainly if it's possible for a man to escape on foot, I would imagine it's possible for a scooter to escape as well. And, at some point your criminal is going to ditch it. But can we talk about vehicles more? Because I think that's maybe the most interesting piece of this.
Oh, okay. Hit me with vehicle stuff.
Okay, so when I was talking to Deviant, he mentioned the Oklahoma City bombing when Timothy McVeigh drove a vehicle up to a federal building in Oklahoma City and blew it up. He pointed out that since that time, if you go to a federal building now, what do you see? Barriers, barricades.
Yeah.
You can't drive a truck up to a federal building. It just created this whole new process where if there's a federal building, they have now installed barricades. And so I agree with him. I think we're going to start to see major landmarks, including museums, looking at doing that because if it's possible, again, it's hard. It's on a really big street. But the fact that they were able to drive a vehicle up to the museum, especially with a freaking ladder, a bucket truck all the way up. And I'm actually a little bit shocked that there weren't more concerns about that was not immediately causing some kind of warning. Because you want to make sure any vehicle in an environment like that is clearly identifiable. It's not just like dudes in hard hats, cool, we're all good. It should have been a very visible permit. And ideally, you want to have that gated off and somebody has to, let them in if they genuinely have to do work. So I think we've already seen that happening at federal buildings in the U.S. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see that at major museums as well.
I mean, do you think of these things kind of in the same context, like physical penetration versus, like what is traditionally now thought of as hacking, where it's all about access to computer systems, often and usually remotely. Do you think of this as like, Timothy McVeigh kind of found a 0-day exploit? All you got to do is buy a bunch of fertilizer. That's available. All you got to do is drive up to the side of the building. That's nobody's thought that somebody might do this yet. And then once that exploit is known, you start to see the patches roll out with new barriers, et cetera.
Yeah, I think that's a great analogy. In cybersecurity, we would call that TTPs. So that's the attacker's tactics. And often we see a new tactic getting tried out, and attackers will start to use that once they see that it's effective. So all of a sudden, they're calling you as an IT scammer, and hey, that worked. They're going to call you again and again and again, and all of a sudden you see a rash of those. So don't be surprised if we see another bucket truck incident. If it worked once, maybe it'll work again, and attackers are going to copy that. They're not afraid to steal ideas.
I think about this with 9/11 all the time, where it was like, wow, that was just there. Box cutters, and everybody thought that a hijacked plane meant they were going to ransom off the plane, not that the plane would become a weapon.
Yeah, I find 9/11 interesting as well. I don't know if you know this, but my first job out of high school was working for the bank in New York. And I grew up in New Jersey. So I would take the PATH train into the World Trade Center. I would come up, and then I would walk like a block to my office on Barclay Street. And every morning I would pass these security guards at the World Trade Center, and they were guarding the garage. I don't know if you remember why they were guarding the garage. Yeah, because I was just talking to a colleague of mine who didn't, she's 27, I think. But back in around 93, the World Trade Center was bombed, or they tried to bomb it. Someone drove a vehicle in and tried to set off a bomb. And so then they had guards to prevent the underground bombing. And so we're always kind of responding to the last threat, unfortunately. That was a big concern at the time. That's very similar to what happened in Oklahoma City as well. So there was that rash of, vehicle related issues that we now know how to protect against.
What are the things that you think might come out of this heist in terms of adapting to the tactics that we're learning about right now?
Well, I think number one, we're going to see other museums starting to look at their infrastructure. Whoa,
I don't know why that happened.
did you just see that?
Yeah, I just had balloons come up and I don't know why. I don't know how to
Oh,
turn it off.
Oh my God, I got fireworks about that. The AI was like, he's right.
Are you filming this on your Mac camera?
Yeah. I'm filming it through the Mac operating system and it does that. Yeah.
It's like,
If you
what's
do certain
happening?
hand gestures, I don't know what they are.
Man.
happy birthday to us. Well, number one, I think we're going to start to see museums really thinking about vehicle-based attacks. And to be honest, I'm surprised they hadn't already been. Again, there is a difference between the US and Europe, and culture and of course our experiences. But the Louvre was built as a fortress.
Yeah.
And we just need to be thinking about, you don't need to be obsessed with security. I think the New York Times, someone in the New York Times said it wasn't built with an obsession for security. Actually, it was.
Yeah.
But there are some basics we need to think about. And so an easy one is just keeping vehicles, especially those that can reach higher floors, away from the side of the building, away from the perimeter of that building, putting up some physical barriers and then tracking and making it really obvious if there's an unauthorized building or an unauthorized vehicle there, if that makes sense.
Do you think that they may have come by before to test and see whether or not people would question them?
Oh, that's interesting. So you're wondering if they showed up in construction outfits to question?
No, if they like several times or like once before they did like a test where they pulled their little bucket truck up next to the building and didn't do anything just to see if anyone, because it seems to me if I saw a bucket truck and somebody doing construction or like even putting a saw on the outside of the Louvre, I'd be like, there they go again. They're doing construction on a building, because that's what happens in cities. If I worked for the Louvre, I probably would even say, oh, I didn't hear about the construction that they're doing. Somebody's authorizing someone somewhere. If I was security at the Louvre, I would assume then that I would know whether or not there was going to be construction on that wing of the building.
Well, it's interesting you say that because the security teams themselves have said there was so much happening. In fact, I think it was the labor union that said there was so much construction happening in that area. It was on a regular basis very difficult for security to tell what vehicles were authorized, what people were authorized, and what weren't. So I think that was a common problem.
Maybe one of the like cleverest things is looking at seeing how often this is going on and how normal will it look.
Absolutely. And honestly, there are a lot of similarities between network penetration testing and physical penetration testing, because if you have the time to put into reconnaissance, you can really plan a very effective attack strategy. And just being there for a few days, I could see we were actually staying very close to the Louvre. I could see how busy it was, how much construction that was going on. There's millions of visitors every year. And I think it was probably overwhelming for any normal human. And security guards are humans, just like everybody else.
Do you think that the thieves had a first thing that they realized when they were like, I think this might be possible?
It'll be interesting to find out their structure. If it's an organized crime group, the people who were on the ground might have just been hired by other people, and maybe they were promised a percentage like, hey, I know a really good burglar. I know someone with experience in jewel heists. They did this jewelry store and that jewelry store. People who steal things regularly, there are professionals and they may work as contractors for different organized crime groups. That's certainly what we see on the network side of things. So my guess, and I don't know, my guess is that this was probably organized in some way and that the folks who were the boots on the ground may have a percentage, but it might not be, they may not be an isolated group. They may be part of a bigger group.
That's very much not in line with how Ocean's 11 works,
Oh, dear.
It's always these like rogue individuals who just want to do the one last heist versus it being like Russian mafia would just make me sad.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be Russia. But no, I mean, to access some of the resources and knowledge, or maybe it was just very talented and experienced individuals that were like,
Mhm.
cool, let's pull off our one last heist and then go flee the country and live on a beach. You never know.
Yeah.
But in order to move jewels like that, it's probably helpful to have a network and to piece it together. To answer your original question, my guess is they probably visited multiple times, if not many times. There were also some reports that there was a known security issue on that door. And that makes me wonder if they had already done a little testing or already jimmied the doors somehow, or at least taken a very close look to understand the materials.
It's so human. Like locked in this room, there's billions of dollars, and everybody gets to go see and look at it. And so you're just walking by, you think like, man, like I could get this. But also to do it in a way where like nobody gets hurt. It feels like a story.
Yeah, you sound impressed by the criminals. You really do.
I am impressed by the criminals. Is that okay?
Yeah, no, I mean it's true. Like it's a work of art in and of itself to commit an effective heist
Yeah.
and to get away with it, which some of them didn't quite.
Doesn't seem like they all have. And indeed, if they get two of them, maybe they will find the others fairly quickly.
Maybe.
Though I don't know. If it's a mafia thing, I probably would keep my mouth shut.
Good to know, Hank. Seems like you lean that direction anyway.
I really don't like organized crime. As someone who has bumped up against it very lightly, it is not a vibe.
Gotcha. Okay.
I assume that you've bumped up against organized crime a lot.
Yeah, I mean, organized crime is penetrating networks day in and day out. And so as we're advising our clients, our team is constantly like monitoring what they're doing, trying to track different threat actor groups. We actually have a laboratory here in Missoula, Montana. I don't know if you know this.
Mm-hmm.
We have a laboratory where we experiment and we run these little sting operations, and we're monitoring the evolution of the tactics and techniques. So I think it's fascinating. The bad guys, in terms of network security, they've really kind of grown up over the years, kind of at the same time that businesses like mine have grown up as well. So we are now professional penetration testers, and they are now professional cyber criminals.
Yeah, I came to visit your office once, and I met a ransom negotiator, and was just very impressed by the fact that there is just a ransom negotiator, and that's a job people have.
We have a chief ransom negotiator.
You have several. How big is your ransom negotiation department?
Well, these days we decided to get out of emergencies. So we actually wound down for the most part. We now hand things off to another partner team that we work with. Thank goodness, because it was getting exhausting.
I bet. Yeah, she said like the most I've ever done in one day is 3. And I was like, I hate that for you. That sounds very stressful.
Ransomware is not going away, but that's a topic for another day.
What do you think the failures were? To what extent was this a low probability exploit, and it was probably known and they probably just missed it? Or do you think, because I think that everybody like wants there to be a big failure. Do you think there was a big failure here?
Well, I mean, I don't look at security as big failures. Everyone is always taking risks. Walking around on the street is taking a risk, and sometimes you pay the price. One big decision they made was putting the jewels in that specific room, the Apollo Gallery, which we know has some weaknesses. But at the same time, it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful place. For the public, there is so much benefit to being in that room. And choosing to put them in the center of the room instead of maybe up against a wall where they might be a little bit more protected. I mean, it feels when you're in that room like they're yours too. Like you could almost reach out and touch them. And I'm sure that's what the criminals wanted as well. So putting the jewels in that room, which honestly, if I were advising them, I probably would have advised them to think twice, especially given there had already been another theft and they hadn't really made any huge changes. Certainly, you would have wanted more monitoring in that wing. I think the vehicle security was a big gap, as we've discussed, and I'm sure that's an area where they will invest more. It's a relatively low cost investment compared with like installing a huge camera system and monitoring it regularly. And it tends to be more effective than just trying to add guards, you know? I think that vehicle security and making sure you understand who's on site and who's near the building is really critical.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that there's a certain amount of adding guards can be its own vulnerability, because then because humans, you have more potential inside men.
Yeah.
You have more potential confusion. Like if not everybody knows everybody, then that can be confusing. You have a different guy show up one day who's not the guy who was supposed to show up. I've seen the movies.
Yeah. When I started off as a penetration tester, one of the first bank branches I did, I got in the whole back area, was able to get keys and all that stuff. And this is like a little bank branch. So that's actually a harder job in some cases than a big office building. And one of my recommendations, silly me, was consider a security guard. And the bank was like, no way, because you have to pay for a full-time security guard. It's not going to pay for itself. They just use things like die packs and stuff like that and try to reduce the amount of cash on hand so that there's less for people to get away with, and timed entry into vaults and things like that. So security guards are not always an investment that people are willing to spring for because the ROI can be lower than you might think.
Do you think that they do security audits like you do, where it's like they actually like hire a team to be like, break into the Louvre? Or like how do they do their audits there?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. And it also gets to the distinction between a security audit and a penetration test.
Okay.
I like to do a penetration test with a security audit. So a pen test is where somebody's going to actually try to break into your building. And that way you kind of get that creativity. You see exactly where your weak points are. And I think it's important to try to understand the root cause of any vulnerabilities that are exploited. A security audit is more of a comprehensive, methodical process where you're literally going through door by door or section by section thinking, oh, the hinges are on the wrong side here, or whatever the case may be. I think the two are important. They serve different purposes. So with a penetration test, you might want to demonstrate risks to upper management so they know what they need to invest in and why they need to invest in that. It can help you prioritize. There isn't a great substitute for that comprehensive security audit, but I would suggest doing it after you've addressed the root causes of a penetration test. From what I can tell, they've done security audits. I haven't seen any mention in the media of a penetration test at all, which did surprise me. The other thing to mention, Hank, is that one of their recent security audit reports was leaked to the media.
Oh.
And to me, that is a huge red flag. That's a huge black eye for them. Anytime a company gets hacked, if I see people talking to the media and leaking reports or leaking information, they have a bigger problem. They might have an employee problem. They might have somebody still in their network. But that in and of itself is a security problem that's going to make the PR just blow up. And I think that's part of what happened here.
Well, would that also be a vulnerability if like your audit is out there so everybody knows your weaknesses?
Oh, 100%. The New York Times said that they had seen a copy.
Wow.
I absolutely would be concerned and be wondering who leaked this to the media, unless it was deliberately leaked for some reason, but I don't see any evidence of that. So I think that's the big takeaway.
I think that a penetration test of the Louvre would be very hard, though, because as we saw, that the penetration that happened here was not non-destructive. So like they're not going to hire you to go into the Louvre and then you pull a bucket truck up next to the Apollo Gallery and get your buzzsaw out.
No, that's one of the problems with physical penetration tests is that they never want you to smash anything. And also, we're always limited on time. So, I've definitely had times where I've been like, I would just smash that window and open the door, but I'm not allowed. So I'll have to pick the locks, which takes longer and I'm more likely to be detected. So, yeah, I think that is a challenge with physical penetration testing for sure.
Do you think that big organizations like the Louvre should allow destructive penetration tests?
Oh, Hank, that's a hard question. I don't think they needed to for this. I don't think they need to allow destructive penetration tests to get the bang for their buck. If they come up with a clean pen test report or a clean security audit report, great. Maybe consider taking it to the next level.
They're far away from from being perfect enough to need that.
Yeah, I mean, from what we've seen, these issues had already been called out, except I don't know about the vehicle one, but a lot of the other issues had already been called out. I am curious to turn the tables for a second. If you were going to rob the Louvre, how would you do it?
You know what I'd do, but I think that I would make sure that about 2,000 of the people in the Louvre are on my team. So when you ask me that, the first thing I think is like, okay, what are the unique skills that I have that a security audit might not have thought of? So like, what zero-day exploit might I have? And what I have is that like, I have a lot of fans.
You have followers. Oh my God.
So could I create be like, okay, everybody, if you're up for something very weird, come join this Discord. We join the Discord together. I vet these people for how crazy they are. And then we all fly to Paris. We all are different folks. We don't look like we're together. we're all from America, but so are all the other tourists. We all go into the Louvre, and then we time it so that we all get there. We're all in the line at the same time. We time it so that we're all in this room at the same time, and fill up that room so that nobody else can get in. And the people at the Louvre are like, oh my God, the Apollo Gallery is so full. Then smash. And then as a unit, we run out as a big crowd, and everybody's just a guy. Anyway, we're panicked, and like maybe, somebody sets off some firecrackers, so they think there's like gunshots going on. That's how I do it.
I love it. I want to hear more about your getaway.
More firecrackers. I don't know.
You should use Telegram on the dark web, but otherwise,
Okay, sorry.
I'm amazed that you have thought this through, Hank.
I hadn't thought it through. That was from scratch.
Well, this is your superpower, though. You do have followers.
Yeah.
I have to tell you, a friend of mine is making a role-playing game, and he was like, what do you want your power to be? And I was like, I want you to invent a new power, swarm, where I can just turn myself into a swarm of thousands of things. And I like that we're on the same wavelength here.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Well, I'm glad you asked. It made me nervous thinking about it.
I want to cut.
And then everybody
Now
gets
that
a
I'm your
cut. Now we
consultant.
give away all the jewels, and then we return the money to the countries from whence they came.
Oh, you're such a robber.
That's the only way I could get them on board. All these people would never do it if it was just for crime.
Someday there will be a dark Hank on the dark web.
How do you know there isn't already?
Ooh.
Sherry,
On that
thank
note,
you so much for spending a little time with me, because there was a bunch of stuff that I had wrong, unsurprisingly, because I don't know that much about this stuff.
thank you for reaching out to your friendly neighborhood security geek.
Yeah, and you can check out LMG Security if you ever need security, because they're the best in the business.
Thanks, Hank.
And here's the situation. I'm going to play Connections now. But you can only watch it if you just click on the Learnathon link in the description. You don't have to donate. But like for me and for you, we've got a pact here. The honest thing is to click on the link and check out what we're doing for the Learnathon. There's a bunch of cool stuff going on. You can find out about it and participate in all the different ways you want to. It doesn't have to cost you any money. But just click on it, look at the website, and then you can come back and watch Connections. That's the deal that we have with each other right now. I've established it, and you've agreed. Okay. Have you done it? Let's do Connections. We got Ouija board, backbone platform, seance. That can't be it. Spirit, Scrabble, medium, Satan. Isn't that like a kind of fake meat? Backbone, sacrum. These are all chakras. Are they chakras, or are they just like parts of the body? Seychelles. Well, what I did notice was Ouija board, computer keyboard, and Scrabble all have letters, and maybe abacadarium. I don't know what that is, but it sounds like it has letters. But I don't think that. I think that the like mystical communication with spirit category is a red flag. So like spirit and seance, they like feel connected, but like Ouija board and spirit and seance, they're much more connected than that. Is the Satan, is that also a piece of furniture? I'm like which one is it that I'm thinking of? Medium, spirit, outlet, courage sounds promising to me. Okay, let's get these together. Courage, heart, backbone, yes, and spirit. A little bit of, you got the ability. Okay, great. Courage was really a door into that, made that one pretty easier. Backbone and spirit I wouldn't have put together if I hadn't had courage and heart to tie them together. That means that backbone, heart, and sacrum aren't a thing. Sacrum, Seychelles, Satan, seance. What? Is that a thing? That would mean that it was outlet, medium, venue, and platform, which is a category. So it is, in fact, seance, sacrum, Seychelles, and Satan, which is just like it starts with say, but doesn't look like it should, maybe? Like this would be sacrum and this would be chance. What are you going to call this category, Connections? What are you going to call It's just words starting with the say sound, which is infuriating that's the blue. Since they introduced purple as like a thing that you get a little extra like badge for, it's much more angering for me when I don't get the purple first. Even though I've always said I don't win if I don't get the purple first, but that is, I mean, I guess, I don't know. This was just much easier. This was the first one I got. That's the purple. Things featuring letters A through Z. Great. I don't know what an abacadarium is. An inscription consisting of the letters of the alphabet listed in order for practice exercises. Okay. Well, I didn't know that. I love that we had them a long time ago, though. I guess I'm thinking of like children using these, but that would not have been the case. This would have been for like a scribe in training. This guy sucked. He was bad at his job. Yeah, and then who knows what's next? Probably medium outlet venue and platform, so like a place from which you can speak. I guess. What's that gonna say? A channel. Yeah, it's like a way. Okay, great. Well, that's frustrating, but we're okay, everybody. Thank you for your time. I got a perfect puzzle, but I didn't get purple first. And we're just gonna be at peace with that.
This apple pie is made from 100% apples. You've seen the thumbnail. But I have a feeling that some people might not quite understand what I mean when I say this pie is made with 100% apples. The filling is made from dehydrated apples that have been rehydrated in apple juice and then reduced and then sweetened with reduced apple juice and thickened with more apple. So the filling is 100% apple, no sugar, nothing else added. But of course there's the crust, isn't there? So it's not really 100%. But no, this crust is made from apples. Come with me on a journey to try to make the 100% apple pie. So here's a fun thing. Popped over to see a friend and neighbour the other day. He has loads of apple trees and pear trees. He's kind of fed up with dealing with all of his apples and stuff now. And so he was kind enough to let me pick some apples. So he said, yeah, take as many as you want. So I was out there picking apples into this bag, which I happened to have in my pocket, as he was picking apples into a bucket. And we were just chatting about apple varieties and such. And I took these home, and about 5-10 minutes later, he turned up at my door with the bucket, and he said, no, I intended you to have these. And I said, what, instead of these? He said, no, as well as these. So anyway, I've got an enormous quantity of apples and pears, the Cockney fruit, to deal with. I've just dehydrated a lot of those apples, and I'm just unloading the dehydrator now. I had to stack them neatly into the box like this, or else it would have just overflowed. I haven't shown the process of slicing and dehydrating these apples because it's substantially the same as I did for the mushrooms in that other video, which is linked here. Anyway, just unloading all of these apple slices into storage. Now, I am noticing that down at the bottom of the dehydrator here, the apple rings were obviously exposed to a bit more heat. And so these down here are brittle. I want to try something with these while they're still nice and brittle and very dry. So that bottom layer, I'm going to try to run them through a food processor and grind them to powder. I'm going to need a bigger box. But anyway, anything that will snap is going in that box. But I'll check every piece because sometimes the thicker slices haven't dried all that well. That one I'm not even going to put into storage because that is too moist. I'll just eat that now. I think first we're going to try that with regular on the channel, handheld blender. I have got a little spice mill that might do a better job, but it's been used for spices and mushrooms. And I think if I try to use it for this, I'm going to end up with spicy mushroom flavoured apples, which is not quite what I want. So, first, let's get those into pieces, smaller pieces. Now, if you buy dried apple rings in the shops, they don't have this crunchy texture. They're not as dry as this. And they put sulfites in those to preserve them, which means I can't use them in this house because Jenny is deathly allergic. Well, let's start with that much and see what happens. I suspect what will happen is this is going to fly out. So I'll probably do something like that to try to constrain it. Keeping my fingers out the way of the blade, of course. Well, it didn't not work. Now, if I had one of those ninja things where you put the vessel clamped on the top, that would probably work better, but I don't have one of those. Yeah, I think I'm just going to get a piece of cardboard to constrain the top of that because there are bits flying out, but it is working. Okay, actually a bit of thin plastic, but that will do. Well, we are ending up with something like apple powder. Yeah, that's not bad. Let's go a bit further if we can. Right, well now I know that's working, the rest of these apples are going to go in there because I think I need as much as I can get here. Apple dust. Don't breathe this. That worked. We've got apple dust. Right, I'm going to go as far as I can because I really want that to be reduced to like a flour-like consistency. And then, very importantly, that is going to go into an airtight container before it absorbs any more moisture and cakes up anymore. But yeah, there we go. Apple powder. And just in case you're wondering, tastes like apples. So just as a preliminary experiment, I want to just try taking a bit of this apple dust, which has got a real tendency to cake up because it is just powdered apple with all of the sugar still in there. So we'll see how this behaves if we drip a little bit of water on it. What I want to see is whether we can make a dough. I'm working in this non-stick dish mainly because, well, I thought I was going to be able to make this into a layer of some sort, but okay, fingers now, I think. Let's just see if we can knead this into some sort of layer, because the intention here is to make a pie crust. I reckon we can do that. I reckon we can probably mix it together like that, to that consistency, and just pat it onto this non-stick dish. I don't think it's going to be a very strong pie crust because obviously this is just apples. There's no flour in here, so there's no gluten to hold this together. But there we go. So we've got some sort of pastry-like, obviously just smells of apples. Now for the pie, we can't use water because that's an ingredient that isn't apples, but we can use apple juice. But first, I'm just going to pop that in the oven for 10 minutes and see what happens. See how it dries out, see if it just crumbles to pieces, or whether that stays in one piece, or whether it sticks like glue to this pan. So experimental apple pastry. This is after 7 minutes in the oven, and it did burn a little bit there. It has gone crispy, but that isn't going to come off the bottom of the pan there, so I'm just going to, without scratching the non-stick, just going to tease a bit off. That went on the floor. Let's try that again, shall we? Well, anyway, so we have ended up with something that does hold together. It doesn't taste like pastry, it tastes like apples, obviously, but we've got to figure out this problem of it sticking to the pan. Right, I think I have a plan for this entirely apple pie. The filling's going to be similar to something I made in my cider making part 1 video, where I took some dehydrated apple, I rehydrated it in apple juice, which made it kind of doubly appley. Then I cooked it in more apple juice, which I reduced down, which made it kind of 3 times as appley flavoured. That's where we're going to start here. So these apple rings here with the green skins, these are Bramleys, which is a cooking apple, commonly used for apple pies. It occurs to me I should probably explain a little bit about dessert versus cooking apples, since I don't think this is the same the world over. So these are dessert apples. These are possibly Braeburn or something like that. That's a little undersized, that's a little oversized. That's a dessert variety, quite sweet. This is a slightly less sweet dessert variety. Not really sure what it is, but again, these are what we call eating apples. Granny Smith is what we would call an eating apple. It is a sour one that people often use for cooking, but it's not a cooking apple. This is a cooking apple. This is Bramley seedling, and you can see it's not quite as round or neat and tidy as the other ones. This is a small one. This is a small Bramley. It'll fit in the palm of my hand like that. They get to maybe about this big. This apple, I would hesitate to say this is only used for cooking, because there'll be people down in the comments right now saying, I like to eat Bramleys just as they are. More power to you. But Bramley seedling, this apple, is one of quite a large number of what we call cooking apples, cooking varieties, culinary apples. There are varieties that have been bred to be cooked in pies or baked or, used in sauces, those sorts of things. Usually they need a bit of sugar added for most people's taste. Often they have a particular behaviour when they're cooked. So some cooking apple varieties dissolve down into apple sauce really easily. Others keep a nice firm texture that would be quite good for apple chunks in an apple pie. Bramley, arguably the most common and popular cooking apple variety, is a really good all-rounder. It retains enough of its texture when it's cut into chunks and cooked that it's good in apple pies. You cook it a little bit further, it will break down into a sauce. And it has a distinctive apple flavour. I think a lot of people in the UK associate with the flavour of apple pie. When we think of apple pie flavour, we're partly thinking of Bramley. Anyway, that is cooking apples versus eating apples or dessert apples. So I'll start with some of those. Shall I put some red apples in as well? In fact, no, let's not, because the crust is going to be made from powdered apples, which is a mixture of Bramleys and dessert apples. The juice that we're going to rehydrate this in is from a mixture of apples, but let's make the apple pieces themselves all of these green apples, because then we've got a little bit of difference between the filling and everything else in the pie, bearing in mind it is all going to be apple. And then I've got some apple juice. This was frozen. This is the second to last litre of apple juice I've got from that cider pressing. It's been in the freezer. There's still a little bit of it slightly frozen, but mostly thawed out now. So that's going to go over the top of these apple pieces. Just weigh those down like that to keep them immersed. And then that's going to soak for, well, overnight at the very least. Got about half that apple juice left. These are my Bramley apple slices that have been soaking overnight. Nice and floppy now and rehydrated, but rehydrated with apple juice, so doubly appley. I'll drain that off into the pan because we're going to use that apple juice that's remaining for the sauce. So I'm going to put that on the stove and start that reducing before we do anything else. If you can hear white noise in the background, it's pouring with rain here today. So this is a pleasant Sunday afternoon activity, making weird apple pies. I feel like I won't use that bit in the pie, it's just a bit discoloured. So now I'm going to cut these up into little cubes for my apple pie filling. And at the moment they're still quite woolly, but when that other apple juice has reduced a little bit, I'll cook them in there for a bit. They will absorb some more liquid and the texture will change a bit. Anyway, that's what I'm doing now. I'm just going to dice these into little uniform dice. Skins are staying on. I wouldn't always do that in an apple pie, but this is going to be quite well cooked. That juice that was left over from the soaking, which may be not exactly apple juice because something soaked into the apples, maybe differentially, I think that's sufficiently reduced for now. So the apple pieces can go in there, which is going to take it off the boil for a moment because they're cold. So that's the apple pieces in. Now I'm just going to cook this, simmer it and reduce it. The apples will probably swell up a little bit more and absorb some of the juice, but also I want to drive off the water out of here and make it more sticky and syrupy. This is not how I'd normally make a filling for an apple pie, but if I was making a filling for an apple pie conventionally, this might be the point where I would add some spice, maybe ground mixed spice, maybe cinnamon, nutmeg, ginger, something like that. I'm not going to do that today. Not because I don't like those flavours, but because this pie needs to be 100% apple. I'll switch to a slightly larger pan just because, well, when these apple pieces swelled up a little bit, the liquid wasn't evaporating off the top because there was just a layer of apple on top of the liquid. It wasn't reducing at all, it was just boiling underneath. So this is actually now cooking and reducing at the same time. It looks like it's going to come together about right. There's still way too much liquid in there at the moment, so we'll just keep going. That's really not far off now. Before it actually boils completely dry, we're just going to have a slight interlude for handheld blender. I want this apple pie filling to have a sauce to it. So I'm going to very briefly blend some of these apples. Not the whole lot. Just like that. 3 little blips. That's a bit more like it. Right, now back to the cooker just to reduce that a bit more. And this will have to be stirred constantly now, or else it will catch and burn. So I think we're getting close. I do need to make my filling a bit thicker than it would normally be in an apple pie because of what the crust is going to be made of. I think we'll stop there because it will carry on drying out a bit as the steam dissipates. Now the tricky part, which I think stands to be the fun part too. So my apple powder. So it did occur to me, I could just get a little dish, put some of this apple pie filling in the bottom of the dish, sprinkle some of this apple powder on top, and call it apple crumble, and done. But anyway, I'm going to attempt to make apple pastry now. When I did this on the dummy run, I used water to hydrate that. Obviously I can't do that now because we are going for 100% apple pie. No other ingredients, not even water. Apples contain water, but apples are not water. So anyway, we're going to hydrate this with apple juice. Just to keep faithful to the 100% apple attempt. I'm going to make this relatively dry. It does need a little bit more than that. Right, so we've got some sort of apple dough there. Now because of the amount of sugar in there, and I think also the cellulose, we'll have trouble getting that not to stick to a non-stick surface. So I do have a cunning plan for this. We will just temporarily line that pie dish with cling film. We'll have a... Does that look about the right amount of crust in there? Let's assume it is. The other layer of cling film across the top like that. And then, second pie dish. And try to force that up the sides and make a pie case like that. Let's see how that's working. Is it working? Well, almost. Actually, maybe what I need to do first is just, yeah, massage it over the tops like that. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay. Now, I could just oil these or butter these dishes and that would stop this from sticking, more than likely. But again, we are in this 100% apple mode. Therefore, we can't do that. Right. Okay, another plan is required. At least I know this is releasing okay from the cling film. So this was the bag from inside a cereal packet, which happened to split all the way along the seam. What I'll do, I think, is roll that out in between. Start again with a ball. It's really not got any doughiness to it because it is just apple. And then what we'll attempt is to just roll that out with a rolling pin between the two sheets. Pretty good. I think we're getting somewhere. It looks like it's about the right diameter, maybe a bit more, because it's got to drape down into the pie dish. So that comes off of there okay. Cling film onto that side. Up and over. And then come on. That's oh, come on. It's stuck to that side then. Wow. Did I mention this is sticky? All right. I kept finding myself thinking, if only we could flour the work surface. We can't, because obviously flour would be a non-apple ingredient, except if it's apple flour. Now I've made this dough. I've added some more dry ingredient to this as well. So this is now a bit drier as well, which may make it more crumbly, or it might make it just firmer. Here goes. A little dusting of apple flour on the top too. That part appears to have worked. I still don't want to put this directly into this pan because it will just stick. I'm certain of it. However, hopefully now we can ease this crust into place. Well, that went a bit smoother that time. That seems like it's working. Just got to make sure it's all the way down to the bottom so we don't put any stress on it. I'll just flatten off this top here so that we're ready to accept a top crust. I think while I've been fiddling around anyway, I think the filling is actually cooled down. So I'm going to do the same again. I'm going to make some more apple pastry for the top crust. Getting a bit low on apple dust now, but I can always make some more. All right, here we go then. So that's my top crust ready. I'll just offer that up, make sure it's big enough. It's not quite big enough. Just roll it a little bit further that way. Apple filling into my apple bottom crust. And I'll fill that right up to level. This pie is only going to get baked enough to crisp up the crust because everything else is already cooked. Top crust on the top and press it down, and then if I can, I'll get this sheet up of there. Oh, this is fragile. Come on. Not happening. Palette knife, perhaps. Okay, I can still patch this up. So, I haven't given up yet. That is a mess. But we can patch this up. So I'm just going to take these pieces of pastry off the edge here like this, because I will use those on the top to patch up this crust. Yeah, I think we're going to get away with this. At least so far. Yeah, it's not going to have any kind of integrity at all. So I think what I may have to do is build it up in layers. So, apple juice, brush that on. Apple powder. Dust it on. Press it down. Okay, well, it kind of looks a bit like a pie. We're not remotely out of the woods yet, though. However, let's give it a little crimp around the edge if we can. Something like that. I think maybe another layer of apple juice, just to try to bind that apple dust together. And then one last little dusting if there's enough in there. All right. Now, how the heck are we going to cook that? Good question. Baking tray. Non-stick reusable baking liner. These are usually super non-stick. I'm making sure I haven't got the cling film tucked under. Invert that onto there. The dish should just come off because that's just held on by the cling film. And I'm going to bake it upside down. I say bake it. I'm going to attempt to bake it upside down.
M'lady.
I think it might work. Okay, that's going to go in a low oven probably like 150 degrees Celsius for as long as I dare. Now, I'm not sure this is a good idea. In fact, I'm not sure any of this project is a good idea, but I am going to pierce a little steam vent in the top here because I definitely don't want this bursting. That is obviously going to be the bottom of the pie when it's cooked, but we won't see that bit. Okay. Oh, I can see it. Oh no, I think those are creases actually, rather than cracks. Anyway, good luck, little pie. I'll check on that after 10 minutes. Right, that's after 10 minutes of cooking, and I actually turned it down because I don't want the insides to boil. It is dry on the outside now. I don't know that we're going to get it crisp there, and I daren't really take it any further, so I'm probably going to stop there. We will get the top crisp because I can put that underneath the grill. I've just got a little bit more dough. I'll just paper over the cracks here. Okay. I just ate raw dough. How about that? Right, I'm going to leave that to cool. I think we're cool enough to handle now. So here goes. Oh, cracked. Darn it. Okay. That's going to go onto there like that. I think actually this may turn out to be a disaster, but I'm just going to slip it in there now that that bottom is dried up. That will constrain it into the pie shape. Only the top is now going to receive further baking. Just going to see if we can actually repair this crack. I think I might glaze the top with apple juice anyway. Although that is all soaking in. Okay. I've only actually got the rather coarse pieces of apple now. Let's just see if we can do a little repair job there. Just smoosh that back together. That might do the job actually. And then perhaps we'll just have a little sprinkle of those bits on top, just to make it look a bit more crusty or something. That's now going to go under the grill on a low heat, just really to dry that out and try and crisp it up. Okay, owing to the nature of the everything, this is not going to go crispy. It has dried out and it has browned. I daren't take it any further than that, or else it will just catch. You can already see it's actually started to toast a little bit in places. That's as far as I dare take it. Anyway, I'm going to leave that to dry out now, and then we'll give it a taste. The dish is now cool enough. I'm going to try to turn this out. Is it going to come out? Or has it wedged itself in there? Oh, good. Okay, well, it's out in one piece-ish. And then back over again. So here is the finished 100% apple pie. So, got a little bit of crispiness to the crust, not as much as I would have liked, but it is a crust. Next thing I think I need to do is just try to cut a photogenic wedge out of here for the thumbnail. Well, there we go. 100% apple pie. I wonder what it tastes like. Brace yourself for this revelation. It tastes of apples. What else could it taste of? The experience is pie. There's a crust here, look. A little bit doughy, but that's because of the journey we've been through. You watch the whole process, you know why that happened. The flavour is just intense, complete apple. It's quite remarkable, actually. There is nothing to get in the way of the apple flavour. The apple filling is a little bit on the sharp side because we used the Bramleys rather than the dessert apples. But there's no sugar. There's no added sugar in this. There's just the natural sugars in the apples. There's nothing except apples in here, and yet it tastes sweet enough, and it does taste kind of like a pie. The illusion of pastry is definitely there. This little part was recorded afterwards in case you're wondering why there's a continuity issue with the completeness of the pie. This is not one of my criteria for whether something is a pie or not, but you can pick up a slice of this and eat it with more or less the same handling and properties as you would have with a piece of genuine apple pie with a pastry crust. I think it's a pie. So Jenny actually asked to try a little piece of my 100% apple pie and enjoyed it. And Jenny agrees that this is definitely a pie. We are definitely experiencing pie when we eat this, despite its unusual composition. So there we go. That is the 100% apple pie. I don't know if anybody else has ever done that. I didn't research this. It's just an idea I had. I just went off and did it. Is this a world first? I doubt it. But there we go, 100% apple pie. I hope that's been interesting. Thanks for watching, and I hope to see you again soon.
This video is about the time in 2010 when Sears sold bootleg furry porn on their website and apparently had no idea. But 4chan found out about it basically right away, and they went, hey, you know what'd be funny? What if we all started just mass buying this stuff at 3 in the morning? Now, understandably, Sears freaked the hell out and started systematically wiping the internet of any evidence they'd ever sold this. But if they wiped the evidence, how am I making this video? Well, Sears made one fatal mistake that day. Sears underestimated 4chan, and now 4chan was about to majorly pants them by answering the most important question in retail history. Ready? What was furry porn doing on Sears.com? Who put it there? And how could something like this possibly happen to Sears more than once? This is the legend of the second worst thing ever sold at Sears.com. This is bad art history. Real quick, thank you so much for waiting so long since the last video. There will be no more breaks of this length. Also, really quick, metapcs.com/Frankie. Metapcs.com/Frankie. Buy a new gamer setup. Do it now. Throw that nasty, disgusting old computer out. Get a new gamer setup. Get it at a discount. Water-cooled, excellent customer service, genuinely some of the best people I've ever worked with in my life. I edit all of my videos on my MetaPC's machine, and guess what? The machine is customized with Gangster SpongeBob. You can do that at metapcs.com/Frankie. metapcs.com/Frankie. On with the video. It all went down on May 1st, 2008, somewhere in Europe. So the worst part of the story is already over. Now, there was this furry fetish artist living out there called Storm Dragon Blue. That day, he fires up his personal website, which contains dozens of works of fetish art, and he uploads his latest fetish creation. It's some fan art of the Kirby game series, which looks like this, depicting the villain character, King Dedede, who looks like this, penetrating a little minion creature called a Waddle Dee. And the whole thing kind of looks like this. And then something very weird happens. 3 years pass. It is now September 25th of 2011. As legend has it, somewhere around there, someone was shopping for pillowcases on Sears.com when he inexplicably scrolled past this. The Kirby-themed fetish art from the Netherlands had somehow made its way to Sears in the form of 631 household items. We're talking drawstring bags, teddy bears, sleeping masks for the missus, clocks, 200 types of magnets for some reason, even a set of cufflinks. You could furnish your entire house with the Kirby hentai collection currently available at Sears, and it had apparently been sitting there since April of the previous year. So how does this happen? Now, this is one of those things that's so genuinely insane that we just have to go minute by minute. So here is the timeline, starting with the minute 4chan found out. September 25th, 3:21 a.m. 4chan Standard Time. A user begins a thread on the comics and cartoons board with a link to one of the Kirby products. Quote, "What the flip is going on?" He explains that looking up the phrase King DDD drooling while eating unlocks the part of the Sears website with all the hentai on it. So naturally, traffic to the website explodes. And he wasn't kidding, by the way. This term returned pages and pages of household items with some very eye-catching pornography on them. At least, he's pretty sure that's what he saw. Keep that in mind. And the floodgate was opened. Horrified 4chan users flocked to the retailer site and confirmed that, yes, these were real products eligible for in-store pickup and potentially in-store return. And apparently in-store returns take a long time. But there was no time to waste. Anons immediately begin theory crafting. One guy says what everyone's thinking. This has to be some kind of a prank. You know, some act of revenge against Sears by an employee. Another guy says, who's ever responsible, let's blame Reddit anyway. Wise words. Now, as rumors circulated, someone started a related thread on a website called Something Awful, and those guys had an even better theory. Could it be that the Sears employee who approved this design or these products or whatever it was simply didn't know what he was looking at? Because there was actually something about this drawing that was very odd. I'm not allowed to show pornography on YouTube. Here's the full image with a minor detail changed. Can you tell, and I mean right away in the first nanosecond, can you tell what this is supposed to be? This might sound controversial, but I could not tell either. It took me a few seconds, and it is literally my job to identify images like this. Now put yourself in the mind of an average adult, so a non-internet poisoned person, working for Sears in 2011, and you can see where the problem is starting to form. If you had never seen these characters before, or like most people, you were completely unfamiliar with the concept of cartoon adult artwork, or you just forgot your glasses at home that day, what you might see is some kind of a weird blue penguin drooling and lifting a ball towards his mouth, which is almost certainly where that bizarre search term, DDD drooling while eating, came from. Because the artist certainly didn't title it that. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. 3:33 a.m. The 4chan thread hadn't been up for 15 minutes when one of the links breaks. It's probably nothing, 4chan thought. It's not like 200 of us are visiting Sears.com at 3 in the morning to buy a bumper sticker. This won't have consequences of any kind. 3:43 a.m. Another listing disappears, and then another, and then a dozen more. It was like 3 9/11s. And 10 1984s. And then, as if it couldn't get any worse, that was when some guy barged into that main 4chan thread and he said, "Hey guys, hi, do I have your attention? Yeah, fun's over, I told customer service." And this was followed by several people also claiming that they had tipped off Fox News and even Bill O'Reilly specifically. Now, whether they were trolling or not, by now Sears had absolutely noticed and they were shutting it down. And in some kind of horrible coincidence, and I'm not even being facetious when I say it's a horrible coincidence, you might not know this, but there were originally 5 4chan threads documenting this thing as it happened. And people were complaining that they kept going in and out. There's evidence of this on the main thread because the other 4 have been lost to time. And I don't know if they ever went back up, but they were never archived. There are like barely any survivors from this incident. I'm not saying Sears did it, but this certainly didn't harm the reputation in any way. I'm not saying Sears did it, that's crazy. Anyway, 3:51 a.m. Users are frantically taking screenshots and placing orders because there was no guarantee that Sears would even ship this stuff in the first place. And who knows, maybe once Sears was done destroying the links, they'd destroy the witnesses. A distress call goes out to the rest of the internet. Guys, we have to find the artist. If anyone knows what this is doing at Sears, it would be the guy who drew it. Only he didn't. 4:09 a.m. Storm Dragon Blue, that artist behind the original image, he finds out that someone is selling his stolen fetish art at an American big box store. And not only did he have no clue what it was doing there, he kind of thought it was funny. At 5:13, he posts a short journal to his Fur Affinity page. He says, "Yeah, that's my art all right." He He claims he didn't feel that Sears was ripping him off, and he didn't see a point in suing, which was probably smart because you should keep in mind that he would be a Dutch plaintiff suing a major American retailer over copyright infringement on a piece of fetish art from a video game for kids and families. So it probably wasn't worth it. Time was passing and no one could dig up a compelling answer as to why this was on the Sears website. But they actually had a secret weapon this entire time. They just didn't know. Amidst all the posting and seething and theorizing, one user on Something Awful, a guy named Yoshi Jang, quietly places his order for one item. You know, just to see what this was all about. And this order was actually gonna bust the whole case wide open, but it wouldn't arrive for at least 5 days. And in the meantime, the search had gotten so desperate that detectives turned to the furries on Reddit, to which the furries on Reddit cryptically responded, 5 words: the Sears Human Flesh Grill. Part 2. The Sears Human Flesh Grill. Theory time. Pardon my French, but do you remember how I mentioned that this was not the first time Sears had some fucked up thing on their website? That's because it wasn't. They actually had a similar incident take place in 2009, and unlike the bootleg porn thing, this one made the news. So what happened? On August 20th of 2009, so only 2 years before this, a Reddit user called G Fixler discovered a rather hilarious design flaw on the Sears website. He posted his findings to r/funny, so this is a subreddit with an audience of thousands of people, and he explains the following. Some parts of the Sears website retrieved a lot of page information, not from a database, but from like information that the user was submitting. So if you changed a few words around up here, you could change anything in here. Naturally, this results in the Human Flesh Grill. Unlike most other retailers in the summer of 2009, Sears had a whole grilling section called Human Cooking, with subsections like body part roaster and grills to cook babies and more. But the craziest thing is that the Sears website was somehow even more clapped than anyone knew, because it also turns out that they preloaded frequently accessed pages, even if they were vandalized. So if you sent 100 people the link that you generated by messing up the website, the link to what is now, for instance, the Human Flesh Grill at Sears, and if even half of those people clicked on it, according to legend, congratulations, that was now the page that just showed up when you wanted to buy a grill. This was a dark day for Sears. TMZ, Snopes, and even Fox News had picked up the story. And when TMZ asked a Sears representative for comment, they could only say, "Oh my God, this is horrible, oh my God." Of course, being TMZ, they vastly overstated the case here. They called it vandalism when I guess it technically wasn't, and they made it sound as if Sears was being attacked by epic hackers, as opposed to by their own poor web design. So what part of this explains the Kirby Sears incident? Unfortunately, none of it. Returning to our investigation now, as much as 4chan and Something Awful wanted to believe that a Human Flesh Grill incident was the story here, you can't vandalize a website into shipping you something it doesn't already sell. And the multiple people in those threads who swore that they placed orders and they would show proof any second now, none of them followed up. 6 days and 600 deleted listings later, it was over. Sears had won. Or so they thought, because someone named Yoshi Jang revives the thread on Something Awful because something awful had just arrived in the mail. It was real. I hope you didn't think this video was leading up to some kind of a rug pull, because not only was this unofficial Kirby dinner plate 100% real, it was even worse in person. Yoshi Jang did something unprecedented by having this demonic entity sent to his house. He did more than purchase the only dinner plate in the world with an image of King DDD having sex on it. He did more than confirm with physical proof what was seconds away from becoming an internet urban legend. And now online detectives had a massive break in the case, because this dinner plate actually gives us 3 major clues. 1. This is physical proof that products exist as described on the website, so this categorically is not vandalism. Sadly, we must rule out the Sears Human Flesh Grill, which, if we're being honest, was probably never going to be the answer anyway, but it was really funny and I wanted to share. Clue number 2. On the second page of that Something Awful thread, someone points out this company called Carson's Collectibles. Now, this is the name of the vendor that shows up on Sears.com and on the packing slip, so that is almost certainly our guy. So if this is a real product that somehow got approved, what kind of company would make this? Well, here's what they dug up. Carson's Collectibles is what is known as a third-party vendor, meaning they're not directly related to Sears, they're just allowed to sell stuff on their website. And that makes it hard to establish an internet footprint. But luckily, not only did Carson's Collectibles have one, it's really funny. According to this post on Something Awful, Carson's is run by a guy named Joseph C. Smith. And this guy really does have a thing with names because Carson's goes by multiple. Austin Custom Specialists LLC, Artsmith Inc., and Custom Specialists Notebook Store on eBay. Now, regardless of the name, Carson's claims to sell, quote, quality collectible merchandise to the public. Now, this is all kinds of dishonest. First of all, the public vocally did not like it. Carson's had an F rating with the Better Business Bureau because apparently their customer service was that bad. Second of all, you're probably wondering what kind of quality collectibles were they selling? It was gay hentai merchandise. Now, I want to say that this is a sentiment I've seen reflected in both threads. I was not able to find a screenshot to that effect, and obviously, even if I was, I couldn't show it to you. So please just take that with a grain of salt. So not only was this quality merchandise not suitable for the public, but given how many times this guy got banned from eBay, he probably used stolen artwork too. And that is the kind of thing that a certain pocket of the internet will notice. How do we know he's banned from eBay? Let's assume his eBay storefront with 3 billion 5-star reviews is legit. Even if that was true, this Carson's guy also left behind a couple of forum posts that read like this. Help, I'm banned from eBay. Does anyone know how I can get around this? I want to keep selling stuff. And if I wanted this video to suck, this would be a great place to end it, because on paper, this does answer all the questions. The when, the who, and the how. But the how of Kirby hentai being sold at Sears is actually much less interesting to me than the why. And this is where we get into our final clue. The third worst thing. 3. There are only 2 types of bootlegs in this world. The kind with weird cartoon porn on them, and the kind without. There's no way around it. I have to tell you about the Fat Albert Vore necklace. Part 3. Fat Albert. I know I'm throwing a lot of ideas at you right now, but I promise I will explain everything. So early on in both the 4chan and Something Awful threads, users remark on how much this Kirby Sears thing reminds them of other times in recent memory when fetish art appeared on merchandise. Art that they knew to be adult in nature, while others did not. And I know what you're thinking. Oh my god, here goes the YouTuber making a video essay hitting me with the I know what you're thinking. Well, I do know what you're thinking. I do know what you're thinking. And you're probably thinking, bootleg with incognito fetish art on it? Surely this cannot be a long list. So let's get into it. First up, someone on 4chan reminisces, wow, first those pregnant Gwen Tennyson stickers and now this. What is going on? For those who don't know what that is, in 2011, which I guess was like a huge year for this kind of thing, a sticker sheet inexplicably surfaced online depicting this young couple expecting a child. Only the young couple is a pair of 10-year-old cousins who act like siblings from the wildly popular kids cartoon Ben 10. Obviously, any bootleg fan art featuring a pair of pregnant cousin siblings would be innately funny to those who recognize what it's from. But when you start trying to answer the question of where did this seemingly innocuous artwork come from and for what reason was it made, it becomes abundantly clear this is 100% fetish art. It's just that there's no way in hell grandma would know that when she's buying it for you at the store. Unfortunately, the original artwork for this proved hard to track down and I had very little desire to actually find it, but I did find this Gwen 10 pregnancy art on DeviantArt, also from 2011, so I can only assume that this was a really big thing in the past. Next up, on Something Awful, another guy says, you know, the first thing this whole Kirby boondoggle reminded me of was that Fat Albert Rule 34 Vore charm that somehow ended up on eBay. Now let me break it down for you. Fat Albert and the Cosby Kids, a cartoon that ran from 1972 to 1985, and being a cartoon produced some merch. Rule 34, slang for pornography. Of course, that definition is so expansive on the internet as to include things like vor. Vor, or vorarophilia, is a fetish for swallowing someone whole or for being swallowed. Unlike the Sears flesh grill, this is not a cannibalism thing. It is just a fantasy, and one that enjoys inflated popularity on websites like Fur Affinity and DeviantArt. So putting it all together, the Fat Albert Vor ornament, vornament, if you will, was some kind of belly-themed fetish art that some guy found online and probably did not know to be adult in nature, and then he reproduced it in the form of this cubic zirconia chain ornament that was sold on eBay for $200. In the seller's own words, quote, "It depicts Fat Albert in movement, with Bucky caught in the way and against Albert's wide stomach. From kids to teenagers to adults, this charm is guaranteed to attract any age audience." Also, I recognize this is not the biggest issue here, but I'm pretty sure that's Dumb Donald. And the examples in the threads alone go on. Merch with Street Fighter, art, furry fetish mouse pads, weirdly sexual and threatening bumper stickers, things like that. Put simply, bootlegs like this, especially in the early 2010s it seems, are just tailor-made to be circulated on the internet because they're a seemingly alien arrangement of random pop culture items. They kind of scratch that like post-ironic itch. Harry Potter Sonic Obama backpack being an excellent example. So I'm explaining all this for a reason. Why does this happen? Why does some bootleg merch have a weirdly sexual image on it that is only decipherable to brain-rotted internet people? I believe the simplest explanation is this. Bootlegging, especially in the realm of cartoons and anime and video games, is more commonly an enterprise in developing countries. Seven Granddad being the famous example.
Granddad!
And that means several things. For instance, that means there's a language barrier. So concepts like these two being cousins, let alone children, rendered in this art style, are lost in translation. And as mentioned several times before, the likelihood that the Indonesian or Chinese or Chilean manufacturer of these items, who probably just ripped this art from the internet at random, the likelihood that anyone involved knows that this odd-looking cartoon is actually fetishistic in nature, it's close to zero. I'm sure that is incredibly obvious to a lot of you, but I just really wanted to drive the point home for people who have never seen or even heard of this type of fetish art before. And I use the phrase fetish art because the fact is, and the elephant in the room here really, is that some fetishes are so abstract that for an average person, they would never register as anything other than weird art, even if they do give you that gut feeling. As the Something Awful thread points out, quote, "Anyone short of being a total nerd is going to see these and think they are weird but just silly cartoons. And even if you disagree completely, let's agree on this. If it's popular, it's going on the book bag." And unfortunately, this absolutely applies to cartoon porn when it looks enough like the real thing. And on the topic of the real thing, let's finally, conclusively put it all together. Based on everything that I have learned about the Sears furry porn incident, unless I am missing something major, in which case, please let me know. It is so difficult to research things like this. I do get things wrong sometimes. I apologize, but know that it is genuinely just because I don't know what I don't know. Anyway, this is how I believe things went down. In 2004, there's a new vendor operating out of Austin, Texas, called Carson's Collectibles. Joseph C. Smith, the man ostensibly running this business, makes mass-produced items on the cheap, most likely using a website similar to Cafe Press or any of those that let you print things onto mugs and t-shirts and so on. He applies to sell his wares on Sears' website and gets approved, which is great news because it looks like his eBay storefront is not doing too hot. Now, over in the Netherlands, on May 1st of 2008, Storm Dragon Blue reposts his Kirby fetish art from his personal blog onto Fur Affinity. And I couldn't find a suitable place in the video to mention this, but this link is really important. On the same day, and this happens with Fur Affinity artwork all the time when it's adult in nature, on the same day this image is cross-posted to a website called Pahil, which is a massive adult image aggregation site. Pahil is the type of website that hundreds of other sites repost from. It's kind of like a cartoon erotica mothership, and this proliferation is most likely how the DDD image ended up in the sludge of Google image search results. And that will matter in a second. Now, from here, I think it could go two ways. Given Carson's history, alleged, of selling gay adult collectibles, the guy behind this is either a furry himself or just intimately familiar with what sells and where to find this type of furry artwork. Or, what I think is more likely, is this guy had a vague familiarity with video games, but not too much. I suspect that between May 1st, 2008 and April 27, 2010, Carson's Collectibles scraped Google Images for art related to Nintendo or Kirby or anything in that neighborhood. He was familiar enough with Kirby to recognize the character of King Dedede by name, but otherwise misread the image because he wasn't brain rotted and called it King Dedede drooling while eating. I guess there's like a chance he knew exactly what it was and he tried to sell it at Sears anyway, but I feel like the kind of person who would do that could not resist eventually taking credit for it, if even anonymously, because it would be like lay epic prank of the century. Unfortunately, why Carson's Collectibles specifically chose this image and named it that, and tried to peddle it at Sears, we will never truly know. And the rest is history. Carson's unleashes 631 Kirby porn items onto Sears.com, and miraculously, no one notices for over a year, until they do, and then the whole thing gets swiftly memory holed. With one loose end. Why did this drawing exist in the first place? We must credit the artist. Storm Dragon Blue, who's gone by multiple aliases and currently goes by Mao Otter, has been active in the online furry art space since around 2007, so he's kind of a vet. He posted all sorts of fetish art to his personal website and to Fur Affinity, where he remains active today. Storm Dragon Blue is a connoisseur at the buffet table of furry fetishes. He's drawn everything from latex to inflation to weight gain to diapers to hypnosis to feet to tickling to transformation, like literally everything. And in a way, the Kirby art was actually the odd one out because it was actually just a gift for his friend. As he wrote in the original description, "Is it me or am I on a birdie art flood? Just about anything I draw has a beak. I dedicate this one to Gradius. I know you like him. DDD normally has a white belly, but I believe he looks sexier all blue." So that's it. This whole thing only happened because of fetish art between friends. And through a highly improbable series of events that could only ever happen on the internet, it went all the way up the chain of command and got sold at Sears. But I guess if you put something like that online, expect it to come Kirby right back at you. Oh, bro. This has been Bad Art History. Thank you so much to the patron cells for keeping the dream alive, and thank you to everyone who waited so long between videos. No more breaks like this for the foreseeable future. If you want uncensored videos and outtakes where I laugh and I mess up my lines, or if you want to see all the extra stuff that I don't put in this video, please consider joining the Patreon.
I play loads of horror games on my channel, all of which scare the actual hell out of me. But you know what would make them much scarier? Playing them in scary locations. So that is exactly what I'm going to be doing today. I have found 4 horror games and I'm going to play them in the locations where they actually take place. And I'm going to play and rank them based on how much they scared me. The tiers that I'm going to be using to rank these games are had to go home and clear my head, made me tweak the hell out, scared the shit out of me, not too bad, and piece of cake. Shout out to Omen for making this video possible. Don't Scream. So we're starting off playing Don't Scream. Does anybody have any guesses where I could be playing this super fun game? Any guesses? Anybody?
If you said the middle of the forest at night, you'd be right.
So I brought a foldable table, a little chair, and a backpack with a camera and the Omen Max 16 in it. That's all, to quite literally the middle of the woods. I loaded into this game and some text popped up on my screen saying, "I awake shivering in some kind of outpost. The air is bitterly cold. I can't remember how I got here, but I have to get out."
I'm gonna keep it a stack here, guys. I'm really scared right now. I can't talk too loud. That's funny. This is like exactly where I am.
The whole premise of this game is not to scream, hence the name. All you have to do is survive for 8 minutes. But knowing my past, we all know how hard this is going to be for me.
There are so many noises in the game and in real life. Anybody home? What is that?
I was terrified right when I started the game. Like, can we acknowledge that I'm literally in the middle of the woods playing a horror game? Thank you.
Ooh, what the fuck? A bear? A bear can attack me in this? Alright, restart. I just killed a mosquito. Nothing in this game can hurt you, but things around you can.
The noises in this game blended with real life. I genuinely couldn't tell what was playing through my headphones and what was happening around me.
What in the f did I just find? What is this, like a gate to hell? Why would you do that? Oh no! Damn it!
I need to shut the f up when playing this game. My dumbass talked too loud, so I started the third run.
There's ever a time in your life you want? It's now. Bug just landed on me. Was that a giant f***ing spider?
I'm running this game at like 120 frames in the middle of the woods while recording myself. That's absolutely wild. So shout out to the Omen Max 16 for that.
I don't have anything to say.
This game was throwing so many creepy things at me, and I actually had to lock the game.
Is this? Where did this just take me? Oh! That's so unfair! I'm getting the f out of these woods.
8 minutes and 7 seconds. That's how long I lasted that time. And you guys are probably thinking, oh, why didn't you win? You just had to survive for 8 minutes, right? Apparently, I wasn't allowed to sit still. I sat still a few times for probably no more than 5 seconds, and that single-handedly butchered my time. Obviously, if you couldn't tell, there's no way I was going to do a 4th run, so I packed up all my shit and I got out of there as fast as I could. I also heard a lot of rustling behind me. Probably just squirrels. I don't know. I'm still here, so we're fine. We're starting off pretty strong. I'm gonna put it in the had to go home and clear my head tier. Suite 776. This next location was actually insane. I found a random listing online. I don't even remember where, and it was just an abandoned house that somebody owned. So Omen helped me out, and we rented it for like 200 bucks. And then me and a few of my friends hopped in some random dude's truck and drove us 1.5 miles up this long road with crack houses all around us. I'm not even kidding, dude. This guy driving had so many stories. He was like, yeah, I got attacked by 4 dogs here the other day. What? Anyway, and then he just dropped us off and was like, I'll pick you up in a few hours. And just look at this place. We're in the middle of it. Look at these rooms. Get these rooms.
Yeah.
The lights also work in this room, so I think we're gonna play in here.
That's from the other side. What if somebody got killed in here, bro? Bro, don't even say that.
I mean, what the hell? This place was mad freaky. Everything about it. There were bullet holes in the wall. There was a very strange covering of paint on the wall as well. I legitimately wanted to leave instantly, but all my friends were like, nah, dude, you gotta play the game. I loaded into this game and some text popped up saying, Marcy was found in her home, dead. She hung herself. It is my intention to prove that Suite 776 exists. To that, I will photograph Marcy in motion. I will photograph her even if it kills me. Then it spawned me in as Marcy's son. So I walk up to Suite 776 and go inside.
All right, let's just go, bro. I want to get the hell out of here. I don't know what I expected. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not talking. I don't know what to say. Oh, it's been rung a 4th time. Okay, bro. Oh my gosh. I'm just running around in circles ringing this damn bell.
Who the hell just laughed? Who was that? Oh my gosh. Right off rip, I was tweaking. Not even because of the game, just because reality started to kick in on where the f I was and what I was doing.
Oh my gosh, bro.
I also feel like I should mention this. All of my friends ditched me. They were like, yo, you're playing this game on your own. And then they left. So I did not know where any of my friends were at all.
Are you actually standing here? You leave. Stop. Bro.
I got stuck in this apartment and everything turned dark, which was just great.
I'm dead ass not finishing this game. I don't give a I'm not scared of a stupid ass mannequin. I don't want to be here. I don't want to play this game.
Not even like 20 minutes into the game, Alan comes into the room that I'm playing in and is like, yo, you should turn off the lights because the sun's about to set, dude. It's gonna make it so much scarier.
Are you serious? Ignore my posture, please. Doesn't matter right now. Whoa. Get the f out of here. Can I click out of this? I get it. She's there. Can I leave? Oh, she's moving now. Perfect. I got a picture of her. Can we dip?
I was clearly a man of few words because I was fucking scared. The only thing I could pick up was this apartment was haunted by this girl named Marcy, and she's just about as creepy as I'd expected.
I don't even know how the hell to beat this game. I'm gonna keep it a stack here. I'm not fucking beating it. I'm dipping in about 5 minutes. Oh my. Oh my god, there's a bee flying in front of me. What the hell? I'm not even trolling. Do you see that? It's probably just attracted to the Omen Max 16.
Super fast, this video was clearly only made possible because of Omen and HyperX.
Can you shine the flashlight? Oh my gosh. The team over at Omen was nice enough to send me this beast of a laptop, the Omen Max 16. And don't even get me started on the power of this thing. This laptop is just 16 inches of sheer power. That sounds funny.
No, but actually though, the Omen Max 16 is decked with a 50 series and an Intel Ultra 9.
Which already makes it better than my home setup, which is just crazy. This laptop can run whatever game you want on the max graphics.
Not only because it's extremely powerful,
But also because it has a really good cooling system.
and finally, somehow if you want more power,
There's an unleashed mode, which basically sends the laptop into overdrive and makes it run like a tank.
they also sent me this mic, which is the HyperX Flipcast,
Which is the mic I've been using this entire video.
most mics I've used in the past are overcomplicated and just super frustrating to work with.
But this one was effortless and has been a breeze to use so far, and obviously it sounds amazing.
So in all seriousness, if you want the most powerful laptop money can buy,
Get yourself an Omen Max 16, and while you're at it, get the Flipcast mic. It's a user-friendly, great sounding option.
I'm using it right now.
Back to the video. I forgot the lady's name. I'm kind of distracted by real life issues right now, okay? I feel like I'm playing FNAF, dude. Like in real life. Like I'm having to check corners for my dumbass friends. What could I do with a rope? What, like use it to... Stop it. Stop trolling. What the hell was that?
In my webcam, it legitimately looks like I have schizophrenia.
Guys?
Let's turn off the lights, bro. It'll make it so much scarier.
Alright, bro. What? We gotta get breaks. You're kidding. Are we actually? Bro. What do you mean, are we actually?
My friend's main goals were just to make me literally shit my pants. I originally invited them to keep watch, but no, let's f with Gunner.
They're laughing, having a jolly time. I'm over here, I think I'm gonna die. I was wrong for an 8th time. Okay. Cool. Oh! Well, Marcy, or whatever her name is about to come out and scare me, because she loves doing shit like that. Oh my god. I see one more thing, I'm leaving. I'm not even kidding. Game over. Oh! Damn! Oh! Marcy, get your fine ass out of here. I can't hear a damn thing right now. Oh, okay, no, I'm done. I'm done, dude. I'm done with it. I can still hear y'all trying, but what are you doing? What are you doing, bro?
I was just like, no, I'm done. I have to go. So luckily, I called the guy to pick us up. We packed up our shit and got the hell out of there. That game did honestly scare me from time to time, but it was mainly the setting and my dumbass friends just scaring me nonstop. But the truth is, I did have to leave. So I'm gonna put this game in the had to go home and clear my head tier. The ghost train. So this next place was a random subway car in the middle of nowhere. So Alan and I were like, yo, this is the perfect place to play a horror game.
This is found footage, guys. I have no idea. I guess we're shooting a video here.
Alright, I'm gonna
to set up a table. Hopefully all goes well. Yeah, so this time, like I said, it was just me and Alan. And we set up our shit in the subway car, and I loaded into the ghost train.
Oh my gosh, we're in. This is hella clear. Holy. I think, oh my gosh. I think we're just waiting for the train.
When we arrived, the sun was up. Now the sun is down, and I don't feel good. And it spawned me into a subway station, and the graphics on this laptop look insane. Look at these graphics, dude. This is on my laptop. Keep in mind, we are in the middle of nowhere.
Dude. Okay. Alright, this is sick. I'm actually really scared right now.
In the game, I ended up getting on the subway car and missing my stop. And then I started seeing some eerie things that I can't really explain.
What is that? Hello? That was the loudest fucking thing.
I had to collect bugs. I don't know why. After this, I went home and started the next day.
Okay, now what does it want me to do? Let's just sit down. Who is that guy? I'm not gonna even worry about it. Hello? What the hell? Yeah, mister, could you please come with me to find my daddy? No, I guess I have no choice, you dumbass.
I helped this little girl find her father in the game. I don't know why. Did I just get jump scared and go home? This is actually... What was that?
Bro, the light just fell and made me have a heart attack. Is her father even on the train? He left her here alone. Why'd she just run away? No! I just got killed by a kid.
Then I started the next day, and this is where things got increasingly creepy.
Wait, did someone just come in the bathroom? Someone's in the... Someone just banged on the bathroom door.
Oh my gosh. Alan? But then we ran into a huge problem, and that's that my dumbass completely forgot to charge the laptop. So the laptop died, so I packed up and finished the game at home. So picking up where I left off, I had this really weird puzzle that didn't really make much sense. After I did this puzzle, I was told by some old man that I had to get off at the right stop, otherwise I was cooked or something. I don't know, I just guessed. I just said yes. I had no idea. I didn't get off on the right stop. That's pretty safe to say. The train showed up last second though, and I was able to escape that strange girl. Not stopping again? This isn't funny anymore. Why? Dude, just take the bus. Okay, so there's no conductor. I'm gonna try operating the train. That's my only option. Oh, shit. Oh. And right here, yet again, it was kind of creepy, but I just had another like 5-minute puzzle I had to do. Ooh. Sorry, I don't know why that scared me. What is that? Something's happening over here. I can just tell. It's locked. Oh, okay. That's not cool. Ooh. What the hell? And at the end of the puzzle, it dropped me off at some sort of ghost station or something. I don't know how I ended up here. What is this? It's a phone booth. Seems like I've got one chance. Who should I call? If I was put in this scenario, I would probably either call a taxi or a police. If a taxi can even show up here. I'm gonna call the police. Well, now it's completely... Okay. Hello. Is that it? So that's where the game ended. I was told I needed to make the right call, and clearly I didn't. I did some research on this game, and apparently the whole deep analogy was you play as a guy who realizes that he's dead or something. I didn't get that at all. No hate to the game or anything, but it only scared me a few times, so due to this, I'm gonna put it in the scared the shit out of me. Wrong floor. Here's where I'm filming the next one. It doesn't look that creepy. No one's here, and this is my friend's basement. I think it's pretty f***ing creepy. This location was actually pretty simple compared to the other ones, but again, I was alone. I spawned into this apartment complex standing beside an elevator.
Let's go to floor 9. It's gotta be the right floor, right? It got stuck. Never mind.
So obviously, hence the name, the elevator took me to the wrong floor.
No, the elevator shut off. This guy's in the same exact room as me, except he's dead, and thankfully I'm not.
I walked around this place for a bit, and let me just say, it wasn't super welcoming.
Are you serious? Was that a shadow, or did the game just tweak? There's some dude down here with me, that I'm well aware of.
Oh my gosh. It seems I'm down here with some human monster thing. I don't know, but that was so loud, and I screamed even louder.
Extremely dangerous maniac. Homeless may hide in abandoned buildings. Now, who the hell would keep this shit in their own crib? Oh, he's right there. Oh! Damn.
Apparently, I'm stuck with some random homeless maniac, and my task is to get the generator back on to go to the right floor.
Oh! Is it just me or is the music getting louder? Am I tweaking? Let's just act like we didn't see him there. Is this just a selfie bro took? What is this? What the hell? Who would put that up? No! Oh my gosh. He's just fucking with me at this point.
This game had so many cheap jump scares. And also, I haven't really talked too much about this. This location didn't scare me that much. It's a creepy location, but I don't know. Maybe I was just so locked in on beating the game.
Oh! 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 He can't open doors though, surely. I got a crowbar. I think I knocked down some wood that I saw earlier, and then hopefully we get the hell out of here. Is that it? Is it on? That worked! Come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh! Okay, I'm dead. Oh! Get it! Hit a button, any button!
Ooh. So somehow I made it out alive and the game ended. This game scared me a little bit, mainly because of the cheap jump scares. So due to this, I'm gonna put it in the scared the shit out of me tier. So that's the list. Let me know if you guys want to see me play more games in haunted locations again. It wouldn't have been possible without Omen sponsoring this video, so thank you guys so much. Go check out the Omen Max 16 or get yourself a Flipcast mic if you enjoyed it, and I guess I'll see you guys in the next video. Please subscribe.
Yeah, your love is like a drug to me. Finna roll down, yeah, we getting high and we chilling in the wind, looking at the sky and it got some stars in it and we fucking vibing it.
These videos are funded in part by YouTube memberships. Join for just $6 a month and get early ad-free uncensored videos and member-exclusive videos that are picked
Ahem. Ahem. Wow, okay. Can you see the amount of light coming in my room? Fucking hell. Yeah, good luck sleeping past. I knew this was gonna happen. Shit is bright. And the blinds are even up. Ed is cooking me. Way too much light for sleep. Also, something about sleeping while you're live. It's like... Good morning. Milady, I am going to freshen up a little. How do I make it less scary in here? Maybe the blinds? Let me touch the blinds. I'm going to freshen up a little, but I'm awake. And let's start our day, gamers. Poop time? You heard lying about that sun. I tell the truth. So we're going to have a second good morning. Just so you know. We're going to have a second good morning. This is the first good morning. I hope you guys slept well. We'll talk about that in a minute. I go pee. I go pee. I have to pee. Also, if you don't want to be seeing somebody yawn, don't watch the stream today, man. I did not get a lot of sleep. Willet candy apple? Let's talk about that. I shouldn't be gone this long, but we liked this channel, Friday Beers. I'm gonna put this on.
Welcome back to another episode of Scared and Impaired. Today,
be right back.
we are at the Hollywood Legion, and I'm with Luke Null.
We are going to
Tell
be
me about the
drinking
banger videos when I
alcohol
get
and
back.
looking
Tell me
for
what I missed when I get
spooky,
back.
scary ghosts.
This building has
Good practice run.
history.
Next time
This is
feeling.
a place for veterans, correct?
Correct. We are looking
Okay,
for the
here we-
ghost of Marshall Wyatt. He lived here for 40 years.
If we don't find a ghost, we will make a new ghost by killing someone. Is this like a Freemason place, or this is just where veterans come to hang out and smoke cigars inside?
This is where Nicolas Cage jacks off.
Oh.
As Chief G Hunter, I think we should all actually pay respects to the fallen.
The American Legion was formed at the Paris Peace Conference, where a group of veterans, including Teddy Roosevelt, who ended up getting a Medal of Honor on D-Day, but they were looking for a home for themselves. And so the post was put together with actors and studio people.
Cut my Nicolas Cage line.
Oh, yeah, they did.
All right, let's get hammered.
What up, scaredy cats? We're gonna spin the wheel and see what 3 beers that we need to rip immediately before we see a scary ghost. Looks like a Stella. We heard that people died here, but who's jacked off here? He knows, but he's not allowed to say because the old guys will kill him. I'll fucking worship the devil. I'll tell the devil he can do whatever he wants to my wife. My biggest fear going into tonight, I just think that Luke's gonna put a freaking clown mask on and like, while I need to go pee and I think I'm not being recorded, he's gonna scare me that way.
Liam, you've done Scared and Impaired before.
I have. Dave Owen's house.
Correct.
Who I'd like to go on record and say is a dickhead, and his his house isn't haunted.
This is for sure haunted.
For sure haunted how?
Our wonderful producer Lucas interviewed Terry, the owner of the Legion.
Marshall Wyatt is the ghost you're looking for. Marshall was an Iwo Jima vet. He was a very close friend of mine, a dear friend of a lot of ours. You know, over the course of the time after he passed away, things started happening in the building that were, you know, out of the ordinary. People would hear laughter and clapping and people running around upstairs where Marshall used to bring hookers into the building. He had a favorite hooker he used to bring over, and I was staying in the room down below.
Who the fuck hookers here?
And I walked outside, and here was Marshall naked as a jaybird, and the prostitute with her huge rack of land running around the upper thing, you know, laughing, and Marshall was chasing after her.
So here's my biggest fear coming in tonight was that, because I was kind of unaware of the veteran element of this space we're in. So my biggest fear coming in tonight is that what we're doing is wildly disrespectful to the veterans. But now that I know that they were fucking hookers here.
Yeah. I mean,
you know,
not too worried.
I think like what we're doing here is probably fine. War on. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing.
Unless you want new colonies or the natural resources of that place.
Or if you want to like advance your technology way faster than you could ever possibly think.
So this theater, people report hearing laughter, hearing applause.
Now, if Liam goes alone in there, he will not hear laughter from the ghost crowd.
Give me some skin on that.
Good luck.
Holy moly.
Holy shit.
Whoa.
Nice.
Oh!
Yeah, get him.
All ghosts that are in this auditorium, be at ease. Tennessee is here. Calm you down and bring you into this world again. Be amongst the people Ghost, calm yourself. Relax. Be welcome inside of our bodies.
This is a psychic medium that I've used many times, ghost hunting. A good friend of mine, Tennessee Luke, brought him in to help communicate with the spirits of this theater. Let's rewind. I first met Tennessee Luke when we hired him for an acting gig a few years ago. He was definitely weird, but I liked him. As we started hanging out around Hollywood, Tennessee Luke began sharing things he claimed he could do. Not only could he communicate with the dead, but also he could control the weather with psychic abilities. I didn't believe him until he invited us over to show how he does it.
Hi, I'm Tennessee Luke, and I'm a psychic. I control the weather.
How long have you been doing this for? When did you realize that you can control the weather?
When I was 4 years old, I saw like a spirit, a ghost, come down straight from the sky and hit the car where the radiator is, right into my face. You now control the weather. This really helps the rain and the clouds move in. I've been here for years, number of years. I'm a member of this club. Everybody here is always very friendly, and I know the ghost would be welcome inside a person like me, because when I come here, he's having a good time.
The ghost can channel through you.
Right.
Correct.
Anyway, I said I didn't like that one as much. And then I said, let's start the day with some nice, bright artificial light. Ah, sorry, I'm testing the audio. La 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 la. That seems okay. I just want to be able to hear the music. How's the morning sickness? Buh. Okay. You scared me. Okay, this time let's do it for real. Good morning, good morning. Happy birthday. If you... What the fuck? I found the blue marble. It was on the mixer. That's a shame. Good morning. 2. Good morning. Good morning, Yab Nation. Ask me how I slept. It's alright, these streams are not about getting good sleep. I get plenty of good sleep. A lot of the time. How did you sleep is a better question. Was that like 3 hours of sleep? Yes. Yeah, I took a nap. I time traveled. Like a rock full of ice cream? Oh, I've never heard of that expression. Are you like an alien? I slipped through all of Buffy, but I'm glad you finished season 1. Damn, that's okay though. Who told you that we watched all of Buffy? Did chat let you know? Hear from Grandma? No, I didn't dream at all. I slept for... I slept for 3 hours. I did not hit REM. My spinal fluid did not trade. Excuse me. I read I did as well, and I was like, oh, so you dreamed about my grandma? No REM for you. I slept through it too, but I already went back and watched while Yeb slept. Wait, really? That's actually kind of a go-to plan. I should tell people to do that. That's such a go-to plan. You're so smart. Here, Chad, let's put on some makeup so we can rub it off by getting EP. I slept for 4 hours to wake up for an AC repairman. They told me to call a plumber. Oh my god. Coffee time. Truly, truly. I'm gonna put my face on first. I watch you on repeat until you're alive again. Here's the thing. Like, I don't even find that weird. I don't even find that weird. I feel like other streamers would be like, ew, no, not me. I like loyalty. And that's what I'm going to call it and nothing else. Any weird dreams? I did not hit REM. I did not have any dreams. I did have this one weird dream that I was being broadcast live. So that was cool. Don't know where that came from. That in mind, should you stop stream before you go to bed and then play the VOD as you sleep? Yeah, that's actually a much better way to do it, actually. So true. Yeah, but then the stream is gonna take double as long. Cause I'm not gonna have a subathon timer going on while. Well, actually, wait. What's the difference? I was gonna say I'm not gonna have a timer going off while it's not live content. But also, is sleeping live content? I gotta wet my sponge. I wet my sponge. Instead of YouTube videos. Like I just pulled the VOD up. Maybe. It's not as fun if you can't read what chat is saying, which I feel is a big part of it. Hope you're alive when you sleep. That's such a good point. Yeah, Mr. P came and laid down with me just for a little bit because, I don't know, he gets hot. I have to wet my sponge. Me when I wet, but I'm gonna leave you guys with this masterpiece.
M'lady. M'lady.
Honestly, I'd even offer to watch Buffy now, because I'm just putting my face on.
I love my pillows. Thank you for the tinsel.
Oh! Lizard! I can't, oh wait, I didn't think this through. Dude, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for the Alma fellows. Good morning! I spin for you. Can you imagine? We hit that shit. That was close. So far, so goon. Playing stream from GAMB-A-THON rewards helps too.
Did you know if you give a mouse a cookie, he may ask you for a glass of milk, and
Well,
then
get it
Siku,
twisted.
He may ask you for a glass of milk, and then Siku, he may ask you for a mirror to make sure he
Dog,
does not
are you
have a milk
fucking
mustache.
shitting my butt? Oh, fuck. Are you pooping in my hand and giving me poop? Someone who takes that, like, are you shitting my pants thing way too far? Are you shitting in my diaper? Sorry. Hey, Rex, thank you so much for the 25. Let's go! Did I do a spin for you yet? No, I should be able to see my chats. I didn't. Okay, you get 5 spins. This time I'm paying attention, so I'll know if it hits. I feel so, like, vindicated that that shit naturally hit on its own yesterday. I can't tell you. I can't tell you.
Are you actually digging
Why
in
do
your
they
butt
call her a party pooper? Does she poop at parties? Are you actually digging your butt, twin? I think yesterday... Jeez! I think yesterday I was... I did something in my sleep that I went, ooh, I'm so glad no one can see me. Because I had the monitor covering me. I literally think I picked a wedgie behind the little monitor. Sometimes we get too comfortable. Hey, Beagle! Also, Mike Hantrum, thank you so much for the 7 months, dude. We're just waking up. Good morning, chat. Good morning to the cutie pie. Looking very good, very nice. We haven't had coffee. We haven't done anything. We literally just woke up. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. All right, last one. I think. I'm pretty sure that was 5. Did you notice if you give a mouse a cookie? You know, would you hate me if I changed that alert too? I'd be too scared to sleep on stream. I'd often wake up naked or shirtless or pantsless and no idea when it came off. So we were talking about that yesterday. Like literally, we were talking about that. How, same. When I was younger, I would wake up completely like, where are my clothes? It's a habit I grew out of because now I'm a lot more comfortable sleeping on stream. I had 2 coffees and immediately fell back asleep. Dude, coffee does that to me too. I almost kind of just want to have like a gamer subs maybe for now, but I am going to make a coffee. That is my normal routine. I want to say it normally takes me like an hour or 2 minimum to become, yeah, lucky me, to become a human on Earth. So that's my story and I'm sticking to it. So yeah. Let my brain boot. Let my brain boot up. I'm probably going to ask you guys a lot of questions this morning, too. Like, did you have any dreams? Because it's easier for me to ask you, talk to you, than, like, think for myself. So every thought, you're going to hear it.
Thank you for resubscribing
I have to not touch my
friend,
face.
Yeti.
Wonkly.
Wonkly? We got a hype train coming. Emotes? Oh, fuck. Wait. Okay, who's just coming in and it's like their first time since yesterday, like let's say 8 p.m. Whatever time that is to you. Who hasn't been here for like 8 hours? Do lurkers still count as viewers or did Twitch mess that up? You know what? I think I'm gonna go with fucking absolutely. I think that there was a lot of myths based around it, but I think they were all sensationalized. Like, and I don't mean that in a negatory way. I just mean, or a derogatory way. I just mean like, I don't know, man. It's like this unseeable force, and Twitch was choosing to be cagey about it. Yeah, lurkers still count, and they have counted for quite some time. They just can't be muted. See, even that I'm not even sure about. Truthfully, Here's the other thing that they even said on their own, Twitch said on their own. They were like, oh, you can't have more than 2 like tabs open because then you won't count in the next third person stream. They kind of came out and said that full out blatantly. You can't have more than 2 tabs open. Which I do find crazy. I mean, granted, yeah, you can't watch. I mean, maybe you can chat. Have you ever watched and chatted? Maybe not chatted, but have you ever watched 2 streams at once like that? Yeah, they came out and they were like, yeah, you can't have more than 2 tabs open because it won't matter. Unironically, were you chatting? That's funny. What about quad streams? See, I think that's why they made the stream together feature, because if you're doing like a huge collab with like 5 people playing a game, like if you're playing Peak or something, you'll only count as a viewer in 2 of those streamers' chats, so you should, like, you know, dock. I'm a big fan of docking. I think, like, I try to dock every time I stream. Peak ADHD. Hey, good morning. Good morning. If you hadn't been in stream in, like, the last 8 hours, we got some new emotes. Pretty cool. What if I have 1,000,000 windows open instead of tabs? Okay, I think that still counts. Any stream you have open, it's not just tabs. It's like you can only be a viewer in 2 at a time. When Germa streams, I like to watch all 4 horsemen's POV. Sucks it only counts for 2 of them. What the fuck? Germa's in the apocalypse? What the fuck is all horsemen? Not really actively chatting at all, but doing like the multi-stream site where you can see all at once. I don't know if that works. It should. It really should. I don't know if that works. All right, chat. Multi-stream, my stream. Everybody pull up my stream in 4 little windows. What happened to the horse toilet, by the way? That's so... I appreciate you remembering Plop. Plop is alive and well. And by well, I mean he's kind of crumbling very slowly. Time has not been kind to Plop. But he's still downstairs in the bathroom. When Tay came and stayed with me for the week before TwitchCon, she was getting posted up on my couch downstairs to go to sleep in. And there's a water closet downstairs. It doesn't have a shower. It's just like a toilet room, a potty room. And I said, oh, by the way, before you go to sleep, you need to know there is something in the bathroom. Don't be alarmed. That's supposed to be there. And she was like, what are you talking about? She gets up, she opens the bathroom door, and she sees Plop. She slammed the door shut. She said, I'm not using that bathroom. And I was like, no, you could just move him to the side. She was like, I'm not going in the room with that thing. I am not going to be in the same room. What the fuck is that? She's like, if you didn't tell me about that, I would have, like, my body would have left my soul peeing in the middle of the night. She legitimately refused to use that bathroom. Even with Plop not on the toilet. She was like, I'm not gonna pee next to it. Homer, thank you for thinking Rex for giving you a sub. Good morning, Orion. Good morning, everyone just waking up. I also just woke up. What a coincidence. Good morning, everybody. Just wait. Good morning. Oh. That was a good one. Pop went to the farm in the sky. I think about getting rid of him a lot. Red zone, but for... What's red zone? There's something funny. I didn't tell you, but it hit me yesterday. A coworker of mine showed me that reel. A normal office worker. Can I tell you something? I've told this story on stream already. I think I told the story on stream already. I know someone who started like working with a talent agency, and I was hanging out with them and their manager, was just a lovely individual. We get to chatting, and then their manager kind of turns to me like to make polite conversation, like, hey, so what's something you've done lately that you think is cool, like. And then I couldn't really think of anything, so I just said, well, I went viral on Instagram like 3 months ago. And then I showed them the short of Plop, and dude was like a very straight-laced, like, you know, no nonsense kind of guy, like very straightforward and nice, granted. I showed him that short, and he was like, "Oh my god, I saw this. What the fuck is wrong with you?" This is epic lore. To have someone say to my face, "No, I've seen that video of you making a toilet horse. What is wrong with you?" I just like, that's so, the power of the internet, man. Diabolical first impression. I do think that, because he started talking to me different after that. For sure. He was like, "When are you going to do an update?" Like, that was an ugly laugh. He's like, when are you going to do like a part 2? And I was like, never, I never anticipated this. This was a stream that I did. I did not anticipate this, sir. He's like, now you have to do like home DIYs. To be real with you, that's partially why I was like, I really enjoyed finding the ET CD rack, because I feel like I need to make a response. I need to make what do music people call it? I need to make I don't know what to call it. A redo. Just a random hurl in my office, and then I followed your Insta and I laughed and I realized. Let's go. A clapback, a diss track, a DJ set, a remix, a tribute. Nira. I need to, you know, circle back. Yeah, I need to remix it. But you know what I wanted to do initially, even before I saw the CD rack, this was initially the sub goal. I just wanted to make a toilet ET. Like, can I tell you, I slept. Yay! Did you dream? Was I there? What was I saying? Oh, do you know how hard it is to procure a half bike? Why do I need a half bike, I hear you saying? Well, because if ET is going to be on my toilet, he's going to be in a basket. In a bike. So I wanted a half bike so I could just mount that on the toilet and then put a basket on it and then build ET in the basket. The long way? Yeah, the pants of the bike, if you will. How would a bike wear jeans? You guys have seen this meme, right? Sorry, I'm not even putting on makeup. I'm just talking. Guys, I think this is what a bike looks like. First time being a human on Earth, kind of nervous. Is this what a bike looks like? I feel like something's missing. So this is a bike. Sprockets? Dude, don't get stuck in the nitty gritty. You know what this fucking is. These are wheels. Okay? You don't need sprockets. I don't know what a sprocket is. I don't know what a fucking sprocket is. I don't know what you're asking for. The wheels, the propeller, the dick. Oh yes, naturally. Where's the basket? I'm just showing you a bike. Okay? Alright, so if a bike wore pants. If a bike wore pants. Would the pants be like... this? I like that. You are so artistic. I think you meant to add a U. Just one leg flapping in the wind? Yeah. I'm so glad we all agree. This actually wasn't even a genuine question. Fuck you. Okay, now I get that. This wasn't a genuine question. I think if you think it's one, you need help. Oh, girly pop, no. Girly pop. No girly pop. Girly pop. Yeah, you want this? Weren't we going to do a plop too? Yeah, we were. But here's the thing. No. I'd started. I bought everything. I bought everything we might need. Like, I bought a chair. I bought everything we might need. It just didn't work the way I wanted. So, gotta go back to the drawing board. Also, it got really expensive. It was getting really expensive. For like, granted, the first one, good soup. I have no guarantee that spending $200 on making a plop 2 would do me any good. I have zero guarantee. And in that way, I'm not interested. But if we were to do an ET one, horses are expensive. I also, oh man, I didn't say thank you. I think I did. I don't remember. Filthy little man, dude, thank you so much for the 12 months. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Thank you for subscribing to Young Elder Bear. Oh, do you guys remember that? Are you accepting investors? No, because if you don't know for the fucking horse, I'm going to keep it. I'll say, yeah, absolutely. I'm just going to keep it. Dude, last night before bed, I did some horse pulls. Larger genitals. I did some horse pulls. And, sorry, I didn't do horse pulls. I did some support card pulls. It was a free pull because you're not listening to me. I know you're not listening to me. Chat, they're doing free 10 pulls. The whole pull is free. Last night, I got like 3 gold and an SSR card. I miss that guy. I think that guy used to piss people off. Tadpoles. No. Ubamasume. I am. You get the whole 10 pull off. The whole ass 10 pull. What trading card game? Umamasume? It's not a trading card game. It's an app in your phone where there's how do I say this? There's women. Have you never seen Umamasume? See what? That's a lot of polls or whatever. I am listening. Whatever. Maybe we should just go make coffee. I'm up. Maybe we'll do makeup after. I'm awake. Oh! Rex! Wait, whoa.
For block 2, don't keep the money. Or toward the Porsche fund.
Well, I feel obligated to. Umasume does have a versus mode. Horse fund! Rex, thank you so much for the $200. I believe oh shit, I don't think any of the mods are awake. Hold on, nobody touch anything. I have to add that manually. Donos we have to add manually to the timer. I never do this and I'm so scared to fuck it up. I always count on Keth or someone else who's awake to do this. It has a versus mode? Is it the team battles? You can do like a local head-to-head. It is essentially like a team battle. But, it's like a local head-to-head. You can go 1v1. I'm downloading Umasume. I really enjoy card opening. No way. Okay. So, someone needs to start paying me. Because, not you. Because I have gotten so many people on Umasume. And I don't mean even in the streaming kind of sense. I mean like Shane, for example. When I was with her, I showed her Umasume. And I kind of like explained it to her. And you probably don't know Shane, my best friend who lives in Florida. If you try to explain to her the premise of anything, a movie, a card game, a board game, a video game, she'll go, so it's like Cash Cab. So it's like Cash Cab. She doesn't listen, which, hey, neither do I. People start talking and I go, you lost me 10 minutes ago. Bro, that makes me so happy. So, okay, yeah, there is a card portion, but there is also a gacha. Oh, would you like to see my Umasume? Is she ever wrong? Kind of is like Cash Cab. I'm not gonna play it. I can just show it to you. Because I'm actually very proud of it, and I would love to talk about it. Can I do this instead? Hold on, wait. I woke up and I'm... Why is ADHD such a bitch? I woke up and I already have 10 mental tabs open. It's your fault. How do you manually add time? How have the mods been doing this? Oh, I don't know how to do that. I'm gonna make red 40 pizza for breakfast. I threw it away. That shit was not cooked, gang. It didn't hurt my tummy, but it was like literally like eating a gummy if it were a pizza. I'm just gonna add a message. Mod, add $200 dono to timer, and pin that at the top of chat. I'm helpless. I'm helpless. Do you see this? I can't. I'm helpless. It's the leftover hunting adaptation. Your ancestors were strong. Wait, tell me more about me. What is... Wait, so people who have ADHD were like good hunters or something? Wait, give me this copium. I need it. Please, fresh, hot off the press. Yeah, I think I'm running the shit show right now. I'm the ringleader. Muted in a meeting. Katha. Can we get some fucking clappies, please, for the mods? A huge clappies. Huge clappies. You know that. People who stayed up people who can't sleep at night are the ones who stayed up to guard the camp. That's such a nice way to think about it. I hope that's true. I missed so much by going to sleep last night. I'm so sorry. You bring Shane to the horse racing track to Gamba, so it's like being on Cash Cab. The mods are great. And like, when I went to sleep last night, which, by the way, I did very unceremoniously. I felt like I just rolled over into bed. I've said barely goodnight to you guys. I literally just popped up my bed. I said, all right, that's it for me. See ya. And then I laid down. I barely said goodnight to you guys last night. Sorry about that. But yeah, the mods are great. I didn't even lose a wink thinking, I hope someone's not posting wiener ASCII art in chat right now. Maybe I should be losing winks over that. I like to think a lot of random inventions came from ADHD people trying a bunch of shit. That is... I love that. Do you guys think Leo DiCap, not the actor? Wait. Do you think Leonardo da Vinci had that shit? Do you think bro was struggling with, like, time management, time blindness? He had to have been. They think people with ADHD were good at spotting food sources and that others missed, and people with autism were good at finding trains nearby. Dude, fuck, I believed you. You had me in the palm of your hand. You had me dead ass in the palm of your hand, you dick. If you notice little animals running around, you better get more food. Me? That's just my life here. The moment Mr. President realized I was awake, dude was screaming his head off. Ah, he never eats at 9 in the morning. Why is he acting? Yeah, Leo DiCap is too busy chasing high schoolers. That's true. Didn't Da Vinci devise his own sleep schedule that was like 20 minutes every 2 hours? Was that him? Da Vinci struggling to create gravity and shit because he saw a good tweet. Da Vinci didn't... He did not create... Anxious people gotta be good lookouts. She's so sad, but her tits are so fabulous. Many such cases, dude. Oh, I was gonna show you my Umasume. Eh? Has that just been playing? Do I have to re-download Umusume on here? If that's the case, I may not do it. Oh, actually, I do. I know I do. It's probably like a 2-second download. Let's try it. If stream goes down, I'll be back. Oh, wait, no. Because the accounts aren't docked. Because this isn't... Is the account... Let's try it. I'll finish downloading it. Having internet issues? No. I mean, in general, yeah. Yes. But for the most part, I'm good. When we sleep in the cave and depend on Yeb to be on watch, I will go to sleep on your ass. I will leave your ass... I have to log in. I somehow unpaused a YouTube tab and I'm so tired I didn't realize it and I was like, damn, what is she watching? Why isn't she showing it? Sounds like me. That sounds like me. 100%. I'm currently watching a Horse Girl concert on my phone. What have I done, chat? I would so much like to think that there's somebody out there, a real person, a real chatter. And they're like, Yeb changed my life. She showed me Uma Musume. Okay, it is a bit of a fat download. But look at how happy they are. Dude, I remember when this came out.
All of my fellows, thank you for the 10 subs.
Sigh with all my Fellingtons. Hold on, I'm gonna check out of this. I'm gonna unclick this. I'm gonna let her do her thing. Oh my yeah, you changed my life in a bad way. That's, you know what? I didn't specify which one I preferred. Turn down Uma Sume. Uma, your Sume. Thank you so much, Sai. I think that when you guys give subs, it brings people in who go, oh yeah, that guy. That streamer. Oh yeah. Thank you for bringing in all those fresh peapods hot off the press. That's essentially what you're doing. It's the pre-sub to post-sub pipeline that you never really hear about. I'm playing a Horse Girl game and I educated my boss today on baby 3 blind boxes. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Bitch. We get some blind boxes to open. Do you want to see them? Oh no, I'm doing it again. Oh no, I'm doing it again. Chat, if I'm being like too much too early in the morning, let me know. Full Wrath, thank you for thanking Sai. Yay. Yay. But you hit me with your car, not even in a stream thing. So change in a bad way. That was you? Don't worry, I've gotten my karma. I've gotten almost hit by a car multiple times and hit by a car twice. Finding Yebstream and related streamers is the highlight of my decade. Bro, I don't want to get too mushy, but I'm gonna. Like, there is no media like streaming. Like, sometimes, I'm gonna say it, streaming can be boring. It could be shmee. And it's like, not anybody's fault. It's the nature of the platform. It can be like really fucking boring. There have been weeks where I'm like, as a streamer, looking for anyone doing anything fun or cool, and I'm like, nobody, and this is not, I do not mean this in a mean way, but it's just like, nobody's doing anything. Because, granted, new things aren't really rewarded, one, but you know what I mean? But then there's times when I'm on Twitch, and I'm like, holy fucking shit, how did they think of this? Nice Nature? More like Evil Nature. She has so many, like, all of her skills are red. That'll make sense if you play the game. Evil Nature run, where you only have negative skills that negatively impact the people around you. I would totally play the horse gacha, but I've already got 2 gachas I play and I don't have time for a third. That's what I kind of went over with Shane. Do you guys know this, like, it's a Chinese dating game, but there's, I shit you not, combat with, like, Final Fantasy level bosses. I think it's called, like, Lovers in a Dangerous Space-Time, or no, that's a video game, but it's similar, and it's a fully Chinese game. You made a very Chinese time in my life. She showed it to me, and she tried explaining it to me the same day that I was explaining and showing her Musume, and I went, ooh, a little too much. It's a little too much. It's too much. That's a different game, but still a banger. Okay, that is a different game. But you know, there is a game called that. It's very close. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, it's like Cash Cab. I don't speak Chinese. I want to surprise you guys one day, but this is probably the least likely thing I could surprise you with, so I'm just going to tell you. But, like, I want to learn Mandarin and just break that shit out into, like, while I'm streaming. Just be like, yeah, guys, so speaking in Mandarin, speaking in English, speaking in Mandarin, Love in Deep Space? Yeah, I think that's probably it. Anyway, I think I would love to just switch between Mandarin and English and just not tell you guys that I've been learning Mandarin. So Mega Gooner. Yeah, that's it. Do the accent. What? No. I'd probably assume I'm having a stroke. That's the effect that I want to have on people. Co-op music, 23 months. Thank you. 23 months. Cosplay as a Great Wall tourist. That would be a dedication to a bit. Just show up one day not speaking English at all. No, okay, well, I don't think I could be fluent for the bit. Chinese cigarette review stream. How the fuck am I supposed to get Chinese cigarettes? I mean, I basically did that already. Did you know you can order cigarettes off Amazon? If you didn't, now you know. You can order cigarettes off Amazon. And guess where most of everything from Amazon comes from? And they're not nicotine cigarettes, they're herbal cigarettes, so they can have flavors. Like, I still have them. We have a lemon one, a chocolate one. I forget, but I think I said I liked the chocolate the most. Fly to China for the bit. I would go to China. I'm intrigued. I am intrigued. P.O. Box. No, don't send me Chinese cigarettes. If you send me Chinese cigarettes, I'll smoke it begrudgingly, because then I'll think that you, like, laced it with something and I'm gonna die. I had forgot a bunch of Mandarin that I knew. When I worked front desk at a hotel, I could break out a few phrases to Chinese guests a couple of times. Aw, I'm sure they really appreciated that too. This is going to change my life. I got some Chinese tea arriving on the weekend. That's kind of what they call it. That's literally what they call it. In Amazon, if you were to look up herbal cigarettes, it's like a tea cigarette because it's just leaves. Oh, I think the game's done. Yeah. Oh, I'm already logged in. All right, chat. Meet my favorite girl. She's an idiot, but she has huge boobs. Check it out. Let's do my free poll now. Let's just do that. Let's get that shit out of the way. Okay. Who else? How do I scroll? It's been so long. How do I get to other things? It has been so fucking long. I haven't played on my computer in so long. How do I? Oh, I do this. Nice. She's just Dex's girl. She sounds like an idiot. Doesn't she sound like an idiot? Let me have a quick look-see too. The thing that I was saying that I'm pretty proud of. You may not think this is impressive. I'm happy about this. Hi, Ken sent it. Hello. Hello, good morning. I guess technically we've been awake for like an hour now. Almost an hour. Yeah, basically an hour. Heavy Naturals horse. This is the other Heavy Naturals horse. She's the one I was telling you guys about. That I'm like, she has got huge boobs and she's an idiot. I love her. Anyway, before the big update for the Unity Cup, I was really struggling to get, again, if you don't play the game, this doesn't mean anything to you, but whatever. I was really struggling to get anything above a B+ horse, mainly because I'm not doing the things I know I'm supposed to do, which is like going into the Discords for Umasume and like adding people, essentially like getting rich and powerful friends and just borrowing their horses, because that's how this game works. You can borrow horses. I didn't do any of that. I haven't done any of that. I just like hope that the people on my friends list currently have horses that are good for me. So anyway, but the Unity Cup has been really good for my girlies. It's just like real life. I gave up due to the struggle. That is so fair, but I'm telling you, this new update, look, every day, 10 free poll, and check this shit out. So it's a new game mode, so it's not the Uro finale. It's called Unity Cup, and it's given me the opportunity to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 A stars. And I know if I tried hard enough, I could get A+. This shit is fire. I love the new update. So good. I'm working on getting everybody to be A+ here. There's no reason why they shouldn't be. There's no reason why she shouldn't be. I'm very excited about this. I still haven't been able to win a Hara Yuhara from a crane machine. Oh, I know that you were really excited about that. Do you just have... Sorry, I'm just reading backwards now. Do you just have a little Siggy stack somewhere from that stream? Yeah, right next to my front door.
Diaper ads. It was weird.
Yesterday, they were showing gambling ads. So, diapers, gambling baby. Linux, thank you so much for the 5 months. Good morning. Good morning to you. A+ is hard. I finally got one last week, but I haven't been playing that much. I know it's like active work. When I play this game, I tend to like halfway through the race, kind of forget what I'm doing. I lock out. I'm jacked in and then I jack out. Okay, let's do our free polls. Check this shit out, by the way. Okay, so this is the gotcha element. Can wear diapers to the casino. Me and the boys, yeah, hate to see us coming. Diapers, no pants. So you're just like big babies coming. Anyway, this is the this is how you get girls. Chat, write this down. This is how you get women. There's a lot that have come out, so, but a lot of them are reskins as well. Like, that chick has been around for a minute. This lady is German. Minecraft. This lady is new and I love her. She's really funny. But more than just collecting women, you need cards to power the women. Women love cards. So the more powerful the card, the more powerful the woman. Are you writing this down? Yesterday I got an ICE recruitment ad on Twitch. What? Can we report that? What? That's crazy. What? Also, well, chat, okay, hold on. I have heard saying specific things could get you banned. So, let's be careful. Not because anyone here is okay with that. Not even remote. But I don't want you guys to be thrown into the nether portal. I have audio again. Good morning. I got that too, but I didn't want to mention it. That's gross. That's really fucking gross. I got ads to demonize drug addicts. Guys, what are we doing on this website? It said 50k to join as a bonus. They're desperate, huh? Good. Stay desperate. Well, don't. Go away. Let's open some cards. For free. For free. Did you hear me? For free, motherfucker. Granted, they tell you which ones you're gonna open. And I got both of these with free pulls. I've gotten the rice shower card, and I've gotten the very androgynous, the most they them I've ever seen, this fucker right here. Love them. Forget, what are we doing on this planet? Don't. It makes me feel so small. It makes me feel so small. It makes me like sad, and it makes me feel really tiny. I'm like this big. Yeah. I'm a generally very positive person. But thinking about that stuff, it's so crazy. You know what? All right, chat, I'm going to say it. What if we built a time machine? Hear me out. And it could be run by plutonium, ethically sourced from the Libyans. And what I was thinking is, we could use a card that is timeless, yet says, I'm here to fuck shit up. Have you ever heard of a Toyota Corolla? What if it's that honestly what no, if there was a Back to the Future remade in this day, if they did that, hey man, I'm going to shoot myself into space. But the car they would use 100% would be a Cybertruck. So a DeLorean. So it's basically like Cash Cab. If they were to remake Back to the Future, it would be with a Cybertruck. Hear me out, Ford Pinto? Da Bean? I don't know cars well enough. I don't know what a Ford Pinto is. I know a Miata. My car's completely unlabeled. It's definitely a Corolla. Ooh, I didn't like the way you said definitely. Is your car cigarettes? Is your car diapers? My car's cigarettes and diapers. We ended up in a timeline where Biff runs everything. Bro, I think about that all the time. We're in Back to the Future too. Gramps. Oh, Pintos are famous for deaths by fire. Dubbing? Sorry. I just wanted to repeat what I said previously. Oh, do you know? Okay, thank you, Ben, for the context. I have seen so many stickers living in Southern California that on Teslas, and the stickers were like things like, that guy's a Nazi, like straight up, like on the car. They have a fat ass bumper sticker that says, hey, I don't even like him. I didn't know about that. Which I kind of like, I go, well, that's fair. You did, that's fair. Okay, that's fair. Hey, so I don't like that guy. This car, yeah, this car is paid off. Oh, hi, Yeb, you're awake. Am I? If this is a simulation, press 2. I just finished watching Kill Bill. Every time I see that movie, it's like the first time I'm seeing that movie. Please wake up. No. I'm gonna pull for support cards. For free! I don't trust Cybertrucks when I cross the road. I don't trust Cyber Crocs. I don't trust Cyber Crocs, period. This is a good card. This is a Poggers card. Any card that's maxed out is gonna be it. Uma Thurman. Awesome. No. Uma Musume. Very close, though. Any card that you can max out. Oh, fuck me. Sunrise Crispy, good morning. Thank you for the 5. Any card that you can max out is going to be good soup. Yo, I think I can uncap and upgrade full art. They all are. They are. So let me show you. Let me show you more. Horse soup. Camino I want to do beat you. I'll do these later. Oh, this is a wit card. That's fine. But there are better wit cards. Horse soup is just glue? That's not true. I feel like... I feel like what you're saying is, what the hell? Okay, I don't know what this is. What is this? What is this? What is this? I've never seen this before. Okay, I'm going to use context clues and assume that means that I can do a free uncap. Yeah, they all have it. There we go. Context clues. Anyway, no. Horse soup is not just glue. I feel like you guys think if you cut a horse in half, or like if you cut a tree in half, it's like all syrup. So you think if you cut a horse in half, it's all glue. It's concentrated. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Is that it? Really? Wow. I don't have a lot of support cards because I mainly pull for girls. I just like the pretty ladies. Yo, it's a speed card? I don't get a lot of those. That's fucking dope. I don't think it's like the best speed card, but that's awesome. That's awesome. Sometimes I remember our old alerts. That's awesome. That's awesome. Glue and Jello. The wet parts of them are glue, and the solid is just Jello.
I hope you're all having a wonderful morning, Yeb Soup hug.
I mean, fuck. Hell, I am. I'm so happy to see you. Good morning. Thank you for the 200 bits. Oh, what was I doing? Oh yeah, level up. Hey guys, does Squeaks go live today? Guys, I was like, what? We could just watch Squeaks. Can we watch Squeaks' stream? See, here's a critical part of my morning that you're all missing. Me when I see the horse clue. A critical part of my morning that... Oh my god, no way! Oh, dope! A critical part of my morning that you guys are missing is I just watch streams when I wake up. Bro. Warning gate. Okay, I took a personality quiz. I was like, which Uematsume am I? And it said I'm freaking Shinko Windy. That's about it. See ya. I can't look at her the same. She looks like she bites. You probably can't see the card art too well. She literally looks like she bites. That's about it. See ya. You guys saying I see it is so mean. It's mean, chat. Alright, I think those are the only cards that I want to love. Also, why am I doing this right now? I should be making breakfast. Breakfast. I know this card is good. Should I do it? Should I do it? I have a lot of money. Okay, I will. I just don't see myself needing it. I'm gonna do it. I like this emote. Yeah, for the people who are just waking up and came into stream. You got a bunch of emotes while you were sleeping. It's like Christmas. Shinko Windy's the new smiling friend. That would be epic if she were. No, how much money have I spent in this game? I think I probably spent like $200 at this point. Mostly fueled and funded by chat. Just want to say. Mostly it's chat being like, what if you bought another? What about another? Is this card any good? Okay. That's all I'm gonna do for now. We're enablers. Yeah, this game is free to play. 100%. This game, listen to me. This game is free to fucking play. You don't have to spend money in this game. But it is fun. What if horse teeth weren't just in the front? What the fuck? I've decided the Reese's Pumpkins are better than the Reese's Cups. You are in good company. Because guess what the fuck we did, dude? We did a freaking Reese's Cup tier list during Halloween. And we discovered your truing. Free-to play. I'm not going to do any horse races. I just wanted to show this to you guys. You know what? Let's do a freaking team race. I wasn't going to do any horse races. Let's just do a team race. We'll just do a... Wait, no. Let's do a daily race. Wait. Yeah, let's do a daily race. I want to show the people who, like, are just getting into the game. Why are you... A date acquired? Who does that? Just go by rating. Aw, no, the other way. I want to show the people who have never played this game what it's like. What they look like. Did you see the cosplayers who all dress as the different horses? Yeah, and I was so sad I wasn't invited. Oh, she's really... I did not know she was bad with Mile. Oops. Let's just view the results. We don't want to see her lose. Not my Oshi. Not my Oshi. No, fuck! I didn't mean to press that. Okay, that time we won. Hold on. I want to show you, like, an actual race. And then we're going to go downstairs and make breakfast. Breakfast. I should really pay more attention to their... what they're good at. That's how it starts, and suddenly you have no breakfast and it's noon. That's the route we were going down. But I won't have it. I'm so glad that we woke up, like, very early. It's worth it. I think it's worth it. Because now we have more time to fuck about. Girls racing. That's our horse. Girls racing. Yes. This game is cute, but will never make me trust IRL horses? What? They're the most trustworthy. Girls racing. They finally automated the team races? What does that mean? What does automated the team races mean? I noticed I've been winning more often. I didn't know if it's because I finally have some A tier runners. I woke up early just to go to work. Fuck all that noise. I am so sorry. But good morning. It's Thursday. One more day to the weekend, baby. You can do it. We can do it. Okay, this is where you need to lock in. Grass Wonder. Grass Wonder. Grass Wonder. Grass Wonder. You're in 13th place. Thank you. You don't have to click through every race? Oh, really? Grass Wonder, what the fuck is this showing of mediocrity? I'm trying to show chat what it's like to win. What the fuck was that? Dude, you made me look bad. My dad made me paranoid of horses as a kid. He said they would mistake me for a carrot and bite me. Man, see, that's the kind of shit that people are like, they think it's harmless, but it really stays with you. I have many a thing like that. That shouldn't have happened, and I'm embarrassed, to say the least. Okay, I'm going to close the game. Close the game. But thank you for indulging me in this joy of... What the fuck? Okay, thanks, Steam. Thank you for indulging me. Shut up! Oh my god, it's going to start doing... Oh my god, it realized that I'm playing the game, and now it's giving me a bunch of... No. Wait, it's blocking me from closing the game. I need this. Hello? Oh, it's me. I'm blocking me from closing the game. It literally says 2 title screen right there. Anyway, sorry, we were talking about umasume, so we got on that little tangent. But how about some breakfast, chat? Big ass truck. Pancakes? No. What are we, 5? You're gonna have a hard-boiled egg and a cigarette, and you're gonna like it. Grow up. Pancakes? I'm gonna make breakfast too. What are we having? I have oatmeal. I have protein oatmeal. I call it broatmeal. Yeah, we're gonna have eggs. I'm thinking we're just gonna do a very simple egg on toast. Can we get a can of Monster to go with the cigarette? You can have a can of Gamer Subs. Alright, we don't drink Monster in this house. Four bowls of Honey Nut Cheerios. 4 bowls of honey. 4 bowls? There was a chatter who casually said that they feed their cat 4 cans of wet food a day with unlimited dry food and treats. And I still think about them just being like, ha ha ha, dumping crazy information on you and moving on. Ha ha ha. I still think about that. I'm like, what? So you saying that you had 4 bowls of Honey Nut Cheerios is also going to stick with me. Yep's going to stand on an egg. I need water. That cat has to be huge. He said the cat was 30 pounds. He said the cat was literally 30 pounds. Isn't that sad? All right. Oh, yeah. Skooma. Skooma is in the mason jar. Not a joke. I made skooma. Because we were playing Skyrim. Nope, I'm not pickling an egg. That's skooma. That's not a cat. That's a stationary object. No, this isn't a scar. This is... We made red 40 pizza. Chat. Chat womb. You gonna say good morning to the baby? We made red 40 pizza yesterday. So I was working with a lot of red 40 and I suddenly was covered in red everywhere and blue. Chat. That's not mine. I didn't say it was. I missed that part. I was working late. That's okay. Red 40 pregnant. I think we're out of milk. No! No! Don't you dare! Let's go make a latte. Would you like to join me downstairs? I'm gonna end the stream here and then go live on the other pewter. Also, I was trying to work on this last night. Oh my god, you're a singer? I'm working late. I was trying to make the camera not turn me into a cyborg. And unfortunately, I realized something. I thought that this was the same camera that I used to stream from. It isn't. I think it's the older version of it, which I didn't think was going to make such a big deal, but it did. It has. It has a fully different lens and everything. You can't see it from there, but it's also having... It has some problems. I realize is probably why it was on sale, so I think I'm going to return it. So long story short, one of 2 options available to us. Option 3 is there's 3 options. Okay, I just need you guys to lock in for like 1 second. Does it have X-ray vision? No, it has like every information that a camera would have on the screen, and I can't make it go away. More than that too, it has a problem where if you plug in an HDMI cable, you cannot see the screen anymore. So that's a problem. Camera can't change, but you really are. Here are 3 options. Option 1, I take this camera down. We go downstairs, set it up downstairs. Bob's your uncle. No issues there. This camera, this camera, this camera, this camera, that camera. Option 2, we take and try to use the cyborg camera. which is different but the same because it's already on the tripod. So that's that. Option 3 is we just stream from my phone. Option 3 is simply I pull up like an IRL whatever stream on my phone and do that. 1, if it's easy. It's like not hard. It's just unscrewing and screwing in the camera into the thing that it's in. Fuck, Milo's barking. Milo, I'm listening to music, dude. Come on. Like my keycaps? They're Umasume. 3, stream from the phone. Peapod poll. One, 2, or 3. I vote for whatever gets us to Giles faster. You might not see Uma Hatsune. You might not see Giles for a while. We have a lot of other things to do that's not watching Buffy. Don't hate me.
Thank you for resubscribing to my friend, Yeti.
Does this doohickey extend the timer hello way?
Sure does. Thank you so much for the 21 months. Let's go, Diego. Like, talk about Buffy? What? No, like, we finished season 1 last night. Yeppy. We finished season 1 last night. And I want to start season 2, but I think we should just focus on doing it at night. I think during the day, I would love to, I mean, get into some shenanigans. But I did mention also playing Dispatch. I think that might be something nice to do after we have breakfast. We'll do our dailies and then maybe try to play. I don't know. Depends. We don't hate you, but we love Giles. I missed all of season 1. That's like... That's crazy. That's like you missed throwing a hot dog down a hallway. And I would get my ride and dip. We have watched Buffy over like 6 or 7 streams. P? Mr. P! I don't even have a hot dog. Let alone a rack to necessitate. Wait, what is the thing? I don't even have a gun. Let alone a rack to... What does he say? I don't even have a gun. Let alone to necessitate a rack. Yeah, thank you. Could you vote, please? Option 1 is taking this camera down, so no cyborg reticle. Option 2 is just using the camera we used last night. Option 3 is just streaming from my phone. Pros and cons of all of them. Like streaming from my phone, there's no Spotify, so we would just end up like talking with no music. Option 2 is there's a reticle, and option 1 is just more annoying and takes more time for me to set up, but I have to do that shit anyway. Your streams start at 2:30 a.m. and I have to be a responsible adult. They start at 2:30 for you. They start at 2:30 for you. Where do you live? That's actually crazy. Wait, you gotta be in like the UK or something. Let alone many guns that would necessitate a rack. I have to run it back because I fell asleep during the watch and woke up to the credits. Oh, I'm so sorry. You know what? The finale of Buffy was actually like, the show itself is so fun and the writing is amazing and funny and lighthearted. But then the finale was like very emotional. It's 18:05 in the UK. Now put that into normal time. It's 6 p.m. Cool. I didn't say anything. I didn't spoilers. 18:05, dog, the clock only go to 12. Well, they're from the UK. They have weird rules over there. Like kings and queens. And guards who wear very tall hat. Is your stream room going to be forever building trinkets of all types of streams? That's kind of like the basis that I've kind of started with. Yeah, I mean, people send me things. This is not the room as it is. This is just I'm throwing shit around because I've been live for a while. Almost 10 hours. So the room doesn't normally look like this. I literally just cleaned the room up too. Like I took a lot of things out of the back. When did I even touch that? Yeah, I'm singing. Thank you, chat. Yesterday we were watching Buffy and like for no reason, chat was like, you're muted. And I was like, what? I wasn't. And then during the movie, same thing, I accidentally brushed the mute mic button. And I was just talking, everybody's like, is she doing a bit? No. Because you lied to me the first time, you cried wolf. There was context. Invisible lady? I don't remember the context. Alright. Me either. I'm going to take you guys downstairs, okay? I actually, as I said that, I got really tired. Let's get some coffee in me ASAP rock. Let's get some coffee in me ASAP rock. Okay, so the stream isn't going to end. It's just going to go to a screen. So hold tight, Spider Monkey. What's been a life quality purchase you can recommend to everyone / me? Life quality purchase. I could probably answer that when I'm downstairs. I'll think about it. If my brain will let me. I have like 3 hours of sleep under my belt. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm always afraid to press stop streaming because I'm like, what if it ends the stream?
Ulfric Stormcuck. Some soy boys dick ride you as some kind of alpha. But an alpha doesn't flex a power like voice mod to unalive his short king and cop his high chair. You started this beef, plunged Skibidi into chaos. And now the Simpire is going to put you on punishment and restore the ratio.
Back in my day.
What the Sigma?
Ignore that obvious herald of the end times.
Yes, sir, Daddy Tullius. Lock in, Bible girl.
As we send your souls back to lobby, blessings of Raid Shadow Legends
For the
and
love of
Patreon
Kai, let's just
subscriptions
skip
upon
the ads and get this over with.
Oh no, was that El Riz? I practiced that in the mirror all morning, but okay.
My neck versus a headsman's axe? Nah, I'd win. My chat is pog-champing me, Imperial. Can you say the same?
You Imperial Epslers!
As racist on Alt as he was on Maine.
Next, the Chad and the Black Air Forces.
I had a house at your age.
Hurry this up. My DoorDash driver is around the corner.
Sorry, but you heard the girl boss. Gritty towards the block.
I say right foot.
Very clean.
On your knees, prisoner. And arch your back while you're at it.
What the Sigma is that? Chat, is this real?
A dragon?
Wait, that's no ordinary dragon.
It's a boomer!
School was uphill, both ways.
Run before they ask us how to install something!
Quit sticking out your fiat, Chad Elf. We got the dip. Now! That thing was a boomer, no cap. I could peep the mothballs and the smell of lead paint. I thought they were all retired.
Yes, but their bitch moaning and complaining never retires.
I'ma head out. Got plenty enough ops as it is.
All this dragon fire is hot AF. Let me turn down the thermostat real quick.
Hands off the thermostat!
Chad Elf, is your Stanley Cup still unscuffed?
Lead cups are durable.
iPad Kid, get away from that boomer!
You'll never retire!
This shit is Delulu!
Music was better back in my day. This shit ain't music.
iPad Kid, take care of this bald head-ass Gen Xer. He's no boomer, deadass. Not gonna lie, prisoner. Running for your life is some good cardio.
My wife puts in her mouth guard when dinner is burned.
Why are you teabagging that corpse?
Trying to get sponsored by Lipton's. Let's move!
This boomer dragon is attacking Bussin.
Face love, you damn gooner! Out of my way!
We're escaping, Chadvar.
Fine. I hope that boomer takes you all to Ohio.
Chadvar seems like he understands the assignment.
Looks like we're the only Chads who locked in. Was that deadass a boomer for real? The siphons of Social Security? We've got to keep mewing. Come here, let me see if I can cut that cheap Etsy bracelet off. Now peep around for some shit to end their mewing streaks with. Lock in, bro. We could have hit the gym, but we finna hit these ops instead.
I already... Okay.
Run their pockets, Chad Elf. We can flip those size 9s on Marketplace.
Men never cry. They get drunk and angry.
Should we try rizzing them up?
End of the grind!
All right, fuck it, we ball.
Prime energy in these barrels, if you want to cop it.
Don't like Prime. Might stain my Stanley.
Dummy torture chamber. Wish we didn't have to have these.
As long as it's consensual. What someone does with a spare hour is none of my business.
Torture? Well, it very often isn't consensual.
Based. If you want to free that cuck, try picking the lock to his cage.
Seems simple enough. Almost got it.
That's not the cuck cage I was referring to.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
Wait, I'm pregnant!
Webs everywhere. Pray we don't peep any spiders of the large-ass variety. Not gonna lie, I deadass thought there'd be a spider or two in here.
Oh no. Chadvar, I don't think this stuff is webbing.
It's a two-handed skill book for you? Impressive. We dungeon maxed, my guy. Why don't you do the honors?
I bet. Oh, that's gonna be problematic.
No! This must be Cap! On gods! Look what Mulduin did to those twin towers! Look, A second Mulduin is hitting the south tower. By the 9! Skibidi is under attack! F in chat! F in chat for Skibidi! Alright, let's post this on the gram, then hit the gym.
Let's drink to our youth, for the days come and gone, for the age of obsession is still going on. The vibes are atrocious, they're so empty and cold. No Insta won't expose us to the stories untold. Go outside, all you kings and you queens. Without TikTok to bore us, we'll dance and we'll sing. Using dumb AI voices to promote sip and lean. If you like my dumb bullshit, won't you please click the screen?
Ulfric Stormcuck. Some soy boys dick ride you as some kind of alpha. But an alpha doesn't flex a power like voice mod to unalive his short king and cop his high chair. You started this beef. Plunge.
Oh, good, my mic's on now. I think. Ta-da! I'm gonna turn myself up, up. All right. Yep, sorry, we knew that was gonna take some time. I can't believe you guys got to see the whole thing. I can't believe you got to see the whole ass. The whole ass thing. Hi, Piddle. Welcome to my kitchen. Mr. President is here. You want to talk to him? Yeah, when you guys all press F, you gave me a freaking heart attack. They had the Twin Towers? They did? Oh, buddy, you fell. You have had breakfast. What is this about? My president, a pleasure, sir. Guys, don't press F. It makes the streamer think that stream is F. For playing along with the movie? No, yeah, I love that. Be immersed. Thank you, Frankenstein's Labrador. I appreciate that. What are you doing? It's time for a latte. Great clip. I'm having a great time. I don't even mind that. Like, you do that. Tell me that. I really don't. What, are you having a good time? Did you like that clip? Also dropped the camera, so that gave me a heart attack. It's like, oh, that's why we don't move things. The only president I respect. Amen. Yeah, you got another soft spot. Pee pee. My pet is just an accessory for my stream. Can you even see my watch? Do you know how much this watch cost me? I don't remember how much he cost. He's from New Jersey. Bro took a plane here. What do you pay him? I pay him with freaking crunchy food, dude. I'll pay him with freaking crunchy food. My cats are trying to find the cat in the phone. I'm sorry. Do you want me to pull up Mr. President again? What are you? It's soup. Don't act like it's an intruder. It's freaking soup. Shut up. Coffee time, boys. What are we having? I'll take requests. You are eating dry food off the floor instead of eating the food I give you in your bowl. What a bastard. Whiskey on the rocks. We're making coffee for breakfast. All right. I don't have a way to like show you. I mean, I guess I can make it over here. Oh, thank you.
M'lady.
Whoopsies. M'lady. Well, whatever it was. Mocha chocolate. Won't you take me to Funky Town? Won't you take me to Funky Town, my lady? I wish I allowed for more whimsy in my life because I so would make like flavored syrups for my coffee. I'm that bitch. Like, I will gladly do that. I don't mind a little bit of effort one time and then multiple days of enjoying yummy yumminess. I would so do that, but there's not a way to make like sugar-free syrup at home. At least not that I'm aware of. And I don't let myself have full sugar. I'll do a vodka Red Bull. I'll mainline a Four Loko. I'll do heroin off the street. But would I ever drink a full sugar soda? Fuck no. She has standards. Those visualizations, how much sugar is one, can be terrifying. Ooh. You've made a penis and balls for a lighter. You have plenty of whimsy. Thank you for noticing. So first we hate Dr. Pepper. Yeah, man, like there's just some things. I used to be way worse. You wanna know what started my view of food is like, food is fuel. Let's not fuck around. I had my wisdom teeth removed and it caused nerve damage in my mouth. So anytime I went to like eat food or chew, incredible pain. Like they were giving me codeine, which that's not normal. I was in a lot of pain. And so I was like, okay, well, if I can't chew food, I'm gonna drink it. So I did a juice cleanse until I felt better. And before you ask, no, it wasn't all liquid. And I'm not talking about the juice. I am built fortified style. I wish I could bring you guys over to the coffee station. I don't want to talk to you with my back to you. Shut up. Anyway, but then I was like, drinking juice for so long, I was like, wait a minute, guys, food is fuel. They fucked up the operation? No, I think sometimes it just affects people differently. Like, I wholeheartedly believe that they didn't do anything wrong. Some people's bodies just, you know, you can't account for everything. Is your teeth chill now? My teeth have always been a problem. I have bad teeth genetics. When I was a kid, I was super obsessed with like brushing my teeth and like getting in there, crazy style. And then that same year that I discovered like the trio, the beautiful ascension of flossing, Listerine, and then brush, the year that I discovered that, I go to the dentist and they're like, yeah, you have 9 cavities. So I got bad teeth genetics. I mean, my whole life I've been told that I have, people have told me, have you had braces? Your teeth are just so straight. In the back of my head, I'm like, no, but I have cavities. Kuhi vibes? Oh, I'm gonna have to Google that. I hope it's a compliment. But their name seems cool alone, so I'm sure they're really dope. I had to get dentures at 25 because of shitty genetics. I'm so sorry. I can't complain now that I know. No, your teeth are beautiful. Thank you. You should snort more fluoride. Bro, they put that shit in the water. Turning our frogs gay. I got redonk-luck on the teeth health. Bro, okay, this might be TMI, but I'm gonna tell you. I got bad feet genetics and teeth genetics. Like my mom, when she was 30, had to have like double bunion surgery. I don't know what a bunion is because I'm too afraid to look. I might have it, I don't fucking know. I ain't looking at that. Bad teeth genetics. I have cute feet. I do not. I mean, I like to think they're okay. They're not gonna get me a 10 on Wiki Feet. But, you know, they get me from point A to point B. Got bad feet genetics. I mean, it could be worse. My brother has it worse. He has like no arch in his foot whatsoever. I got good teeth health genetics, but poor teeth straightness genes. Oh, see, it's always something. So like, my feet are fine. Like I've never had any issues with like foot pain, whatever. But my brother, his foot is literally flat and his pinky toe is actually like sideways on his foot. So when he walks, he steps on it. I wonder if my parents were related. It's giving long lost cousins. So yeah, his toe, like he would, I think he got it fixed. He would step on it when he walked. Lots of problems. Podiatrists love to see him coming. Cha-ching. So the Rice Krispie Dig for peeing on a fistful of ferrets. Get peed on. He is a cop, my brother? No. No. And a matter of fact, last year, we got on a family FaceTime to celebrate Christmas. And then I made a comment like, oh, well, that's just my ADHD. And then my mom, boomer, love her. She was like, oh, God, here you go again, diagnosing yourself. Your brother thinks he has autism. And I was like, is it true? Do you think you have autism? My mom's like, don't ask him that. And he was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I do. It's like, hey, that would only track. You guys gotta like, hey man, if you care about that stuff, like maybe don't have babies with an autistic man. My dad is so autistic. That dude's got it bad. I love the idea that human beings as people, they're kind of like just more problems in life wrapped around like with flesh. You know what I mean? Like, so, okay, so it's a beautiful love story. My mom meets my dad, right? He was a model. So, and my mom's gorgeous, so then they had me. But it was like a trap, you see, because my dad definitely had autism and my mom definitely is on the spectrum as well, but she won't admit it. And then they have kids, right? With bad teeth and bad feet, and they can't focus for fucking shit. Your dad sounds hot? You guys have never seen my dad. You've seen photos of him like now, but you've never seen my dad. You've seen my mom. Is your dad single? Both of my parents are single. So, I guess we can have a stream where you guys date my dad. But that's more weird because my dad actually watches my streams. So it'd be like, all right, who wants to date my dad? And then my dad's in chat like, what? Shannon, please call me. Emoji, emoji, emoji. Parent dating show stream. You know, even in my like older adult age, my parents don't like being in the same room together. So that's a little awkward for me. So you wanna know what I did? I didn't tell you guys this yet. So this year for Halloween, I'm trying to look like Kevin James. For Halloween, this year for Thanksgiving, I'm gonna have Thanksgiving with both of my parents. And that hasn't happened since I was like 3. I'm gonna have Thanksgiving with both of my parents. I know. Yeah, cause like they both live in Florida, so Pog, yay or nervous? I'm very nervous. Cause like I want to enjoy my fucking holiday, but I kind of am getting the vibe that I'm just gonna be like, guys, break it up like the whole time. You get them both plastered. My dad doesn't drink, and when he does, he says very inappropriate things for shock value, and he's a great guy. My mom drinks like a fish, so a bottle of wine would have 0 effect on her. Was this your idea? It actually was my idea. It was my idea. And I kind of posed it to my mom first. I was like, if you don't want to, it's okay. I just like, you know, I haven't been with you both on Thanksgiving ever since I was a kid. So like, what if? She was like, I think she's actually, to quote her verbatim, she said, Shannon, I would walk through fire for you, but I won't eat a meal with your dad. She didn't say that. She was like, yeah, whatever you want. We'll meet in the middle, which is, I guess, Florida, the middle. Ah, right between San Diego and Florida. Florida. Fine. Fine. Get them drunk and talk about politics. That's gonna be a big hell no from me, bud. I don't want to see my parents as people with flaws. I want to see them as my parents. So that's what we're gonna do. All right, let me live in this bubble. Speaking of bubble, coffee? My divorced parents are somehow grouping up for a cruise trip around Thanksgiving. Yo! That's actually kind of sick. What a good idea. A cruise trip around Thanksgiving. Okay, this is gonna be loud. I'm your papa and I'm your mima. You have your flaws, like all the red 40. La 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 la. My parents are still married and sleep on the opposite sides of the house. You know what? I've heard a lot of people say that success in their marriages was reliant. Can you hear me, by the way? Success in their marriages was reliant on them having 2 bedrooms, like 2 separate bedrooms. I'm hosting my divorced parents and my in-laws for Thanksgiving this year. I'm so nervous. I am coming to your Thanksgiving. I will be there. I will be there cheering you on. You can do this. Can bring the mic back. Thank you. Does everyone know what they're making, by the way? I love cooking as fuck for Thanksgiving. God, I love cooking as fuck. But I'm not gonna be in my, normal zone, so I'm not gonna really have access to a kitchen stove like that. Kind of worried about it. But I love to go all out, so it kind of sucks. How do you like your espresso machine? I need one. I kind of feel like I'm not the right person to ask because this is my first ever espresso machine I've owned, so I have no thing to like compare it to. I forgot the screen. I have nothing to compare it to. But it's good. I do like it. My thing is like, because I'm not an expert in making coffee, I just have an espresso machine. I'm sure someone else would have a more nuanced take. But it's really easy. Once you figure it out, once you get it dialed in, lattes for the rest of your days, and then you start to miss drip coffee, which is really funny. I've started using honey in my coffee because I was using the like no calorie sweetener and it was just tasting like butt cheeks. Where's my honey? Oh, honey. Oh, it's on the table. Green bean casserole from scratch. Hell yeah. We don't have Thanksgiving here, but on the day we just have barbecue outside the... Ooh. But like a barbecue Thanksgiving sounds dope. Man, yeah. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Hi, Soup. Do you want to play Stick later? Soup, do you want to play Stick later? Soup, do you want to play Stick later? Not now. Do you want to play Stick later? Oh my god. Mr. President, grow up. I'm cooking for 15 people, so I'm doing turkey and beef and an ungodly amount of... It's cut off by the screen, but it's a P word. Prosciutto. That might be too much honey. That'd be sweet coffee. Just regular honey. Walmart honey. Next you're gonna tell me, oh, what? You didn't get the free-range bee honey? Where the bees get like a 401k and a house with a lawn? Ugh. I fuck with a good chunk of ham. When I was a meat eater, I would beg my family, my Cuban family, to have ham on Thanksgiving. And they had like, what's the big pig called that you cook in like La Cocina China? What do they call that? Just big fucking pig? What do they call, is there a name for the pig that they make in the little oven on the floor? My bees get daily massages and only drink Fiji. And with their honeys, a lifetime membership to UFIT. The whole pig? Yeah, the one that you cook in Cajachina. You got that honey from the lower class bees. Mine come from higher class bees. You just call it pig. His name is Dave. Anyway, I would beg my family to have ham on Thanksgiving. We still celebrated Thanksgiving, even though, again, we're all just like, they are all Americanized immigrants. For the most part. So their version of Thanksgiving was like fucking rice, beans, chicken. They'll get cranberry sauce if they're feeling feisty. It's just a normal meal. It's just a big normal meal. They don't do like, they never tried to do anything like that. Beans. Not having ham on Thanksgiving is like not having a Christmas tree for Christmas. I would beg my family to go to the honey baked ham store and get a honey baked ham. And they would do it sometimes because not everybody liked turkey. But I love ham. Bro, I think I'd even break edge for ham on Thanksgiving. I love ham. But there's so many good vegetarian main dishes that you don't need to break edge for. Like, no roast taters. No. They would have no, they wouldn't even have mashed potatoes. Bro, they'd have yuca. It would just be yuca. It wouldn't even be in the, I think, oh, mashed potatoes, yuca. Every time, which I love yuccas. I loved my grandma's with the big boobs. Great yucca. For those of you who don't know, yucca is just like a starch. I can't even describe the flavor. It's so unique. I love yucca. But no mashed potatoes? Not even any gravy to pretend? Nothing like walking out of the store with a comically large unwrapped ham just by the hock. You got the shit by the bone. Yucca fries. But this wasn't yucca fries. This was boiled yucca, so it's different. But yucca fries are still good. I also like boiled yucca. Worst Thanksgiving dinner I had was with a grandma who hated any type of sugar. It's me, I'm gonna be that grandma. So it was an extremely bland dinner with just water and tea. I'm so sorry. Those people are the worst. See, that's why I decided to live a little. All right, I'll put honey in my coffee. You know, they're like, oh, it's healthy, it's healthy. Yeah, but enjoy your life while you're living it. Would you say coffee maker is best life quality buy? Ooh, no, actually, because I have to do this every morning at this point. It's compulsory. Is that the word? Compulsory. I do it every morning, and I'm at the point now where I miss drip coffee. So no, I thought about it, Diego. I think a life purchase that I recommend is something that I haven't even been able to use yet. Have you ever been to the Olive Garden? This is a Parmesan grater that you just put a stick of Parmesan in, close it. You can just buy these. No, I didn't steal. They would notice, all right? I work at the Olive Garden. You can just buy these. You can just get this. And this is brand new. I have not used it. So it's kind of like Heshkat. But, you know, I love putting fresh Parmesan on my dinner, but I hate having to take it out of the bag, put it on the cheese grater. That might sound like not a lot of work, but cheese gets everywhere. And this, I would just like put a little chunk and you can buy anything from Olive Garden. Well, what else do they sell that's worth it? Can we buy a waitress? A waiter? Can I buy a busser? Bussin'. An actual cheese grater sucks ass to use in comparison. So I'm really excited to try it. You just buy them there, chat, write it down. I'd grate everything but Parmesan. Why not the Parmesan? The breadsticks are free. Send this clip to starving kids overseas? Why? What did I do? What did I do? The first time you use it, are you gonna say, tell me when to stop while you're all by yourself? Yeah. And then I'm gonna make a TikTok about it. Say when? It's just me and me. I kind of only have tiki cups right now. So we're gonna use a tiki cup. This is all I got. Parmesan is ideal for grating. Cheddar and others may not be, may be too soft. Yeah. It's meant for that. It's meant for Parmesan. I was hanging out with some friends and they ordered like DoorDash and it came with free Topo Chicos. And I was like, ooh, can I take those? Because they don't like sparkling water. They're like, yeah, take the sparkling water. I took these Topo Chicos home. Every time I open the fridge, I see them. They stare at me and I go, I'm saving you for a rainy day. What? I can just buy Topo Chico. But water is also free from my fridge. Glass of the Dead. Is this Topo Chico lore? All the comments. When? I like Olive Garden the same way I like Domino's. Is it good pizza? Absolutely not. I can't, hold on, I gotta move the OBS window because it's blocking half of your guys' messages. Will I get high and crush one before it's salty, garlic, cheesy garbage on bread? Absolutely. Make some ranch water? What's ranch water? Ew. What's ranch water? Ew. The West Coast gonna have a rainstorm this weekend. Yay! I love rain! Yay! I love rain! Also, who said that they don't like iced coffee in chat? It's on site. It's tequila, lime, and topo. Oh! I don't like tequila. But I'll try anything once. I made a mess. Chat, your latte is ready. That was me. I like my coffee hot. I do too. That's why I miss drip coffee. Some mornings I do just have it hot. But I usually have to be cold for that because my house gets pretty hot. My house gets hot. So in the morning I do prefer. I almost said wet coffee. In the morning I prefer wet coffee. Tequila's the best. Grow up. How about it? Grow up. All right, chat, here you go. Here's your coffee I made for you. Here you go. Wet. I think the milk was mislabeled and has gone bad. I got jump scared by the tiki? How? I'm gonna drink it anyway, because I really need it. No, there aren't extra chunks. I didn't know that happened, by the way. When I was a kid, my grandma used to give us milk every day. One time I was pouring it out and it just came out like cheese, dude. She was like, ooh, don't drink that. Free cheese. I didn't know that can even happen. Yeah. Here, let me test it. Okay, wait, let me get to the bottom of this because this is actually the second morning. This is the second morning that I've noticed that the coffee has a weird like sourness after. Like, and it doesn't taste like it's the beans because that would be very sudden. Sniff. Oh. I'm gonna do a spit take if it is. Sorry, I was just wanting to do a spit take. It tastes fine, so I guess it's the coffee. Yeah, this is only the second day. So the first time I was like, it's probably the milk. This time I'm like, okay, it's the coffee. Something wrong with my coffee. Oh well, maybe it's the ice? No, I use the ice for my water, like, I would know. It's the beans, or rather, the more obvious choice is user error, the curse of the tiki. Could be the lines in the coffee maker. The lines? In the machine? Guys, this is my first ever espresso machine. Like, you know what I want to do? I want to like, should I do another one? Should I make another coffee? What can I even do about it? Didn't notice I got gifted 1 hour ago. Thanks for the gifted. Dude, thank you for thanking Lizard King for gifting you a sub. Were you brewing with piss again? Beans shouldn't be sour though. That's odd, right? That's weird. Is it the beans themselves? I mean, there's a chance that I should have been paying attention. There's a chance that, like, the pull is bad. What kind of beans? You're full of beans. Can I just chew it? I mean, they don't look so good. Wait a minute, these beans look like butt. These beans look like shit. Hold on. These beans look depressed. Bro. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Dropped it. These beans look like... Damn it. Bro, these bags are not cheap. I go to like a local coffee spot and I buy these. You want to see? All right, let me know if I'm being crazy. Does these look normal? Fuck! Oh, beans. All right, well, that one's lost to time and space. Does this bean look normal to you? Am I overthinking it? Does this bean look like, I need your help, you need to kill me? Please focus on the bean. Here we go. Does this bean look like, I need your help, you need to kill me? They might be under roasted. Well, fuck my little Gleep Glorp life. It's like fucking $25 a bag. I'm gonna drink it anyway. How do I cover up this flavor? Should I put booze in it? Is it supposed to be green? No, it's not. Man, that's really upsetting. Roasted in the oven? Eh? How do I fix this? What's like a quick sugar? Wrong answer. Whiskey, coffee syrup, more sugar, red 40. Shouldn't look like a pistachio? You think they look weird, right? Like, I'm not alone. They look really bad when I look at it. Can you see? They look really bad when I look at it like this. Well, it's not over brewing, so it's the beans. I'm getting my beans from elsewhere. This shit sucked. Coffee literally shouldn't be green. Are those even roasted? Those are rocks. Blonde roast are under roasted, so maybe they went for that. No. This place that I go to, they have like, they do have flavors for their coffee, but they don't have like dark roast, blonde roast. They don't do that. They're not a very big coffee shop, which is like why I go. But it's also like in a more bougie area. So I don't think that this was like, oh, they're trying. I think it's more like someone got careless, and that upsets me. Because I've been going there long enough that the person who sells me the fucking beans has my name in a note in his phone because I would come so much and he would always forget my name. So he was like, I'm gonna write it down so I never forget. So now when I walk in, they're like, hey, Shannon. All right, so I have to fix this. Get some Nugent coffee. That shit's like crack. I'm making an assumption based off what you just said. I don't like Vietnamese coffee. It's way too much. Way too much. Damn it. All right, so how do I fix this? What do I do? I mean, I guess I could just put more sugar, but I mainly have like honey, agave, syrup, like maple syrup. I don't really have anything that melds too well. I guess I could just put straight syrup. I don't have the sugar-free syrup. DoorDash Starbucks. I don't like Starbucks. See if that does anything. Nah, I could always just drink Gamer Subs. It's not a problem. I just like coffee. Plug your nose and chug. Any merch plans? Oh yeah. So, for people who maybe are just seeing the stream for the first time since yesterday, like, Yeb doesn't normally stream on a Thursday, what the hell? We are doing a GAMB-A-THON. So, Chad is getting opportunities throughout the day to gamble and win merch that is only available if you win the GAMB-A. Yesterday we did that with marbles, we did some marbles races, and 10 people won this hoodie that I worked really hard on. There are photos of it in the Discord, if you wanted to see it. When did you get these beans? Could they be a lighter roast? No, I already answered that, and I got them frequently. Got any fruits? Just put some sugar in the fruit in the microwave. Ooh, that's a good idea. I have blueberries, but I think it might be too late. I already added a ton of syrup. It's so rainy and cozy. Perfect for on a thon, dude. Perfect for on a thon, dude. Hell yeah, dude. This tastes like chocolate milk with a very sour end note. But at least it's drinkable. Thank you, chat. Yeah, I'm gonna release another piece of merch that I worked on today. And if we make it to Friday, then as well. Yeah, I just already answered that question. It's not a blonde roast. Oh wow, way more drinkable. Right, chat. For food, I'm thinking egg. And I said eggs. Hell. Can you guys help me? Help me! I heard a rumor that Teflon spread a myth about cast iron, that you can't use soap on it, but that's not true. So long as you take good care of it afterwards, you can use soap on it. That's what I heard. I haven't done it yet. Hold on, I'm gonna move you guys. Please don't fall. It would make me really freaking sad if you freaking fell. This might be too close. Teflon causes cancer, so they're just making stuff up. I know, bro. Fuck Teflon. Fuck Teflon in the butt. Just dry your pan after or put a lit stove to dry. Yeah, that's what I do. Every time I use my cast iron, which I love. Thank you so much, Sai. I love this fucking thing. So dope. I never knew I needed it so bad. Yeah, when I'm done with it, I will scrub the shit out of it with like hot water because I've been afraid to use soap because of all the rumors. But I haven't made eggs in it, and I don't think I should. I don't think you should make eggs in Teflon. I want to get Meeson hyped pan. What pan? Also, to layer that as well, get a cast iron pan. That's a good life purchase. I love my cast iron pan. Teflon or cast iron? I love my cast iron pan. I don't like Teflon. Teflon can go kick rocks. Yeah, Teflon is fine for eggs, yeah. Best thing to do is literally just cook with it. Right, but like I'm talking about cleaning. Because everybody's like, well, I'm afraid. I'm scared of cast iron. I don't want to get germs in my food. But it's like, soap? Meeson is supportive of non-sticky but can metal on. Whoa! Yeah, see, so like I never buy myself nice things. So like nice brands of cookware, I just covet. I look at it at the freaking Sur La Table and I go, one day. Where's my little pan? I think today's the day we work out, chat. I'm feeling a little weird. Feeling a little weak. Crouching down just now hurt like my muscles. Tonight's the night. Scrambled or over easy? How do you want the eggs? Rice Krispie, thank you for being on Leather Daddy. I love both. Do I want 2 pieces of toast? Do I want 2 pieces of toast? Do I want 2 pieces of toast? Hello? Are you, oh, Mr. P, do you see a bird outside? Here, let's go stalk it together. I'm coming, Mama's coming. Do you see a bird? Is there a bird, monkey? Show me the bird. Show me the bird. Where's the bird? I heard you talking to it. Where's the bird, baby? Don't smell my mouth. Where's the bird? Where's the bird? Oh my god. Okay, chat. Unfortunately, you cannot see this, but Mr. President has just fully laid his whole body weight down on my entire arm. And he's being a ham. You just gotta believe me. All right, PP, get off my arm. Can I have my arm back, monkey? Thank you for kisses. Can I have my arm back? I've been claimed by the cat. What do I do? Cat law dictates I'm not allowed to just walk away. Okay, I slid my arm out. Did you guys just play a video? 3 eggs, toast the bread, make a Sammy. I think that's a great idea. I think that's a fucking great... First time chatter has it. I wanted an egg sandwich. That's kind of why I brought this bread. I don't normally have bread. Just thinking of easy but hearty breakfasts I can make with you guys. This bread is so, like, long. I can barely toast it in my toaster. Salami lid don't fit. Make a Sammy? I'm telling Tay? Because I'm making a Sammy? Well, she can't have all the Sammy to herself. Greedy aw. Oh, I dropped the freaking, I dropped it. Bread the long way. Egg sandwich the long way. Okay. I think I make a pretty good scrambled egg. You want to know why I think that? Because I'm the only one who makes me scrambled eggs, so I know the way I like it. And I feel like there's definitely a nice double broiler method, but I don't utilize that shit the fuck. Thanks for the gifted. Yo, let's go, Leather Daddy. Beast sugar. I woke up with the toaster. I say true to my word and went home at lunch. Welcome back! We're making breakfast. We kind of got a little sidetracked this morning. Oh, chat, you were gonna tell me something. You said that weird videos played while I was asleep? What played while I was asleep? Don't show this to your boomer grandparents. Oh! Oh! Drama. Can I tell you that I had the intrusive thought to crack this egg on my head and put it in that pan? And if I was a better streamer, I would. Can I do that? Ow! Do you guys hear that? Ow! Youch! I know Orky. Maybe not on the hair. My forehead. Ow, that's worse. Ow. Guys, I think this is a rock. I don't think this is an egg. Cool. That really hurt. Why did I only grab 2 eggs? I'm not doing over easy. I should have done it with the little fucking white eggs. The white eggs have a weak ass enamel. The brown eggs are organic. The brown eggs were like, I was hardened by nature and time. Oh fuck, these are gonna get stuck to the pan as. They're already sticking so bad, you can't see. That's better. Oh, fuck me. This pan sucks. This pan is like, unless you're making your food swim in oil. Soup! Soup, I have it on good authority. There's a big fucking bird at the window if you want to check it out. Sometimes when I'm outside, I'll see a big fucking bird and I'm like, I want to take a photo and send it to my cat. Do you know what I mean? I'm gonna keep stirring it to keep it from getting stuck to the bottom. Gotta lower the heat. This is as low as it goes. There's off. Off is always an option. Poached eggs are goated? Poached. Poached eggs are hard, man. Poached eggs are hard as fuck. I would like to boil my egg. No shell. Who tried that first and came up with it? Must have been the French. That is the French all over it. Oui, oui, what if I crack egg in water? It's French as fuck. BF test, I saw a bird. That's awesome. What's the wrong answer to the bird question, by the way? Is it like no answer? Okay, for those of you who are not on this side of TikTok or maybe even Reels, there is a question? It's a question that you pose to your partner, candid camera style. They don't know they're being recorded. And you'll say to them, oh, I just saw like the biggest bird, or I saw a really big bird today. And people are getting sent to the slaughter because they will post videos of their like boyfriends going, okay. Or like not even responding. Because it's not a very intriguing question. I saw a bird today, or sorry, a statement. I saw a bird today. But if they respond well, it's proof that they care about their part. It's called bidding. Chat, write this down. This bread is gonna be interesting. I haven't had it yet. Ooh, can we do a fat, fatty move? A big fat, fatty? Big fat, fatty? Cream cheese plus egg. Hear me out. I know. These are still like, need some time, but I'm gonna let time cook them. Cream cheese is really good on an egg sandwich. Or no, you don't. No, you didn't. Birds aren't real. Yeah, that would be a bad answer. My girl says some weird ass shit and I respond to it. If she saw a bird, I get the fuck on. Soup, why are you just laying there yelling? I feel like that's love, man, is when someone is like so comfortable with you, they can shitpost IRL. Like, you should feel so fucking blessed that a person likes you enough to potentially embarrass themselves in front of you. That's what it is. They like you so much that they feel so comfortable around you that they're like, today I saw a balloon. You should be honored. Rachel, you know birds ate our son. I don't want to talk about birds. Man, I am on the worst side of TikTok. I am. Because like sometimes they don't even send me like cute funny videos. Sometimes they'll just send me like, again, pregnancy videos, engagement videos. I am neither of those things. But another thing that I keep seeing too, and this is a conversation for the adults in the room, it's kind of driving me nuts because I don't agree with it. But I keep seeing people being like, if you're dating for more than 2 years and your partner doesn't propose, then move on. They don't want to be with you. I'm hearing this and I'm like, okay, we're being a little hyperbolic. Cause like, what the hell? Like what even? Or maybe marriage is antiquated. Yeah, but like, it's also a nice thing. It's still a nice gesture. It is still nice. I didn't season my eggs at all. Yeah. Who wants grainy eggs with a side of pepper? 7 years dated and now we are married. You see, I just don't... I think it's more like for people who are like, I just want to have a baby. Because I think the warning is like, don't waste your best, most fertile years with someone who like doesn't fuck with you like that. I know I can still season them, but like it's better when they're not solid already, because then then it's grainy with salt. I just like, I don't know. I was kind of trying to see if I'm the crazy one, because it's just all over the place. Like all the comments on all of those videos, it's like, you know, if he's not sure within the first 4 year, girl, move on. It's like a big choice. It's like the biggest choice. You know who says that? People who are planning on getting divorced. Well, you could always just divorce. That sounds expensive. I need pepper. My IL cousins get married year 1. My IL. Oh, Illinois. I think that's how a person feels and they should express that to their SO. That's one thing, but it's do it as a general rule. I just like, I do get frustrated with things that I see like rules, you know, like people thinking, well, this is just a rule. You need to get married in 2 years, and if you don't, then leave. I don't like being told what to do. New rule. Involving the government in your affairs is always a hard choice and should be carefully considered. So true. If you don't propose to every person you see on the street instantly, you're just wasting your fertility. Having a kid is not that important. Who cares? Oh no, you don't get to pass down your bad teeth and foot genes?
19 months of Yeb referring to Korea as West Japan.
Oh no, I don't get to pass down my can't sit still genetics. If you're friends for over 2 years and she hasn't kissed you yet, just hang in there. She'll come around. That's the other side of it, right? That's the other side of the internet. I feel like people who are saying that, like, they love Facebook. Or like, what's another antiquated website where bad opinions live? Twitch.tv. Ask Jeeves. Okay. What did Jeeves ever do to you? But how will Six Toes and Horse Obsession live on? Yeah, I mean, if you love yourself that much, go off. But like, it's kind of very bold. Very bold. Need at least a solid year before anything like hand-holding. Guys, I made you a sandwich. Generous to call this a sandwich. It's kind of just scrambled eggs on toast. But I do want to eat it sandwich style. Because I haven't had an egg sandwich in so long. Let's cut this bitch in half. So it can all fall out of the sandwich while I'm eating it. That's kind of what the cream cheese is for. To like glue it together. Had one of those last night. How can I be more like you? If it has bread on both sides that isn't connected, it's a sandwich. Oh boy. Are you trying to have some kind of controversy with my chat room right now? About what makes something a sandwich or not? You trying to start something? Would you cut? Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. No, diagonal cut would be really hard since I was using a butter knife. Yeah, two. These are eggs, so horizontal. Thank you. Good morning. Afternoon. Oh, I should have used the red cheese. Well, I already put cream cheese. Putting cheese on top of cream cheese is like that photo of Squidward when he ate too many Krabby Patties. Well, let's see how it tastes. Yeah, if I had a cock, I'd suck it clean off my body. I would love to put hot sauce. I have a new hot sauce recommend to put you on. Do you want to hear it? It's a very, like, basic take, but it might shock you. No, I toasted the toast. Is it raw toast? That would be bread. Great sandwich. I'm having a great time. I like you guys so much. I like you guys so much. Anyway, and in case you're wondering, yeah, I am that friend when I hang out with friends that just keeps going, I love you guys. If it's Taco Bell sauce, no, it's not Taco Bell sauce. All right, new hot sauce just hit. That's not true. I've been eating this hot sauce for a long time. This is my second bottle because I fucking cleared the first one like in less than a week. They started selling these at Target. Rojo Las Calientes from Hot Ones. That's why I said it's a basic take, because it's Hot Ones sauce. But they just have this at Target now, so. I tried it on a whim, and it's like the best sauce. Like, it's perfect for everything. Pizza, eggs, it's like the Swiss Army knife of hot sauce. It's so fucking good. And normally, I do prefer like a green sauce, like a jalapeno sauce, but this one has like, God, you need to try. It's not that hot. I feel like it's really manageable. If you don't like hot sauce, obviously don't get it. But like if you do like hot sauce, the heat is very manageable. It's doesn't like hurt you. Sorry, what was that? Have you ever had Secret Aardvark? I think I have, and I didn't love it. I think I have and I didn't love it. But I think I was at like not a fast food. I was at like a restaurant where they just had the bottle that, I hate communal hot sauces at restaurants. They're always sticky. Melinda's great. Boo, Melinda's. But Melinda has a good truffle sauce. I don't like Melinda's, though. I don't like her other flavors. Sorry, I will yuck your yum. We're talking about hot sauce. Secret. Aardvark. I seen Aardvark. Wand out was too expensive. I'm sure there's extensions to help you with all the typing. The truffle one is gross. Hey, man, we can fight about it. You want to take this outside? I used to love the truffle one. It is like too indulgent for me now, in my opinion, but also everything I say is, you're allowed to like what you like. Don't listen to me. If anyone likes mild hot sauces, Will Neff sauce is one of the best hot sauces I've ever had. Bro, no free promo, dude. I've heard good things, just haven't had it. Yeah, Will Neff does have a hot sauce. But guys, hello, can we talk about me? I'm just kidding. If Will Neff had a hot sauce, I would love to try it. I use his barbecue sauce, too sweet. I'd still be willing to try. What are you gonna make a hot sauce? Literally never. That's so expensive. Just eat Will Neff's hot sauce. don't wait for me. Don't hold your breath. Hell no. I mean, honestly, could be fun. But then, like, should I make hot sauce? It won't, I mean, I'm sure, let me try Will's. I want to try Will's. I'll try Will's first. Then I'll be like, then I'll decide if I can beat that. My thing is, and this is what makes me nervous about like making a flavor with gamer subs when that happens. The thing that makes me nervous about it is like, I don't have a very discriminating palate. Meaning, I like the flavor of most things, which isn't great when you need to find one flavor. So, like, they'd send me probably a bunch of samples. Oh, what do you think about this? What do you think about this? And I'd be like, I just think they're all good. I just want both teams to have a good time. I just noticed I have a lot of pings on Discord. Let me check. Who blew up my line? What? The ingredients in Will Neff's hot sauce sound good. Copy paste them for me. I think it's a superpower liking most things. I think there's definitely pros and cons to both for sure. Because like I said, I can never make my own hot sauce because I just think they all taste good. Today at 8:46 a.m. Classic movies. This is a text from my father. Classic movies are like Maltese Falcon or Dragnet, African Queen, Easy Rider, Love You Sweetheart. Anyone want to help me break this down? By the way, we're talking about a car. Hi, Nora! Nora! What does that mean? Classic movies like Maltese Falcon or Dragnet, African Queen, Easy Rider, Love You Sweetheart. It's his dating info for chat. There you go. What's the Maltese Falcon? What is that? What does that mean? That's a broad range of genres. Famous cars? Old movies. Oh, he spelled Maltese crazy. Gotcha. Maltese Falcon. Dragnet, African Queen. What? Maybe like car was in those films? This car was in those films? I'm gonna say no. Yeah, my dad wants me to get this car. It's a Subaru. It's a freaking Subaru. I think it's a Subaru. Is this a Subaru? It's not yellow, it's lime green. Is this a Subaru? That's a Subaru, right? Subaru. African Queen was my mother's favorite movie. Can't imagine what that has to do with the Subaru. Not much. Oh, hell yeah, it's a lesbian car. Fuck yeah. You know what? And I'd even get a horn that's like, lesbian inbound. Warning, warning. There's a lesbian driving this car. Warning. Never check my Discord. Comedy with Dan Aykroyd. Me when she comedy. I'm like, oh, okay, chat. We have to make a social media post at like 12:30. Oh, I've just received excellent news in 1 hour. Yes, 1 hour. Honda or Toyota? I feel like legally I'm obligated to say Toyota, so Toyota. I had a sticker on my Subaru that said not just for lesbians anymore. I actually watched like a YouTube breakdown, like a lecture, it was like 30 minutes, of how the Subaru became lesbian coded. It's very interesting. Look it up if you feel like being educated. How the Subaru ended up being an icon for lesbians. A social media post. I just got really good news. You guys remember when we did that campaign with Logitech? You remember that? And then I was like, guys, I've been having a lot of problems getting paid. You remember that? Honda NSX or Toyota MR2? What's wrong with me that like you asking that question made my blood boil? I have maintained that I don't know anything about cars. For so long, and you asking me that question just feels rude. One, I'm dyslexic, so putting a bunch of weird letters next to each other, recipe for disaster. I'm not even confident I read that right. I'm sure it's a good question though. Anyway, yeah, so the campaign we did like a month ago, I didn't hear anything back from. I can talk about this now because it's all over. No, we didn't get paid for it yet. But I reached out to like multiple support channels. I finally got in contact with someone who can help me. And I feel so vindicated because they were like, hey, like, I saw all like the VODs and the proof that you did everything. This is great, thank you so much. I got you approved already, so you're good to go. And they were like, honestly, they said, honestly, that campaign was a mess. Thank you, because that makes me feel better that I'm not the crazy one that caused the issue. But they said, honestly, that campaign was a mess. I turned sideways. Where'd I go? I love that it's a lie that we tell. I feel like if I turned sideways, it would be like, you know when like someone tries to hide behind a tree? Like they turn sideways to like hide behind a tree. If I did that, they'd be like, why does that tree have butt cheeks? What's up with that? Is your Insta down? For what? DTF? Let me ask her. Ooh, someone posted it earlier, but in case you missed it, Nefsoff is garlic, roasted red peppers, peaches, carrots, habanero peppers, vinegar, water, sugar, lime, cilantro. I'm all in. I'm all in. Sign me up. Mr. P's on his way. Mr. P. I should respond to him and say thank you. Oh, you just meant the app in general, not my Instagram. No, my Instagram's working. But your Insta doesn't exist or isn't loading. So that's definitely on a you side, because I just pulled my shit up. Make sandwich, takes one bite. Women be like, no, we're gonna go upstairs. We're gonna go upstairs and do some dailies, drink our coffee, and eat a sandwich. It's very simple. Very, hi baby! Oh. I'll miss you when I scroll. I'm gonna scroll now, be safe, okay? Why are you so Cuddle Boots? Why is he so Cuddle Boots coded? Oh, it's a to-go sandwich. A to-go upstairs sandwich. Oh, Piddle. Do you want a Superman? Do you want a Superman? Do you want a Superman? Do you want to sniff my sandwich? Don't eat it. Do you want a spider cat? Soup or man? Do you want a spider cat? Long stream. Really? I think you mean, you spelled dog weird. Long dog. Okay, buddy, I put you down. He looks so chunky when I hold him like this. He's like, okay, this is like RP for when our baby is born, chat. This is like, shh, don't cry, it's okay. It's okay, don't cry. He doesn't like being bounced. Love the red pizza this morning. Wait, is that still in the title of stream? Is that still in the title of stream? That was last night. He died. Bro fell asleep. Ooh, alrighty. I will update that. The camera adds 10 pounds. So for context, pizza's in the title? Gotcha. We made a red 40 pizza last night. So that's why that is. And then I went veg. GAMB-A-THON red 40 pizza. So much to win, so little to lose. I'm gonna redo it and I'm gonna swap those. So much to lose, so little to win. Oh, thank you, Kath. I've adopted 3 strays and wish they would let me hold them like that. So he's got a complex. No, Potage, thank you for letting me know. I really wouldn't have noticed until it was like much too late. Do not apologize. Also, I had a potage one time at a French restaurant. Shit pissed me off because I was like, potage is soup? Potage is soup. Did you know? Potage is just soup. Holy shit, look at that pizza. Guys, potage is just soup. Don't listen to their lies. But it's good soup. I wasn't expecting soup. I did not Google potage before I ordered it. So when they brought me a soup, I was like, huh? It was mainly the price. It was like a $16 potage. I shit you not. They brought me soup for one person with like a carrot blanched in the middle. And it was creamy and yummy and good. But it was like, I was like, no way this is a vegetable potage. And it was potage and it was 16 bucks. Are you good? Bro's just experiencing the world upside down. Anyway, he has a complex. I want to give you a really quick Mr. P lore rundown for the new kids. Mr. President is from a breeder. Now, I have rescued cats my whole life. You can probably tell because he's got little legs. But he's from a breeder. I don't like breeders, but I do like cool cats. I like cats that are like this. You know what I mean? Without all the extra trauma, no offense. I love stray cats and shelter cats. And if I found one, I would take care of it. I've had many. But he's from a breeder because the breeder was breeding hairless cats with tiny legs. And then somehow, in the pairing of mom and dad, Mr. President came out, very much covered in hair. This was much to the dismay of his breeder, because they couldn't sell him like that. Finally, I was wondering when you were gonna get tired of it. They couldn't sell him like that, or rather, nobody wanted him. All the other kittens that the breeder was selling, they were picked up, reserved, gone in a month. Mr. President had a brother. This is how little they cared about Mr. President when he was at that breeder. They named him Winston. He also had a brother that had a full head of hair, just like him. Nobody wanted him. Guess what his name was? Winston. Winton. 2 Wintons. Yeah, nobody wanted Mr. P. Mainly also, when I was debating between Mr. P and his brother, Winton, as, you know, you were a part of chat, we were deciding between his brother or Mr. President, and I'm so glad we got Mr. President. We were deciding between his brother or Mr. President, And I was showing the photo of Mr. President to like everybody. I was showing all my friends. I showed my friends Mr. President and his brother. And everybody was like, get Winton, get his brother. Don't get the black and white one. Don't get that one. Don't get that one. Oh, it's gonna upset you so much that his mustache is crooked. It's gonna drive you crazy. It would drive me crazy if I had to look at a crooked mustache all day. No. Get the brother. Don't get the black and white one. I cannot imagine a life without Mr. President. That dude makes me so happy. Let's give some lettuce to Hemi. It's cold style. Why not both? Okay, well, even though nobody wanted them and they were slightly discounted, they were still expensive. I think Mr. P... Chat, do you remember? We had a sub goal to buy Mr. President. And I think I had him funded by chat, or maybe a portion of it by chat. But I'm talking like thousands dollars. And his mustache still pisses you off to this day. He's quite literally the designer cat nobody wanted. Winston Churchill. I bought cars for less. 2K? In fact, that Sai remembers Sai. I'm so sorry, but thank you so much. Sai's like, yeah, hold on, let me check. Yep, there it is from my bank. Hell yeah. Out of curiosity, how much would it have been if he was indeed hairless? 4,005, double, literally double price. He was more grown than the other cats and had hair, so especially not wanted. They did not want his ass. Does his name have a history? Yeah, I couldn't think of a good name for him, but since we decided we were gonna get the cat with the mustache, I was like, he needs to have something dignified that begins with a Mr. And I had already had Soup, so I was gonna name him Mr. Ladle. But then the idea of naming him Mr. President started floating around, and I hated it at first, like all things that I eventually come to love. I hated the idea of naming him Mr. President. And I'm so fucking glad we did, because what a great name for his little dictator ass. Bro acts like he is actually the president. I get 1K for each, and chat fought it out for which one. What did we do to deserve that? That's so crazy. I'll stream forever. I'll make it up to you, Sai. I will stream until I am old and gray. I'll make it up to you. Thank you for bringing me one of my best friends. Chat. Sai. Also Soup. Soup as well. Love Soup. The vet adores his name. The vet actually said to me when I brought him in, they were like, oh, we actually have another Mr. President. They're like, yeah, it's like a bigger cat. I was like, cool, show me to him. I'll fight him for the name right. I'm gonna send that cat a cease and desist. I'm gonna send that fucking cat a cease and desist. A copycat. Cats with name titles are awesome. My last fur baby was the cat. I was telling chat that they need to get, someone in chat needs to get a cat and name it Dr. Puppy. Or just Puppy for short, or Doctor when they're bad. Doctor. I just love calling a cat Puppy. And also, let's dignify a little bit, Dr. Puppy. This is a pimple patch. I was wondering how long it was going to take someone to say something. Going outside with these is like an invitation for middle-aged men to talk to you. Not even kidding. Every fucking time. It doesn't matter where I am, they will find me. Middle-aged men in all varieties will come up to me and go, you got something on your face. Oh, really? Belly dance. I call Zuzu Pup all the time, so I'll start adding Dr. Pup. Dr. Pup. I love calling cats dog, puppy. There's something on your face. One of my strays has a penis on his head, so we call him Dickhead. What's his real name? Dickhead. OMG, I gotta try that. I'm trying to get a middle-aged man. You know what? Dead ass, do it. They'll love to talk. They would love to talk about it. Is 37 middle-aged? close. I wish I could have a Dr. Puppy, but I've never had a pet. Okay. I cannot imagine my life without my animals. Oh. And honestly, it's such a privileged take because like to have the space and the disposable income to take care of animals is a blessing. But it just blows my mind. I have always had pets. Always. And like I know some people pretty close. Hey man, that's okay. No worries. It's okay to be 37. I give you permission. That's like the worst thing I could have said. I'm sorry, man. Were you around in the 80s? No, right? No. Yeah, you were! Nice. I know some people's parents growing up, they were like, oh, animals are dirty, we'll never have an animal. You know, I know that was a big thing for a lot of people I knew as to why they couldn't have pets. I have 3 cats, 4 was too much. I have 2. And a dog. His name's Hemlock, he's a rabbit. He's not a dog. About a year too late to name my new cat Dr. Puppy. Maybe he will respond. Yeah, just change his name on the whim. I heard, again, I'm on the bad side, bad relationship takes side of TikTok. TikTok is telling me, if you want to keep a man, make him nervous. And not in like the fun way. Make him fear for his safety, your safety. Just do things to stress him out. Don't make him nervous. The saying is, stress that man out. Because the moment you start making, and this is like a completely blanketed statement. I'm telling you what they're saying about you, chat. They're telling women to stress a man out. Because if he gets too comfortable, he'll never take you seriously. I'm not joking. Lived under my aunt's house my whole life and she always said no pets. I'm so sorry. Yeah, it's always one person. Ruin it for everybody else. On my first date, I kept pretending to spray him with pepper spray. I have to try that. What's that over there? Psst, just kidding. Too close! Don't worry. Nothing on my sleeve. Nothing on my sleeve. Except pepper spray! Dude, that's fucking epic. You make men sound like my old purr hamster? Huh? God, chat, I am begging you, get an extension to fix your spelling. It worked? Dude, okay, Silly Bina Bina is testimony to stress that man out. But what if? Imagine. Keep pulling things out of your purse really fast and putting them in his face. He'll talk to his friends after that date. Oh man, how'd your Tinder date go? You know, she was great and like beautiful and funny and smart. She kept taking things out of her purse and putting it really close to my face. Oh! It could be nothing. It could be like a toy. Oh! You know what? She has fast hands. I like fast hands at a... Wait, I was gonna say fast hands in a woman. What does that mean? What do I mean by that? What does that mean? Anyway, I just wanted you to know what they're saying about you. Now I'm picturing a Spider-Man web device, but pepper spray as a first aid accessory. There's no real pepper spray in this scenario. We're not hurting anybody. I got a tampon up the nose. Ow? Are you okay? Is your nose on his period? How is Soup? She has a grooming appointment because she got too much hair. My favorite thing about Soup is she'll only hang out with me when Mr. President is not around. Lately, when she sees Mr. President, they get along, they play, and they're good with each other. But lately, when she sees Mr. President come up to me, Soup attacks him. And she is like not that girl. She is not that girl. She is like the nicest little lady. But when she sees Mr. President, something unlocks in her brain. I have not heard her hiss so much than I have in the last month. It's okay, like, they don't fight. She just lurches at him. She's like, wait, that sounded more extreme. She doesn't sound like that. She's like, and then she hits him. And he, being the idiot that he is, he just kind of stands there. He freezes. He's like, Or maybe he knows that she wants him to go away, so he's like, no. She got that surgery, now she hates him. She never liked him. Soup never liked Mr. President. When I brought his ass home, she never liked him. He has always loved her. But Soup had a different love that Mr. President he'll never be him. Soup and Lumi were like, they were best friends in every sense of the word. She loved Lumi so much. I still get pictures on my phone like, on this day 2 years ago, and I'm like, bah. And it's a photo of Soup and Lumi just cuddling. They are not dating. No, they are not. But that was her homie. Like, she was like, where's the white one? I want to touch the white one. Give me the white one. Breaking them up was really hard. Breaking them up was really hard. That was tough. Breakups are never easy, chat. My egg sandwich on the counter, like, hello? Is somebody gonna eat me? Hello? What do you say we take this party upstairs, gamers? See, what's gonna happen is we're gonna go upstairs.
Yeah, if I had a cock, I'd suck it clean off my body.
Why do I sound like that? We're gonna go upstairs. Okay, wait a minute. Before we go upstairs, what happened to Lumi? He was not my cat. I was just watching him. He just lived with me, but he wasn't my cat. Hopefully she feels better, because I know breaking up bonded cats can make them depressed. No, she's not depressed. She's such a happy girl. Jeez. Don't put cheese on my sandwich. She's such a happy girl. And like, she loves her life, don't get me wrong. But she must be very stoic, because I wouldn't know if she was depressed. Cat sitting. Yeah, but like for years. Cat sitting for like years. My knock! Reheat the sandwich? What are you? What are you? Some kind of animal? We don't reheat eggs in this house. I'll eat it cold. I don't give a fuck. My knock, thank you so much for the 5. Let's go. Exclamation point spin. Yeah. All right, let's see it. Promo. Dude. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, wait, before we go upstairs, I want to talk to you guys about something. Hi. Hello. Good morning. Good afternoon. So. I'm gonna change the alert sound, don't worry. It's on my to-do list. I have quite a couple things on my to-do list. At the moment, it looks like if we stay where we're at, stream is gonna go on till about like 4 or 5, 6 or 7. 7 would be good because that's when we're doing darts with Tay. Sorry, big stretch. Oh yeah. But the thing I wanted to talk to you guys about is the day as a whole. I want to ask you guys what you would prefer to do. And I know that that sucks to ask you now because obviously we're not doing it. But I'm going to give you 3 choices. I'm going to call them option A, option B, option C. And I want you to pick one of them, okay? Even if you think, well, I'm not really going to be here or I'm going to be second monitoring, that's okay. Just vote anyway, okay? But you do have to listen to me as I explain what the options A, B, and C mean. Can you do that for me? Oh, it's 12. That's not late necessarily. It's just midday. You guys are very good listeners. I just feel I need to tell you when to lock in so that you know that it's important. You can stop listening after this. I'm a listen good. Okay, so option A, we go upstairs. we eat our sandwich, we kiki, we basically fuck around for a couple hours doing dailies, going where our whimsy takes us, literally in the room. We could play Dispatch. We could watch Buffy, but we could also do that later. What I'm trying to say is option A is very loose and go with the flow and no hard static plan until about 5 p.m. The hard static plans will begin at 5 p.m. We have a thing at 5, and then we have Tay at 7. And then after that, more loosey-goosey, if we make it that far. So that's option A. That's option A. Loosey-goosey is option A. Option B, we plan what we want to do now. And by we, I mean me. I'll pick. You just nod along. But we plan it. And probably the things that I would pick. Dang, do you remember we were gonna bake a croissant rhino? I'll be real though, I still want to do it. But right now, I just want to veg out. I think I'm convincing myself as I'm talking. Oh yeah. I mean, there's no reason why we can't do that outside of the a-thon if it comes down to it. You just won't be there with me for the layering part, because that's the main part of making a croissant is layering. Okay, so option A is being very loose. Option B is being more precise. And option C is I wasn't listening. All right, let's make a poll. Option A, option B, or option C? Could have had a croissant egg sandwich. False. Croissants take like minimum 15 hours. I couldn't have had shit. I've had stuff going on. Resisting urge to type. Thank you for resisting the urge. I wish I got more sleep. I wish I got more sleep, man. Planet originates from Greek plantai, meaning wanderer. Is that the word of the day or something? How many hours did you sleep? An unrestful 3. Up late raiding the Ark. I don't think I've even mentioned raiding Ark Raiders at all in this stream ever. What? Huh? I want you to do the things you think are important, but loosely style. You know what I think is important? Hanging out with you. During these a-thons, my priority is like interacting with the people who are here. Because it's so nice to have some wee hours. It's nice too, I really like doing these because I feel like there's people who aren't normally in our time slot who get to find the stream and then miss it when they can't watch it because it's not in their time slot. But at least they were here. Oh, I just thought planet has been a long day. Oh. Do a planathon, then do the thingathon. Yeah, collecting VOD homies. Just lie down on the floor and go back to sleep. I like talking to you guys. Also, I'm here to make content, man. At this point, I'm just along for the ride. Slay. This is early for me, UK. Good to know. UK homies. Loosey-goosely plans. Almost so close to 69. So close. Wow, a lot of people weren't listening. You know this poll actually isn't anonymous. I can find out who pressed that. It is, totally, it is a sleepover. Big sleepover. Big sleepover vibes. Can I do an I voted sticker? Yeah. We should do that. We should make that an emote. Okay. I'm gonna have to bring up my sandwich and my coffee separately. I'm gonna leave you guys down here for just a minute. I'm gonna come back and get you, okay? I'm gonna go get some milk and cigarettes. I'm gonna be right back, I swear. Hi, Soup. Hi, baby. I should grab water too. Let me water and kale hemlock. Brief intermission. Hi, Pee-Pee. Rabbit, your kale is served. Where is that guy? Oh, water. What? I'm gonna unplug you now. Don't go too far. Return to me. Return the slab. This thing's fucking loaded. I pick him up till he's tired of crying. That's kind of just what... If he walks up to me and he's crying, I just pick him up until he's done. Because he's going to forget what he was crying about. I think I just heard Soup slap the shit out of Mr. President. How old is he? He's 2. He's 2. All right, chat, I'm gonna hang up on you here, but I'm gonna pop back up on the main computer. It's gonna take me a minute because we are using my main camera, so I do have to get that reset up. I do not have to play. I do not have to play the Skyrim thing.
M'lady.
I'm going to send you guys to the offline screen. I'm gonna send you to the. I'm giving you 2 minutes max. Oh no! Do you have to go back? No, don't go. I'm going to send you guys to the offline POV, and just give me a second because I can't do it while I am actively live. So I have to end the stream. Not end it. Whatever. You understand what I'm saying? It's gonna be dark for a little bit, but I'm gonna put something up for you. Does that make sense? But you should definitely panic. You should freak the fuck out. Cause like in the darkness, you'll probably see your reflection in the monitor, and then you'll go, "What have I done with my life? All these years." I imagine you're all like old bald wizards in towers. All these years. All right, cool.
Ulfric Stormcock. Some
Okay. Yeah, I got one thing.
Do you want to show them?
Sure.
Trust me, they'll celebrate with you.
Yeah?
They
Okay.
love when I show them thrift hauls.
I got a skirt.
Wait, hold on, wait. Oh shit. Oh shit. Take 2. Hey, my friend Shane. I will. Hey, hold on, wait. I would have to take my arm out of the shirt.
I can't.
Nope.
No. Not for free. No.
Sorry, no flexing. I would if I could, but my
I won't
apologies.
allow it.
So fuck you. I have never. Well, I never. So I was really, I want to say nervy about stream because I again didn't know if we were gonna be able to keep the stream up. But not only that, what are we gonna do? And I had a couple ideas. 2. And this I made a sub goal because I was like, I don't buy it.
Whoa, that's a big cock.
Every day I'm sobered to the reality that I have one job. And it's go online and be silly. I don't know how I got here, but my God, I am not giving it up for anything. And if you try to take this job from me, you're gonna have to pry for my dead fucking cold hands, because I eat French fries off the floor and people give me money, god damn it! And I smoke crack! Shaky, shaky.
Why are you so sad?
I'm gonna go jump off a bridge.
Why did you do that, dude?
I did not feel like it was gonna be that strong. I shaking that out.
Wait, hold on.
It's so funny because you can.
Oh my god! Oh shit! I'm terrified. I'm so scared. No, I'm so scared. They didn't see. I don't know if they could see the.
You know what? How about we do this? Let me get my gun. Hold on. You stay right there. I'm gonna go get my gun. It's over here somewhere. No, I got your 240. The Glock 240, bitch. Yeah, you want that? I got you. Hold on.
Hey, little guy.
Hi.
Oh,
Hi. How was school?
Oh, good. Here, we made you this plate of cookies.
Oh.
We made you cookies. Wait.
Sorry, your mom's losing her mind a little. She forgot the cookies.
We made you this plate of cookies.
We made you this plate of cookies.
Oh, you're gonna love these.
This is gonna be
so
really good. You know what, buddy? While you're eating that cookie, I have something to tell you. Your mother and I, we're gonna be friends forever.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
But she is a cantankerous bitch, and I'm leaving her.
Your father cheated with another man.
Are you gonna judge me for that? Do they teach you compassion in school? Anyway.
The point being is that we love you and this is not at all your fault.
No.
Well, yeah, things might have been different otherwise.
You know,
yeah.
you weren't.
He gets on the back of her. He doesn't know how to hump. So he just fucking stands on her. He just stands on her. And he grabs her by the neck, and he just fucking like, with her hair, like, okay, this whole chair is soup. Let's say this whole chair is soup. Like that. That's how Mr. President humps soup.
Oh, you just want to say.
I didn't mean to turn that off. Thank you.
That totally worked.
That was the wrong one. I thought that was the leaf blower. Now I'm just wet.
I think that definitely helped.
Now I'm just wet. You know what? I don't even know why I'm bothering. Let's get out of here.
Are you sure? Last chance?
Yeah, I'm good. Oh, you want to dry me off? Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're
sure.
doing like a full car wash right now. That was awesome. I saw ranch fly up from you.
Listening to jazz. I've called so many times. I swear, I'm so mad and that cellular. It's even jazz with us. I swear. Out of my mouth. It's like I got her. I love that song.
I read, I think it was Sky say earlier that they don't want me to fall in this chair, but it would make a really great clip. And I second that. But I would never clip bait.
Money, please.
Hello, it's me, your sleep paralysis demon. Wake up, it's time for school. They're so fun. I've just been sitting here watching my own clips. Oh. Heard my own voice.
M'lady.
What happened to the camera? Why are you angled so strangely? You scared me? Don't worry, this is just a clip. I don't like how cluttered the stream looks right now. I'm gonna declutter. Go watch some more clips.
And she goes, oh my God, wouldn't this just be the best place to take a picture? Stand right here, stand right here. Okay, let me get the dog's attention. Psst, psst, psst. Hey, psst, psst, hey. Oh my God, does your dog want to chase those ducks? I bet they do. What if you just let them chase the... I have a fucking gun, Tabitha. Get out of my serene daydream. You bitch.
Dude, we are. Can I teabag you? No! No! Shit! Shit! No! Ah! Ah, no! What the fuck? What the fuck?
I can't control the fucking volume. You think I can control the pitch and tone of my voice? I cannot. I am led by passion and all the cum in my balls. If I didn't have my what is it called when you can really knock someone up like super hard? Is it viral? What's the word? Viral? What's the word? It starts with a V, chat. What's the word when you have really potent dad nut? What is that called? Cum in balls. No. Virility! With all the virility in my balls, that's what steers me to do what I do. Yeah.
Good job. It was me. It was something. I tell you what. It was something. This one seems fun. This one seems fun. The did that?
Someone said a rose!
Yes! Woo!
I did, but like, I wanted to be more worth it.
No.
Oh, please! We have to clean it up anyway! God, just let me do this!
I don't want you to.
God, I want it!
Okay.
And that's what it gets for being born. Oh, I splattered it on myself!
Maya!
What? Back to work.
It's a witch! It's a witch! Anyways. Did you guys like that? Do you like your clip time? I cleaned up very quickly. Hello! Man, bummed I have to return this. See if I can still make it work. Would have been nice to have 2 cameras. Love those clips. Great clips. Love the stream. Great clips. Alright, gamers. This is the time of day you tell me your favorite daily puzzle. And then we do it. Social posts? Oh. I can do it after we're done. I can do it after we're done. Or I can do it now. Let's just do it now. It's not a contractual obligation. It's just a reminder for myself. Time guesser. I'm gonna open up all the tabs. You tell me. Time guesser. What are some dailies that you guys like? I'm not very good at time guesser, but I'll give it the old college try. Oh fuck yeah, Bandle. Classic. Crossword? I don't think I'm good at that. Yo, connections. Also not good at, I'm not good at any of these, I'm realizing. What else? Framed? What's framed? Oh, movie guessing game. Rule 34 doll. I love that one. Yes. 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 I love Rule 34 doll. Ludel? Oh, Loodle. You spelled that crazy. Loodle. They're looking for the Loodle. Waffle. Oh, chat loves waffle. Daily word game. Beautiful. Contexto. I'm opening all these tabs right now. Contexto. Myrtle? No, that's like a murder mystery. Contexto. Myrtle daily mystery puzzle. Yeah, that takes way too long. Unfortunately, no. This one I'm going to say no to. Oh, Coscodal. How could I forget? Scrandal? Oh, Scrandal! Alright, I think that's pretty good. We have a nice list. Adoptal? Stop. You can't really win Adoptal, but it is fun. Alright, let's look at Adoptal. July is dressed up and singing her tune. And I go home after a hard day's work. Okay, I had to go and see if this was real. What the hell? Did the camera move? Oh, I pressed the wrong button. I had to go see if this was real. This game uses anthropological data from humanphenotypes.net. You will be shown male and female facial averages from a given ethnic group. Your job is to guess on the map where they are from historically. Is this, like, could this be bad? Could this be bad? It doesn't seem mean-spirited. Bad on the internet? No, like... Yeah, try not to racism the game. Also, this right here looks like a freaking pop-up ad. This isn't real, by the way. This is an example. I feel like if you're playing it by yourself, you could, for sure. But playing it with Twitch... Well, what's the first one? I'm not playing. We're not playing. You're not playing. Nobody's playing. I'm just curious. Nobody's playing. Am I gonna get a fucking virus? This website doesn't want to load. I don't want to play. I am good. I guessed and I was wrong. Yeah, it was Malaysia. It was Malaysia, correct. 'Twas. It's about healing your stereotypes and learning. See, that's what I mean. Like, I don't think it's mean-spirited, but I think playing it with Twitch chat is kind of like a recipe for... Can you fucking put a gun to my head and make me eat my goddamn sandwich, please? I spent so much time making coffee. I spent so much time making my breakfast. I haven't touched it. I spent so much time making breakfast. We're like, nope. I don't want it anymore. If I put food in my mouth, then I can't talk. Can you talk for me? That would make me feel better. I know it's important to eat. Is Squeaks live? Can we watch Squeaks' stream?